Hello guys, welcome to Fanfic Adventure. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto awakened the Bloodline Destroyer God power and wiped out the council at age 12. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Awakening. The kunai whistled past Naruto's ear, close enough that he felt the air displace against his skin. Instinctively, he ducked lower behind the fallen tree, his heart hammering against his ribs. What had started as a simple C-rank escort mission had rapidly deteriorated when they'd encountered not ordinary bandits, but missing Nin from the land of water. Naruto. Stay in position. Kakashi's voice carried across the clearing, sharp with command. Sasuke and Sakura had taken defensive positions around their client, a merchant carrying sensitive documents to a neighboring village. Naruto gritted his teeth, frustration building. He was tired of being relegated to the sidelines while Sasuke took the spotlight. "I can help, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto shouted, his fingers already forming the familiar cross sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen copies of Naruto popped into existence, each wearing the same determined expression and bright orange jumpsuit. They launched themselves toward the enemy positions, serving as both distraction and reconnaissance. The lead attacker, a slender shinobi with pale blue hair and a scarred Hitai-8, sneered at the approaching clones. "How pathetic. Let me show you a real jutsu." He formed a rapid sequence of hand seals. Ice release, crystal prison. The temperature around them plummeted. Crystalline ice formations erupted from the ground, impaling several of Naruto's clones, which disappeared in puffs of smoke. The remaining clones found themselves trapped as the ice encased their legs and began climbing higher. Naruto felt a surge of anger as he watched his clones being neutralized so easily. He leapt from his cover, ignoring Kakashi's shout to stay back. "I'm not going to just hide while my team fights," he yelled, racing toward the ice user. The missing Nin turned toward Naruto with a confident smirk. "Another one for the slaughter." His hands flashed through the same sequence. Ice release, crystal. Naruto collided with the shinobi midjutsu, tackling him to the ground. As they made contact, something strange happened. A peculiar sensation radiated from Naruto's core, hot yet cold, painful yet exhilarating. A visible ripple of red-tinged chakra pulsed outward from the point where Naruto's hands gripped the enemy's shoulders. The ice user's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing to me?" he gasped. Naruto had no answer, equally confused by the unexpected reaction. The ice formations around them began to crack and shatter. The missing Nin tried again to form his jutsu, his fingers shaking as they moved through the seals. Ice release, crystal. But nothing happened. The air remained still, the temperature unchanged. "My jutsu. What did you do to my jutsu?" Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Naruto landed a solid punch to his jaw, sending the shinobi sprawling. Before the man could recover, Kakashi appeared behind him, kunai pressed against his throat. "That's enough," Kakashi said coldly. "Your companions have already fled. Tell me who sent you." While Kakashi interrogated the prisoner, Naruto stared at his hands. What had just happened? He'd felt something pass between him and the enemy ninja, something that had apparently disabled the ice jutsu. Was it something to do with the Nine Tails? But this felt different from the few times he'd accessed the fox's chakra. "Naruto." Kakashi's voice snapped him from his thoughts. The Jonin was studying him with an unreadable expression, his visible eye narrowed slightly. "Are you injured?" "No, Kakashi-sensei. I'm fine." Naruto flexed his fingers. "Did you see what happened with his ice jutsu?" "I did." Kakashi's tone was carefully neutral. "We'll discuss it when we return to the village." Sasuke approached them, his dark eyes fixed on Naruto with unusual intensity. "What technique was that, loser? I didn't see any hand signs." "I don't know." Naruto protested. "It just happened." Humph, accidentally stumbling into a jutsu. Typical. Sakura joined them, hovering protectively near Sasuke. Whatever he did, it worked, she admitted reluctantly. The client is safe. Mission completion is our priority, Kakashi agreed. We'll escort the merchant to his destination and then return directly to Konoha. No detours. As they resumed their journey, Naruto felt oddly drained. The surge of energy he'd experienced during the confrontation had left him, replaced by a bone-deep weariness unlike anything he'd felt before. And something else, a strange, prickling awareness centered in his chest, as if he'd swallowed a piece of the missing means ice that refused to melt. The sun was setting by the time they delivered the merchant safely to the neighboring village. Naruto had remained uncharacteristically quiet throughout the remainder of the journey, trying to make sense of what had happened. Occasionally, he would feel a phantom chill race across his skin, followed by a surge of unfamiliar chakra that seemed to flow alongside his own before dissipating. Their return to Konoha was equally subdued. As they approached the massive gates, Naruto felt Kakashi's hand on his shoulder. "Report to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning," the Jonin said quietly. "I'll be filing a special addendum to our mission report regarding the incident." "Am I in trouble?" Naruto asked, suddenly worried. "No." Kakashi's expression softened slightly. "But what happened may be significant. Get some rest, Naruto. You look exhausted." Naruto nodded, too tired to argue. The walk to his apartment seemed longer than usual, his feet dragging with each step. By the time he reached his door, the strange sensations had intensified, alternating waves of heat and cold coursing through his body, centered around his chakra network. He barely managed to kick off his sandals before collapsing onto his bed, sleep claiming him instantly. Naruto's dreams were filled with ice and crystal. He stood in a vast chamber of mirrors, each reflecting a different bloodline ability. Sharingan eyes watched him from one surface, while another rippled with the concentric circles of the Rinnegan. In another, bones sprouted and grew like deadly flowers. Each mirror called to him, voices whispering promises of power if only he would reach out and touch the glass. At the center of the chamber stood a figure cloaked in shadow, with eyes that shifted between every known dojutsu. The figure extended a hand toward Naruto. "The time has come," the voice echoed. "The blood of destroyers flows in your veins. The legacy awakens." Naruto reached toward the figure. He awoke with a gasp, drenched in sweat despite the cool morning air flowing through his open window. The dream clung to him like cobwebs, fragments of the whispered messages still echoing in his mind. Sunlight streamed into his small apartment, indicating he'd slept well past dawn. With a jolt, he remembered his instructions to report to the Hokage. Naruto scrambled to his feet, rushing through his morning routine before sprinting toward the administrative building. As he raced through Konoha streets, he noticed something odd. The world around him seemed different. Chakra signatures that had always been background noise to his senses now stood out in sharp relief. He could feel the distinct energy of each person he passed, civilian and shinobi alike, but the latter glowed brighter in his perception. When he passed Hyuga Hayashi and his daughter Hinata in the market, something even stranger happened. His vision briefly shifted, allowing him to see the intricate pathways of their chakra systems, similar to what he imagined the Byakugan must reveal, though less detailed. The sensation lasted only seconds before fading, leaving Naruto disoriented and confused. Hinata noticed him staring and offered a timid wave, her cheeks flushing pink. Her father merely frowned, placing a protective hand on his daughter's shoulder to guide her away. By the time Naruto reached the Hokage Tower, he was 20 minutes late and increasingly disturbed by these new sensations. He bounded up the stairs, only to find Kakashi waiting outside the Hokage's office. "You're late," the Jonin observed mildly. "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I overslept and then." Naruto hesitated, unsure how to describe what he'd been experiencing. "And then? Something weird is happening. I can feel everyone's chakra really clearly, and for a second, I thought I could see the Hyuga's chakra networks like they were lit up. Kakashi's visible eye widened fractionally, a significant reaction from the typically unflappable Jonin. That's concerning. Let's not keep the Hokage waiting. They entered to find the third Hokage seated behind his desk, his weathered face grave. To Naruto's surprise, two village elders, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, flanked him, along with Danzo Shimura, the reclusive head of the foundation. "Ah, Naruto," the Hokage said, his voice warm despite the tension in the room. "Thank you for coming. How are you feeling after yesterday's mission?" "Weird," Naruto admitted bluntly. "Something happened when I touched that ice user. I can feel things I couldn't before." "Tell us exactly what occurred," Danzo interjected, his visible eye fixed on Naruto with uncomfortable intensity. As Naruto recounted the incident, he noticed the elders exchanging significant glances. Danzo's expression grew increasingly calculating, while the Hokage's became more troubled. "And these sensations have continued?" Koharu asked sharply. "Yeah, they're getting stronger. On my way here, I could almost see through Hinata and her dad, not like that," he added hastily, seeing the raised eyebrows. "I mean, I could see their chakra pathways for a second." "Fascinating," Danzo murmured. "It appears the Uzumaki bloodline is manifesting." "Bloodline?" Naruto repeated, startled. "Like a Kekkai Genkai? But I'm not from a clan." "The Uzumaki were indeed a clan," the Hokage corrected gently. "A powerful one with close ties to Konoha. Your mother was an Uzumaki." This revelation struck Naruto like a physical blow. "My mother? You knew my mother's family and never told me?" "It was deemed unnecessary information," Koharu stated dismissively. "Until now." Danzo stepped forward. "What matters is that you appear to be developing a rare ability once rumored among certain Uzumaki. The power to interact with, perhaps even neutralize, other bloodline abilities." The way Danzo said this sent an uncomfortable chill down Naruto's spine. There was something hungry in the man's expression. "I believe," Danzo continued, "that the boy should be placed under special training immediately. My foundation has facilities equipped to." "That won't be necessary," Kakashi interrupted smoothly. "As Naruto's assigned Jonin instructor, any special training falls under my purview." "This is beyond your expertise, Hatake," Danzo replied coldly. The Hokage raised a hand. "No decisions will be made hastily. First, we need to confirm exactly what is happening." He looked at Naruto with genuine concern. "I'd like you to undergo some tests with our medical ninja to ensure this development isn't causing you harm. And to measure the extent of the ability," added Hamura. Naruto didn't like the calculating look in the elder's eyes. "What about the Nine Tails? Could this be related to the seal?" A heavy silence fell over the room. "It's possible," the Hokage admitted. Though the Uzumaki were known for abilities related to sealing jutsu and extraordinary chakra reserves, there were always rumors of other gifts. "I don't understand," Naruto said, frustration building. "If the Uzumaki were so important, why doesn't anybody talk about them? Why didn't anybody tell me about my mother or her clan?" "The Uzumaki homeland was destroyed during the wars," the Hokage explained. "Survivors scattered across the nations. Information was restricted for your protection. The examination will take place this afternoon," Danzo stated, as if the matter were settled. "Special ANBU will escort you to the facility." "I'll be accompanying my student," Kakashi said firmly. "That won't be, it's not negotiable," Kakashi interrupted, his visible eye crinkling in what appeared to be a smile but carried unmistakable threat. "Where Naruto goes, I go." The Hokage nodded. "That seems reasonable. Naruto, please report to the hospital's special research wing at 3 o'clock. Kakashi will meet you there." He sighed heavily. "Until we understand what's happening, please keep this matter private." As they were dismissed, Naruto felt the weight of the elder's stares following him out of the room. Something about their interest felt predatory rather than protective. "Kakashi-sensei," he whispered once they were in the hallway, "I don't trust them. Especially that Danzo guy." Kakashi glanced down at him, expression inscrutable. "Your instincts are good. Be careful what you reveal during the examination." He hesitated before adding, "And Naruto? If anything feels wrong, anything at all, find me immediately." The seriousness in his teacher's voice only increased Naruto's unease. Instead of heading home, Naruto found himself wandering toward the Konoha library. If the Uzumaki had been an actual clan with ties to the village, there should be records somewhere. The strange sensations continued to ripple through him as he walked, growing neither stronger nor weaker, but becoming more familiar, as if his body was adapting to whatever change had occurred. The library was nearly empty when he arrived, with only a few genin studying scrolls on basic techniques. The elderly librarian raised an eyebrow at Naruto's entrance. He wasn't exactly a regular visitor. "Can I help you find something?" she asked, adjusting her spectacles. "I need information on the Uzumaki clan," Naruto stated directly. The librarian's expression shifted subtly. "Historical clan records are in the restricted section. You'll need Jonin clearance or a specific research authorization." "But they're my family," Naruto protested. "I just found out my mother was an Uzumaki. Don't I have the right to know about my own clan?" Something in his earnest frustration seemed to touch the woman. She glanced around before leaning closer. "Most official records were classified after the fall of Uzushigokure," she whispered. "But there are some general history books that mention them. Second floor, Eastern Stacks, Section H for historical accounts." Naruto's face split into a genuine smile. "Thanks, Granny." He bounded up the stairs, the librarian's irritated, "Don't call me Granny," following him. It took nearly an hour of searching through dusty tomes before he found anything substantive. Most references were brief mentions of Konoha's allies from Uzushio, or notes about their proficiency in sealing techniques. One older book, however, contained a short chapter on the major clans of the destroyed village. Naruto's heart raced as he read about the Uzumaki's distinctive red hair, extraordinary life force, and mastery of Fuinjutsu. There was even a faded illustration of the spiraling emblem that, the text noted, had been incorporated into Konoha's flak jackets as a symbol of friendship. But nothing mentioned anything about bloodline abilities that could neutralize other Kekii Genkai. Either the information was classified, as the elders had implied, or they were lying about what was happening to him. As Naruto closed the book, a thought struck him. If the Uzumaki were seal masters, and his mother had been an Uzumaki, could there be some connection to the seal that contained the 9 tails? He absent-mindedly placed a hand over his stomach, where the seal became visible when he used chakra. The clock on the library wall showed it was already past 2. He needed to head toward the hospital for the examination, but something told him to be cautious. Danzo's interest felt dangerous, predatory. Naruto left the library with more questions than answers and a growing sense that he wasn't being told the whole truth. The hospital's research wing was housed in a separate building adjacent to the main facility. Naruto had never been inside before, and the sterile white corridors made him uncomfortable. The antiseptic smell reminded him of childhood illnesses when he'd been treated with clinical detachment by medical staff who clearly resented caring for the demon brat. 2 ANBU operatives waited at the entrance, their porcelain masks revealing nothing of the faces beneath. Neither bore the standard animal designs of regular ANBU, instead, their masks were blank save for the character, Root. "Uzumaki Naruto," one stated flatly. "Follow us." "I'm supposed to wait for Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied, instantly wary. "Hatake Kakashi has been delayed by the council. He will join later." That didn't sound right. Kakashi might be chronically late for ordinary appointments, but he'd been deadly serious about accompanying Naruto for this examination. The Jonin wouldn't have allowed himself to be delayed unless something was wrong. "I'll wait here for him," Naruto insisted, taking a step back. The ANBU exchanged glances. That is not acceptable. The procedure is time-sensitive. What procedure? Naruto demanded. The Hokage just said some tests. Medical tests require preparation. The second ANBU moved to flank him. Come willingly, or we will be forced to ensure compliance. The implied threat was unmistakable. Naruto's instincts screamed danger, but he was inside Konoha, supposedly among allies. If he fled or fought, he'd be branded a troublemaker or worse. He decided to play along until he understood what was happening. Fine, he grumbled, affecting the sulky demeanor they would expect. But Kakashi-sensei's gonna be mad when he finds out you started without him. The ANBU led him deeper into the facility, past rooms filled with medical equipment and down a staircase Naruto hadn't noticed initially. The temperature dropped as they descended, and the antiseptic smell gave way to something mustier, like old stone and damp earth. They emerged into a corridor that looked nothing like the hospital above. The walls were rough-hewn stone reinforced with steel, the lighting dim and functional. Multiple heavy doors lined the hallway, each bearing seals and reinforcements. This doesn't look like a hospital, Naruto observed, no longer bothering to hide his suspicion. This facility serves multiple purposes, the first ANBU replied. Including secure testing of potentially dangerous abilities. They stopped before a door marked with both medical symbols and containment seals. One ANBU performed a sequence of hand signs, causing the seals to pulse with chakra before fading. The room beyond contained what appeared to be an examination table surrounded by complex equipment. Ceiling arrays were inscribed on the floor, walls, and ceiling in intricate patterns that made Naruto's eyes hurt to follow. A masked medical ninja waited inside, alongside two more root operatives. Remove your clothing and lie on the table, the medic instructed without preamble. What? No way. Naruto backed toward the door, only to find the ANBU blocking his exit. This isn't a regular examination. Your cooperation is required, the medic stated emotionlessly. The procedure has been authorized by the council. Not by the Hokage. A moment of telling silence. The council speaks with the Hokage's authority in matters of village security. That was all Naruto needed to hear. Something was very wrong. Kakashi's warning echoed in his mind, if anything feels wrong, anything at all, find me immediately. I need to use the bathroom first, Naruto announced, forcing a nervous smile. All this stress, you know. There are no facilities at this level, the ANBU replied. The procedure will be brief. Naruto's mind raced. He needed to create a distraction, something big enough to let him escape or at least alert someone to his situation. The Nine-Tails chakra would be too dangerous in such a confined space, and he couldn't risk hurting anyone who might just be following orders. That left his signature technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The room erupted in smoke as dozens of Naruto clones appeared, instantly filling the available space and creating chaos. The ANBU reacted immediately, drawing weapons, but the confined area worked against them. They couldn't attack without risking hitting each other or the equipment. Get him, one shouted as Naruto's clones surged toward the door. In the confusion, the real Naruto slipped past the guards and into the corridor. Instead of heading back the way they'd come, he sprinted deeper into the facility. If this underground complex existed without the Hokage's knowledge, there might be evidence of other unauthorized activities, evidence he could use to understand what was happening. The sound of pursuit echoed behind him as he raced down the dimly lit hallway, trying doors as he passed. Most were locked, but one yielded to his touch, revealing what appeared to be a record room filled with filing cabinets and scrolls. Naruto darted inside, closing the door quietly behind him. He needed information, and he needed it fast. His eyes scanned the labels on the nearest cabinet: subject acquisition, bloodline integration, failed implementations. A cold feeling settled in his stomach. What kind of medical facility needed files on subject acquisition? Footsteps approached outside. Naruto quickly created another shadow clone and transformed it to look like one of the filing cabinets before ducking behind a large scroll shelf. The door burst open, and 2 root operatives entered, scanning the room with methodical efficiency. "Check everything," one ordered. He couldn't have gone far. As they moved deeper into the room, Naruto held his breath. His gaze fell on a scroll sitting open on a nearby desk, the heading clearly visible, Uzumaki Bloodline Neutralization Protocol. They had been planning something related to his newly awakened abilities. Something they hadn't bothered to inform the Hokage about. The ANBU moved toward his hiding place. In seconds, they would discover him. Naruto tensed, preparing to fight, when a massive explosion rocked the facility. The lights flickered and dust rained from the ceiling. "Perimeter breach in Section 4, a voice shouted from the corridor. "All units respond." The ANBU hesitated, clearly torn between continuing their search and responding to the alarm. Another explosion, closer this time, decided them. "Secure the subject files," one ordered as they hurried from the room. "The Uzumaki is a secondary priority now." The moment they left, Naruto grabbed the scroll from the desk along with several others labeled Uzumaki and Jinchuriki control measures. Whatever was happening provided the perfect cover for his escape, but he wasn't leaving without answers. He slipped back into the corridor, which was now hazy with dust and echoing with shouted orders. Following the signs of increasing chaos, Naruto made his way toward what he hoped was an exit, tucking the stolen scrolls into his jacket. As he rounded a corner, he collided with a figure moving in the opposite direction. Naruto reeled back, expecting an enemy, only to find himself face to face with Kakashi, whose visible eye widened in surprise before narrowing with concern. "Naruto! Are you hurt?" "Kakashi-sensei! What's happening?" "I arrived for your examination to find you'd been taken to an unauthorized facility." Kakashi's voice was tight with controlled anger. "When I attempted to follow, I was blocked by root operatives claiming council jurisdiction." He glanced at the scrolls partially visible in Naruto's jacket. "I see you've been gathering intelligence." "They were planning something," Naruto confirmed breathlessly. "Something about neutralizing my bloodline. And there were files about subject acquisition and experiments." Another explosion shook the facility. Kakashi steadied Naruto with a hand on his shoulder. "That would be my distraction," the Jonin explained with grim satisfaction. "A few explosive tags in non-critical areas. No casualties, but enough chaos to facilitate an extraction." "You came to rescue me," Naruto realized, touched by his teacher's loyalty. "Of course I did." Kakashi's eye crinkled slightly. "No student of mine gets turned into a laboratory experiment. Now, we need to move quickly. The Hokage needs to see whatever you found." They navigated the increasingly damaged corridors, avoiding root squadrons rushing to secure various sections of the facility. Kakashi led them through what appeared to be a maintenance passage, eventually emerging through a grate into an alley several blocks from the hospital. "We can't go directly to the Hokage Tower," Kakashi warned as they slipped into Konoha's busy streets. "Danzo will have eyes watching for us. We need somewhere safe to examine those scrolls and formulate a plan." "My apartment?" Naruto suggested. "Too obvious. They'll check there first." Kakashi thought for a moment. "I know a place. Follow me, and stay alert. We're technically fugitives now." The realization that he was being hunted by his own village's authorities sent a chill through Naruto. What had he stumbled into that warranted such extreme measures? Kakashi's safe place turned out to be an abandoned ANBU safe house on the outskirts of the village, concealed beneath an unremarkable storage shed. The Jonin disabled several traps before ushering Naruto inside. "This location was decommissioned years ago," Kakashi explained as he activated privacy seals around the small underground room. "Only former ANBU captains know of its existence, and the records were purged during a reorganization." The space was spartanly furnished with a table, chairs, and basic supplies. Naruto placed the stolen scrolls on the table, his hands trembling slightly with the enormity of what they were doing, hiding from Konoha's authorities, examining classified documents. Are we traitors now?" he asked quietly. Kakashi's expression softened. "No, Naruto. Being loyal to the village doesn't always mean being loyal to every person in authority. The will of fire is about protecting the people of Konoha, not enabling corruption." He gestured to the scrolls. "Let's see what was worth kidnapping you for." They unrolled the first document, the Uzumaki Bloodline Neutralization Protocol Naruto had spotted. The technical language was dense, but the intent was clear enough: procedures for suppressing and eventually harvesting Naruto's emerging ability. "They were going to seal my chakra pathways," Naruto said, horror dawning as he deciphered a diagram. "And extract tissue samples." "Danzo has always been interested in bloodline abilities," Kakashi said grimly as he examined another scroll. "This confirms what I've suspected for years. He's been conducting unauthorized research into Kekii Genkai manipulation and transplantation." The second scroll contained historical information about the Uzumaki clan, far more detailed than what Naruto had found in the library. It described various bloodline abilities that had manifested rarely among clan members, including something called the Destroyer's Gift. According to this, Kakashi read, certain Uzumaki manifested the ability to disrupt, neutralize, and eventually assimilate the Kekii Genkai of others. It was considered dangerous and destabilizing to the balance of power among hidden villages, which contributed to the decision to destroy Uzushiogakure. "My mom's village was destroyed because of this ability?" Naruto asked, stunned. "Partially, it seems. The Uzumaki were feared for many reasons: their sealing techniques, their vitality, and apparently, this rare bloodline that could potentially render other bloodlines useless." Naruto stared at his hands, remembering how the ice user's jutsu had failed after his touch. "But I don't even know how I did it. It just happened." "That's likely why Danzo moved so quickly," Kakashi mused. "An untrained ability is easier to study and potentially replicate. Once you master it, it would be much harder to exploit you." The third scroll contained the most disturbing information of all: detailed plans for monitoring and eventually harvesting various Kekii Genkai users throughout Konoha, including members of the Hyuga, Uchiha, and other prominent clans. Sasuke's name appeared multiple times, along with Hinata's and several other children Naruto recognized from the academy. "This is monstrous," Kakashi whispered, his normally unflappable demeanor cracking to reveal genuine horror. "They've been planning to systematically extract and weaponize bloodlines from Konoha's own children. We have to tell the Hokage," Naruto insisted, rolling the scrolls closed with shaking hands. "We will, but we need to be strategic. Danzo has deep influence in Konoha, and the other elders are clearly complicit." Kakashi paced the small room. "If we move openly, they'll simply deny everything and dispose of the evidence, and possibly us." A sudden spike of chakra awareness made Naruto stiffen. "Someone's coming," he whispered, pointing toward the entrance. Three people. Strong chakra signatures. Kakashi looked at him with new respect. "You can sense that precisely now. It just feels clear, like seeing bright colors in a gray room." The Jonin moved silently to a concealed observation point, then relaxed slightly. "It's okay. I recognize them." He performed a sequence of hand signs, apparently signaling to those outside. Moments later, the entrance opened to admit three shinobi Naruto recognized: Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Sarutobi, the Hokage's son. All three Jonin looked grave. "The village is in an uproar," Asuma reported without preamble. "Danzo is claiming you've abducted Naruto and stolen classified materials. The council has ordered your immediate apprehension," Kurenai added, her crimson eyes troubled. "They're calling it treason." "Youthful friends," Guy boomed, before being shushed by the others. More quietly, he continued, "The flames of injustice burn brightly today. We knew something was amiss when Kakashi missed our eternal challenge without notice. What they're not saying, Asuma continued, lighting a cigarette despite Kurenai's disapproving glance, is why you took Naruto or what those classified materials contain. Kakashi gestured to the scrolls. See for yourself. Danzo has been operating a secret program to harvest bloodline abilities. Naruto was to be his latest subject after manifesting a rare Uzumaki ability during our last mission. The three Jonin examined the evidence, their expressions darkening with each revealed document. My father needs to see this, Asuma finally said, extinguishing his cigarette. But getting to him won't be easy. The tower is being watched, and Danzo has positioned his root agents throughout the village. The Hokage must already suspect something, Kurenai reasoned. He wouldn't have authorized Naruto's abduction. He didn't, Naruto confirmed. They admitted they were acting on council authority, not the Hokage's. Guy struck his signature pose, thumb extended. Then our path is clear. We must reach Hokage-sama with this evidence and expose this most unyouthful conspiracy. It's not that simple, Kakashi cautioned. These scrolls implicate not just Danzo, but Koharu and Hamura as well. The political fallout could destabilize the village. And letting them continue to harvest children's bloodlines wouldn't. Naruto demanded, anger rising. They were going to experiment on me, on Sasuke, on Hinata and who knows how many others. A heavy silence fell over the room. Naruto's outburst had cut through the adults' political calculations to the heart of the matter. Children were in danger. The boy's right, Asuma finally said. My father would want to know, regardless of the consequences. Then we need a plan, Kurenai stated practically. We can't simply walk up to the Hokage tower. I might have an idea, Naruto said slowly, a plan forming in his mind. But I'll need to visit the Uzumaki mask storage temple first. The what? Asuma asked, confused. It was mentioned in one of the scrolls, Naruto explained, pointing to the historical document. A hidden temple containing Uzumaki artifacts, including special masks used in their sealing ceremonies. If I'm developing an Uzumaki bloodline, maybe there's something there that can help me understand or control it. It's too dangerous, Kakashi objected. The entire village is looking for us. Which is why they won't expect us to stop for a history lesson, Naruto countered. Besides, the scroll mentioned that the temple's location was kept secret even from most of the village leadership. Danzo might not have root watching it. The Jonin exchanged glances, silently weighing the risk. The temple is indeed obscure, Kakashi admitted reluctantly. I only know of it through ANBU records. If there's anything that could help Naruto control this ability, Kurenai reasoned, it might be our best advantage against Danzo. A most excellent stratagem. Guy enthused more quietly than his usual volume. While the enemy searches in obvious places, we shall seek hidden wisdom. I still don't like it, Kakashi said, but I can see the tactical value. He fixed Naruto with a stern look. We go together, quickly and quietly. At the first sign of trouble, we abandon the plan and move to secure the Hokage directly. Understood? Naruto nodded, determination replacing his earlier fear. For the first time in his life, he was learning about his heritage, his family, and he wouldn't let Danzo or anyone else twist that discovery into something monstrous. The Uzumaki mask storage temple stood on an isolated hill at the edge of Konoha's territory, hidden behind barriers of dense forest and subtle genjutsu. Even with Kakashi's directions, they almost missed the entrance, a small stone torii gate partially overgrown with vines, marked with the spiral symbol of the Uzumaki clan. It doesn't look very impressive, Naruto remarked as they approached cautiously, senses alert for any sign of surveillance or traps. The Uzumaki rarely wasted effort on outward appearances, Kakashi replied. Their true mastery was in function, not form. Kurenai and Asuma had split off to create diversions across the village, drawing Root's attention away from their actual location. Guy remained with Kakashi and Naruto, his exceptional taijutsu abilities making him the ideal guardian if they encountered resistance. The temple entrance was sealed with an array that tingled against Naruto's enhanced senses. Without thinking, he placed his palm against the central spiral, allowing his chakra to flow naturally into the pattern. The seal responded immediately, lines of script illuminating with soft blue light before fading. The stone door slid open silently, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. "How did you know to do that?" Kakashi asked, visibly impressed. Naruto shrugged. It felt right. Like the seal was familiar somehow. "The blood calls to blood," Guy intoned with unusual seriousness. "Your heritage awakens within you, young Naruto." They descended cautiously, Kakashi leading with a small light jutsu illuminating their way. The staircase opened into a circular chamber lined with stone shelves. Upon each shelf rested a mask, crafted in various demonic or animal visages, each radiating subtle but distinct chakra signatures. "Incredible," Kakashi murmured. "These must be the ritual masks used in Uzumaki sealing ceremonies. Some of these designs predate the founding of the hidden villages." Naruto moved slowly around the chamber, drawn by an inexplicable pull toward the far wall. There, separated from the others, hung a mask unlike the rest. While the others were carved from wood and painted with vibrant colors, this one appeared to be formed from some crystalline substance that shifted hues as he approached, now blood red, now deep violet, now clear as glass. The mask depicted a serene human face with 3 eyes, the third positioned vertically in the center of the forehead. Intricate patterns were etched into the surface, reminiscent of chakra pathways or bloodline patterns. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto called softly, "what's this one?" The Jonin approached cautiously, studying the unusual artifact. "I've never seen anything like it in the records. The design suggests a connection to dojutsu bloodlines, perhaps." "It's calling to me," Naruto whispered, reaching toward the mask. "Like it knows me." "Wait," Kakashi began, but too late. As Naruto's fingers made contact with the crystalline surface, the mask flared with blinding light. Energy surged through him, reminiscent of the sensation he'd experienced when neutralizing the ice user's jutsu, but magnified 100-fold. He felt as though his entire chakra network was being rewritten, expanded, illuminated from within. Visions flooded his mind, generations of Uzumaki wielding powers that could negate, absorb, and eventually command the bloodline abilities of others. He saw the fear this power inspired, the wars it provoked, the decision to seal it away for the good of all. He saw his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, fierce and beautiful with her flowing red hair, designated as the next potential inheritor before the Nine Tails was sealed within her, making her bloodline dormant to prevent catastrophic interaction with the tailed beast's chakra. He saw himself, the unintended heir, whose unique circumstances, Uzumaki blood, Nine Tails chakra, and his father's powerful genes, had created the perfect vessel for the reawakening of what the ancients had called, the Blood Eater, the Line Breaker, the Destroyer God. When the visions faded, Naruto found himself on his knees, Kakashi and Guy hovering anxiously nearby. "Naruto! Are you alright?" Kakashi demanded, helping him to his feet. "I saw everything," Naruto managed, his voice hoarse. "My mother, the Uzumaki, this power." He looked down at his hands, which now bore faint markings like glowing circuit patterns beneath his skin. "I know what I am now. What I can do." "And what is that?" Guy asked, unusually subdued. "I'm the Bloodline Destroyer," Naruto said, the title feeling simultaneously foreign and familiar on his tongue. "The last inheritor of the Uzumaki's most guarded secret, the ability to break bloodline limits." The crystalline mask had cracked down the center, its purpose apparently fulfilled. As they watched, it crumbled into fine dust, leaving behind a small scroll sealed with the Uzumaki spiral. Naruto retrieved the scroll, breaking the seal without hesitation. Inside was a message written in an archaic hand, yet somehow perfectly comprehensible to him. To the awakened one, he read aloud. "If you read these words, then the blood of destroyers flows once more in the world. With great power comes great responsibility, and great danger. Those who fear your gift will seek to destroy you, control you, or use you as a weapon against others. Naruto paused, the weight of the words settling heavily upon him. The Destroyer's gift grants 3 powers that manifest in stages. First, the power to negate, to temporarily suppress another's bloodline through direct contact. Second, the power to absorb, to take the essence of a bloodline into yourself, gaining understanding of its nature. Third, the power to command, to use any bloodline you have absorbed, though never with the full strength of those born to it. Kakashi whistled softly. That's unprecedented. If true, it would make you potentially the most versatile shinobi in existence. There's more, Naruto continued reading. But beware, with each absorption, the burden on your chakra network grows. Attempt to hold too many bloodlines at once, and your body will burn from within as conflicting chakra natures war for dominance. Choose wisely which gifts you take, and remember that your purpose is balance, not dominion. He rolled the scroll closed, his mind racing with implications. This is why Danzo wanted me. With this ability, he could effectively control every bloodline in Konoha, through me. And why the council moved so quickly to secure you before you understood your power, Kakashi added. Once you master this ability, you'd be nearly impossible to control. Most troubling, Guy declared, folding his arms across his chest. But also most fortunate that you have discovered your heritage before those with dark intentions could exploit it. A distant explosion rocked the temple, dust filtering down from the ceiling. That would be a Soma and Kurenai's diversion, Kakashi noted. We should move quickly. Now that you have this information, what's your plan, Naruto? Naruto's eyes hardened with resolve. We take these scrolls to the Hokage. We expose Danzo and the council. And then. He looked down at the circuit-like pattern still visible beneath his skin. Then I learned to use this power the way it was meant to be used, not as a weapon, but as protection. Kakashi nodded approvingly. Then let's move. The fastest route to the Hokage Tower is, a sudden surge of hostile chakra at the temple entrance cut him off. Naruto's enhanced senses detected at least a dozen signatures, Route A and Bu, moving with coordinated precision to surround the temple. They found us, he warned, the patterns on his skin pulsing in response to the threat. How many? Kakashi asked, already reaching for a kunai. 12. No, 14. Naruto concentrated, his new abilities sharpening. One of them has a strange chakra, not normal. It feels, layered, like multiple bloodlines compressed together. Danzo himself, Kakashi concluded grimly. That confirms our suspicions about his experiments. Then we shall meet them with the full power of youth. Guy declared, dropping into a fighting stance. No, Naruto said, sudden clarity filling him. There's another way out. The Uzumaki built escape tunnels into all their structures, I saw it in the visions. He moved to a seemingly blank section of wall and channeled chakra into his palm, pressing it against the stone. A sealing array materialized, responding to his Uzumaki blood. The wall shimmered and became transparent, revealing a narrow passage beyond. This leads to the Hokage monument, Naruto explained. We can approach from above, avoiding Roots patrols. Kakashi's visible eye widened in surprise. You really did see everything. Enough to know we can't win in a direct confrontation. Not yet. Naruto's expression was uncharacteristically solemn. But once the Hokage knows the truth, Danzo won't be able to hide anymore. They slipped into the passage just as heavy footsteps echoed on the temple stairs. The hidden door sealed behind them, leaving no trace of their presence as they navigated the ancient Uzumaki escape route. Naruto led the way, guided by knowledge that felt simultaneously new and ancient, as if he'd always known these passages but had only now remembered them. The tunnels twisted through the bedrock beneath Konoha, periodically marked with faded Uzumaki seals that glowed faintly at his approach. How long has this network existed? Kakashi wondered aloud as they hurried through the darkness. Since before the village's founding, Naruto replied with certainty. The Uzumaki helped design Konoha's infrastructure. They created these passages as a precaution, in case their allies ever turned against them. A wise but unfortunate foresight, Guy commented. The tunnel gradually sloped upward, eventually terminating at what appeared to be a dead end. Naruto placed his palm against it, channeling chakra once more. The stone became transparent, revealing that they had indeed reached the interior of Hokage Mountain, directly behind the carved face of the third Hokage. There's an access panel in the left eye, Naruto explained, pointing to a faint outline. It leads to the Hokage's private study. Remarkable, Kakashi murmured. Even as ANBU captain, I never knew of this entrance. That was the point. Naruto pressed his hand to the final seal, causing a section of stone to slide away silently. Only Uzumaki blood can open these passages. They emerged into a small, book-lined room accessible only from the Hokage's main office. Through a partially open door, they could see the Hokage himself, seated at his desk reviewing documents, apparently alone. Kakashi held up a hand, signaling caution. He performed a series of hand signs, a detection jutsu to ensure they weren't walking into a trap. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. It's really him, and he's alone. They stepped through the doorway, causing the elderly Hokage to look up in surprise, his pipe nearly falling from his lips. Kakashi. Naruto. Guy. He quickly recovered his composure, rising from his chair. The entire village is searching for you. Danzo claims you've committed treason. Hokage-sama, Kakashi began formally, we've uncovered evidence of serious crimes committed by Danzo Shimura and the council elders against Konoha and its citizens. The Hokage's expression grew grave as he gestured for them to continue. Show me. Naruto stepped forward, placing the stolen scrolls on the desk alongside the Uzumaki message. As the Hokage examined them, his face progressively darkened with anger and dismay. I suspected Danzo of operating beyond my authority, he finally said, his voice tight with controlled rage, but this exceeds even my worst fears. There's more, Naruto added, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the circuit-like pattern still visible on his skin. I've awakened an Uzumaki bloodline ability. That's what Danzo was after. Briefly, he explained what had happened during the mission and what he had learned at the temple. The Hokage listened without interruption, though his eyes widened at the revelation of the Bloodline Destroyer power. This explains much, he said when Naruto finished. Including why Danzo has been so interested in you since birth, beyond your status as a Jinchuriki. He sighed heavily. I believed I was protecting you by keeping your heritage secret. Instead, I may have made you more vulnerable. What happens now? Naruto asked. Danzo knows I've discovered my ability. He won't stop coming after me. The Hokage's expression hardened with resolve. Now, I call an emergency session of the full council and the clan heads. With this evidence, even Danzo's political allies will have no choice but to. The building shuddered as an explosion rocked the plaza below. Alarms immediately began to sound throughout the tower. The Hokage moved swiftly to the window, Kakashi and Guy flanking him protectively. In the square below, Root ANBU were engaged in combat with regular ANBU forces. At the center of the chaos stood Danzo, his normally concealed right arm exposed, revealing what appeared to be multiple Sharingan eyes embedded in the flesh. He's made his move, the Hokage stated grimly. He believes we have the evidence and is attempting a coup rather than face justice. Those eyes, Kakashi breathed, horrified. He's been harvesting Uchiha Sharingan. Naruto joined them at the window, his enhanced senses immediately detecting the unnatural chakra emanating from Danzo's modified arm. It's worse than that. I can feel other bloodlines mixed with the Sharingan, would release, something like the Hyuga's Byakugan, and others I don't recognize. The final proof of his crimes, the Hokage said, reaching for his battle gear. He's been experimenting with combining bloodlines, likely using children as test subjects. Rage unlike anything Naruto had ever experienced surged through him. Children like him, orphaned or vulnerable, experimented on to satisfy one man's lust for power. The circuit patterns on his skin flared brightly, responding to his emotions. "I'm going to stop him," Naruto declared, moving toward the door. "Naruto, wait." Kakashi grabbed his shoulder. "Danzo is far too dangerous, even with your new abilities. You haven't had time to master." "I don't need to master it," Naruto interrupted, a plan forming in his mind. "I just need to touch him. One touch, and all those stolen bloodlines will be neutralized." The Hokage and Jonin exchanged glances. "It could work," Guy admitted. "If the boy can disable Danzo's stolen powers, we could subdue him conventionally." "It's still too dangerous," the Hokage objected. "Naruto is the only one who can do this," Naruto finished firmly. "Those are my clansmen's eyes he's desecrated. My friends he's threatened. My village he's betraying." His blue eyes burned with determination. "I'm a shinobi of Konoha. Let me protect my home." Something in his voice, a newfound maturity born from the day's revelations, seemed to reach the Hokage. The elderly leader studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. "Very well. But you will not face him alone." He turned to the Jonin. "Kakashi, Guy, you will provide support and extraction if needed. Your primary mission is Naruto's safety." "Understood, Hokage-sama," they replied in unison. "I will mobilize the loyal Anbu and Jonin to contain the situation and protect the civilians." The Hokage donned his battle helmet. "Naruto, be careful. Your mother would never forgive me if I lost you the same day you discovered her legacy." Naruto's throat tightened at the mention of his mother. "I'll make her proud," he promised. Together, they moved to confront the man who had threatened everything Naruto had only just begun to understand: his heritage, his future, and the village he had sworn to protect. The plaza before the Hokage Tower had become a battlefield. Rude Anbu clashed with loyal Konoha forces, while civilians fled the growing destruction. In the center of the chaos stood Danzo Shimura, his normally concealed arm fully exposed to reveal its grotesque modifications, multiple Sharingan eyes embedded in the flesh, alongside what appeared to be cells and tissues from other bloodline users. From their position on the tower's roof, Naruto, Kakashi, and Guy surveyed the situation. "He's removed the bandages from his eye as well," Kakashi observed grimly. "That's another Sharingan, likely Uchiha Shirsui's, based on the pattern. How do we get close enough for Naruto to touch him?" Guy asked, eyeing the root operatives surrounding their leader. Naruto concentrated, allowing his enhanced senses to map the chakra flows across the battlefield. "He's powerful, but unstable. Those transplanted bloodlines aren't fully integrated with his chakra network. They're fighting each other. Can you exploit that?" Kakashi asked. "Maybe." Naruto formed the familiar cross sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of clones appeared, immediately dispersing across the rooftops surrounding the plaza. Each one would serve as both distraction and sensor, feeding information back to Naruto about Danzo's movements and vulnerabilities. "I need to get closer," Naruto decided. "I can't fully analyze his chakra from here." Before the Jonin could object, he leapt to a lower level, then to a protruding flag pole, using it to swing down to a balcony overlooking the plaza. His clones mimicked the movement from different directions, creating the impression that he was attacking from all sides. Danzo spotted him immediately, his stolen Sharingan eyes tracking the real Naruto despite the clone distractions. "The Jinchuriki," he called out, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "Surrender yourself and the stolen documents, and I may allow your co-conspirators to live. The only thief here is you, Danzo." Naruto shouted back. "I know what you've been doing, harvesting bloodlines, experimenting on children, betraying Konoha. Foolish boy. Everything I've done has been for Konoha's benefit." Danzo raised his monstrous arm. "The village requires strength to survive in this world of shinobi. Sentiment and morality are luxuries we cannot afford. Is that how you justify butchering the Uchiha? Stealing their eyes? Experimenting on children? The surrounding battles quieted as shinobi from both sides paused to listen, many hearing these accusations for the first time. Sacrifices are necessary for progress, Danzo replied coldly. The Uchiha plotted rebellion. The children serve a greater purpose as vessels for power. You yourself are the result of such thinking, a Jinchuriki created as a weapon. The difference, came the Hokage's voice as he appeared atop the tower, is that Naruto was given choice and humanity. You would strip both from him and all those under your control. Murmurs spread through the ranks of root operatives. Some looked uncertain, glancing between their leader and the Hokage. Enough talk, Danzo snapped, forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum blast. A devastating wave of compressed air tore across the plaza toward Naruto. He leapt clear, but several of his clones were destroyed instantly. The attack continued into the building behind him, shearing through stone and steel with frightening ease. He's trying to provoke you into using the Ninetales chakra, Kakashi called from a nearby position. Stay focused on your own power. Naruto nodded, concentrating on the strange circuit patterns still visible on his skin. They pulsed with energy, responding to his will. He directed his remaining clones to circle Danzo, observing the corrupted chakra flow of the stolen bloodlines. Each approach was met with devastating techniques, fire jutsu, wind attacks, and genjutsu cast through the stolen Sharingan. But with each exchange, Naruto learned more about the weaknesses in Danzo's composite abilities. The eyes aren't working together, he realized. They're competing for chakra, creating blind spots in his defense. Testing his theory, Naruto sent clones attacking from specific angles, confirming that certain approaches caused Danzo's reaction time to lag. The pattern became clear: when using abilities from one stolen bloodline, the others temporarily weakened. It was time to make his move. Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, he called. I need a diversion. When I give the signal, hit him with everything you've got. The Jonin nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto created another wave of shadow clones, but this time with a difference: each one maintained a transformation jutsu, appearing as Kakashi, Gai, or the Hokage. The diversionary force attacked from all sides, forcing Danzo to constantly shift his attention and defenses. Meanwhile, the real Naruto circled behind, suppressing his chakra signature as Kakashi had taught him during stealth training. He waited for the perfect moment, when Danzo was fully engaged with multiple threats. Now! Naruto shouted. Kakashi immediately unleashed his lightning blade while Gai opened the first of the 8 gates, their combined assault forcing Danzo to activate multiple Sharingan simultaneously to evade. Just as Naruto had predicted, the competing chakra demands created a momentary imbalance in his defenses. Naruto struck, launching himself directly at Danzo's exposed back. The elder sensed him at the last second, beginning to turn, but too late. Naruto's palm connected with the corrupted arm, directly touching the implanted Sharingan. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The circuit patterns on Naruto's skin flared blindingly bright as his destroyer ability activated. Chakra visibly transferred between them, a multicolored flow of energy as the stolen bloodlines were temporarily neutralized. Danzo screamed in rage and pain, the Sharingan in his arm and face dulling from bright red to lifeless black. He staggered backward, suddenly vulnerable without his stolen powers. What have you done? He howled, attempting to form hand seals only to find his chakra network disrupted. I've taken back what you stole, Naruto answered, the patterns on his skin still glowing with absorbed power. Those bloodlines were never yours to use. The effect wouldn't be permanent, not without Naruto mastering the second stage of his ability, but it had created the opening they needed. Root operatives, seeing their seemingly invincible leader suddenly powerless, began to waver in their resolve. The Hokage seized the moment, appearing beside Danzo in a blur of movement. Danzo Shimura, you are hereby relieved of all duties and authorities within Konoha. Surrender now. Never, Danzo spat, reaching for a concealed weapon. I am Konoha's true protector. Without me, his words cut off as Kakashi appeared behind him, restraining his arms with specialized sealing cuffs. Without you, perhaps we can remember what we're actually protecting. Desperate and cornered, Danzo made one final, terrible choice. With his remaining functioning hand, he formed a partial seal. Black markings spread across his body, a dead man's switch jutsu designed to destroy all evidence of his crimes. If I fall, I take these powers with me, he snarled. You'll never learn my techniques now. No. Naruto lunged forward instinctively, his hand connecting with Danzo's chest. Something unexpected happened. Instead of simply neutralizing the self-destruction jutsu, Naruto's destroyer ability seemed to interface with it, redirecting its purpose. The black markings transferred from Danzo to Naruto's circuit patterns, being absorbed rather than triggering. Danzo's eyes widened in shocked disbelief. Impossible. That seal should have destroyed the evidence, Naruto finished, understanding flowing into him along with the absorbed jutsu. Instead, it's preserved in me. Every technique, every crime, every name of every child you experimented on. The realization that his contingency had failed seemed to break something in Danzo. The fight drained from him as Anbu loyal to the Hokage surrounded him, securing him with additional restraints. Take him to the special containment facility, the Hokage ordered. Full suppression protocols. As Danzo was led away, his remaining root operatives either surrendered or fled, their commander's defeat shattering their resolve. The battle for Konoha was over almost as quickly as it had begun. Naruto swayed slightly, the strain of his ability's first major use catching up with him. Kakashi steadied him with a supportive hand. Are you alright? Yeah, Naruto managed, though the circuit patterns on his skin were now pulsing erratically. It's a lot to process. All those bloodlines he stole, I can feel echoes of them, like whispers. Will they remain within you? Guy asked cautiously. No, Naruto shook his head. This was just the negation stage. I didn't fully absorb anything. He looked at his hands as the patterns slowly faded. But I understand them now. The Sharingan would release, the other abilities he took, I know how they work, their strengths and weaknesses. The Hokage approached them, his battle armor now dusty from the conflict but his expression relieved. You've done Konoha a great service today, Naruto. Your parents would be proud. Parents? Naruto's head snapped up. You knew my father too? The Hokage's expression softened. Yes. And it's time you knew as well. He glanced around at the damaged plaza. But perhaps someplace more private. The aftermath of what would become known as Danzo's rebellion unfolded rapidly. With the evidence Naruto and Kakashi had secured, combined with the physical proof of the modified arm, the remaining council elders were also implicated and placed under house arrest pending full investigation. Records recovered from Root's hidden facilities revealed the full extent of the bloodline harvesting program. Dozens of children from various clans had been abducted over the years, their abilities extracted through experimental procedures before their deaths were disguised as mission casualties or illnesses. 3 days after the confrontation, Naruto stood before the assembled clan heads in the Hokage's office. He had spent much of that time in meditation, coming to terms with his heritage and his newly awakened power. The circuit-like patterns had faded from visibility but remained dormant beneath his skin, ready to emerge when needed. The Bloodline Destroyer ability is unique in shinobi history, the Hokage was explaining to the gathered leaders. Unlike other Kekkai Genkai that create new elemental combinations or dojutsu that enhance perception, this ability interacts with bloodlines themselves. And you intend to entrust this power to a 12-year-old genin? Hyuga Hayashi asked skeptically. The power chose him, Kakashi replied from his position against the wall. It responds to Uzumaki blood and awakens only in those it deems worthy. Besides, added Nara Shikaku with his characteristic drawl, would you prefer we follow Danzo's example and try to extract it for ourselves? Hayashi frowned but said nothing further. Naruto has demonstrated both the skill to wield this ability and the wisdom to understand its implications, the Hokage continued. With proper training, he can become an asset not just to Konoha, but to the stability of the shinobi world. What does the boy himself say? Asked Akimichi Choza, looking directly at Naruto. It's his birthright, after all. All eyes turned to Naruto, who straightened under their collective gaze. The old Naruto might have shouted something about becoming Hokage or proving himself. But the events of the past few days had changed him in ways even he was still discovering. The Uzumaki scroll called this power the Destroyer's gift, he said carefully. But I don't want to destroy anything except the idea that bloodlines make some shinobi more valuable than others. This ability doesn't exist to take powers away permanently, it exists to create balance. He met each clan leader's gaze in turn. I won't use it against anyone in Konoha unless they're threatening others. I won't try to collect bloodlines like trophies. And I definitely won't let anyone else try to extract or copy this ability for their own purposes. Inuzuka Tsum barked a laugh. Kid's got spine, I'll give him that. A most youthful declaration. Guy exclaimed from beside Kakashi. Yamanaka Inoichi leaned forward. And what of those outside Konoha who will inevitably come for you once word of this ability spreads? Let them come, Naruto said simply. I'm a shinobi of Konoha. Protecting my village is what I do. The Hokage smiled proudly. Well said. He turned to the assembled clan leaders. I propose we establish a special training regimen for Naruto to develop his ability under controlled conditions. Each clan with a bloodline may designate a volunteer to assist in understanding how the Destroyer ability interacts with different Kekkei Genkai. The Hyuga will participate, Hayashi stated unexpectedly. When others looked at him in surprise, he added, knowledge is preferable to uncertainty. And if this power exists, better we understand its limits. One by one, the other clan heads agreed, though some more reluctantly than others. By the end of the meeting, a framework had been established for Naruto's continued development, both as a shinobi and as the inheritor of the Uzumaki legacy. As the clan leaders filed out, the Hokage gestured for Naruto to remain behind. When they were alone save for Kakashi, the elderly leader removed his hat and set it on his desk. There's something else you should know, Naruto. Something I promised to tell you about your father. Naruto's heart raced. After learning about his mother and the Uzumaki, he had almost forgotten the Hokage's promise to reveal his paternal heritage as well. Your father was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. The words hit Naruto like a physical blow. He had grown up staring at the fourth's face on the monument, admiring the hero who had saved the village from the Ninetales, who had sealed that same beast inside Naruto. The fourth was, my father, he whispered. Yes. He and your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, died protecting you and the village during the Ninetales attack. Their final wish was for you to be seen as a hero. A wish that was not honored, Kakashi added quietly. To our shame. Why didn't anyone tell me? Naruto asked, emotions warring within him, pride, confusion, anger, loss. Minato had many enemies, especially in Iwa after the last war, the Hokage explained. We feared they would target his son for revenge. As you grew older, the deception became a habit, one I now regret. Naruto absorbed this revelation, connecting it with everything else he had learned. So I'm the son of the fourth Hokage and an Uzumaki with a rare bloodline, and I contain the Ninetales. An extraordinary combination, the Hokage agreed. One that likely contributed to your ability awakening now, when these various aspects of your heritage have matured enough to interact. Danzo suspected, didn't he? That's why he was so interested in me from the beginning. Yes. He always had an uncanny ability to see potential power. It's what made him both valuable and dangerous to Konoha. Naruto stared out the window at the Hokage monument, seeing the fourth's face with new eyes. His father had given everything to protect Konoha, his life, his wife, even his reputation when the village turned against his son. "I'm going to make them both proud," Naruto declared, a new resolve hardening within him. "I'll use this power the way it was meant to be used, not to destroy, but to protect." The Hokage placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "I believe you will, Naruto. In fact, you already have." As Naruto left the office, stepping into the sunlight of a Konoha forever changed by the events of the past few days, he felt something he had rarely experienced before, a sense of belonging, of purpose beyond simply proving himself to others. He was Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and inheritor of the Bloodline Destroyer God power. But more importantly, he was a shinobi of Konoha who had found his true path. And he would walk it with pride. Chapter 2, The Reckoning. 1 week after Danzo's failed coup, Naruto stood in Training Ground 7, facing Hinata Hyuga across a circle marked with intricate sealing formulas. Dawn light filtered through the surrounding trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. "Are you sure about this?" Naruto asked, the circuit-like patterns already beginning to glow beneath his skin. "Your father might not approve." Hinata's pale eyes met his with uncharacteristic determination. "My father approved my participation officially. What he doesn't approve of is irrelevant." The statement surprised Naruto. The shy, timid girl from the academy had been gradually replaced by someone more resolute since the revelation of his abilities. She was still soft-spoken, still kind, but a core of steel had emerged. "All right," he nodded. "Remember, I'm just trying to sense the nature of your Byakugan, not activate the second stage of my ability." Kakashi observed from the edge of the training circle, Sharingan exposed to monitor the chakra exchange. "Proceed whenever you're ready. I'll intervene if necessary." Naruto closed his eyes, centering himself as he had practiced. The Bloodline Destroyer power responded differently to conscious control than it had to his initial instinctive use. When he opened his eyes again, his vision had shifted, chakra networks became visible, especially the distinctive pathways of Hinata's Byakugan. "Your eyes are amazing," he murmured, stepping closer. "The chakra coils are so intricate around your optical nerves." A blush colored Hinata's cheeks, but she maintained her composure. "Can you sense how it functions?" "I think so." Naruto extended his hand. "May I?" Hinata nodded, the slight tremor in her movement betraying her nervousness. Gently, Naruto placed his palm against her temple, careful to regulate his ability's intensity. The connection formed immediately, a bridge of chakra flowing between them. Naruto felt the essence of the Byakugan respond to his touch, its secrets unfolding in his awareness like a flower opening to sunlight. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "Your bloodline doesn't just see chakra, it communicates with it, interprets its meaning." Hinata's eyes widened. "I've never heard it described that way before." "That's because most Hyuga are taught to use the Byakugan as a tool," came a voice from beyond the circle. "Not to understand its true nature." They turned to find Niji Hyuga watching them with a complex expression, part fascination, part wariness. How long he had been observing their session, Naruto couldn't tell. "Niji nii-san," Hinata acknowledged, her formality revealing the strain in their relationship. "Hyuga-san," Kakashi greeted cautiously. "This is a closed training session." "So I see." Niji's gaze lingered on Naruto's hand, still connected to Hinata's temple, the glowing patterns visible beneath his skin. "The clan elders are concerned about what exactly transpires during these sessions." Naruto carefully broke the connection, the circuit patterns fading as he lowered his hand. "I'm not taking anything from Hinata. Just learning. And that's precisely what concerns them." Niji stepped closer, his own Byakugan activating. "Knowledge of our bloodline in the hands of someone who could potentially neutralize it." "Niji nii-san, please," Hinata implored. "Naruto-kun isn't a threat to our clan. Perhaps not intentionally." Niji's expression remained impassive. "But intentions matter less than capabilities. A tense silence fell over the clearing. Naruto could sense Kakashi shifting slightly, preparing to intervene if necessary. The Jonin had been walking a difficult line since Danzo's fall, officially supporting the Hokage's decision regarding Naruto's training while navigating the political aftermath that had left many in Konoha uncertain and afraid. "You're right to be cautious," Naruto finally said, surprising everyone. "If I were in your position, I'd be worried too." Niji's eyes narrowed slightly. "You admit it?" "I admit that power always comes with risk." Naruto met the prodigy's gaze steadily. "That's why I'm training to control this ability, not just use it." "And if you lose that control? If you decide the Hyuga bloodline would serve you better than us?" "Then I'd be no better than Danzo," Naruto replied simply. "And I'd deserve whatever happened next." Something in his honesty seemed to reach Niji. The Hyuga prodigy studied him for a long moment before offering a slight nod. "Hinata-sama," he said, turning to his cousin, "the main house expects your return for midday training." "I was sent to remind you." The implicit acceptance of their session continuing until then was not lost on anyone. As Niji turned to leave, he paused. "Uzumaki, my eyes see many things. Including that your chakra network has changed significantly since the academy. Whatever this power is doing to you, be careful it doesn't change who you are as well." With that cryptic warning, he departed, leaving an unsettled atmosphere in his wake. "Well," Kakashi remarked dryly, "that was less confrontational than expected." "He's afraid," Hinata said softly. "Not just of your ability, Naruto-kun, but of change itself. Our clan has existed unchanged for generations." Naruto gazed in the direction Niji had gone, considering his words. "He's not wrong to be worried. Every time I use this ability, I feel something shift inside me. Like my chakra is evolving. That's why these controlled sessions are important," Kakashi reminded him. "Better to discover any side effects now than in the field." Hinata hesitated before speaking again. "Naruto-kun, there's something else. Something I overheard my father discussing with the elders." Both Naruto and Kakashi turned to her with sudden attention. They believed that Danzo couldn't have operated alone for so long. That despite his arrest and the council elders being under house arrest. She took a deep breath. That his network remains active within Konoha. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. Did they mention specific concerns? Only that certain classified documents were missing from the seized root facilities. And that someone has been accessing the sealed records of Danzo's research. Naruto felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "You think someone is continuing his work?" "I don't know," Hinata admitted. "But my father seemed genuinely worried, enough to increase security around the Hyuga compound and assign additional guards to the branch family children." "I'll inform the Hokage," Kakashi said. "This aligns with some intelligence Anbu has gathered." He fixed Naruto with a serious look. "Until we know more, be extra vigilant. Especially around people you don't know well." "I will." Naruto glanced at the sun, now climbing higher in the sky. "We should finish our session before Hinata has to return." As they resumed training, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that Danzo's fall had been just the beginning of a larger conflict, one that would test not just his new abilities, but his understanding of what it meant to possess power that others feared. 3 days later, Naruto found himself in an unexpected location, the Nara clan forest, seated across from Shikamaru on a wooden platform elevated among the trees. A shogi board lay between them, the pieces arranged in a complex configuration that made Naruto's head hurt just looking at it. "Remind me again why we're playing this instead of training?" he asked, scratching his head in confusion. "We are training," Shikamaru replied, moving a piece with lazy precision. "Just not with kunai or jutsu. I don't see how a board game helps me control my bloodline ability." Shikamaru sighed, the sound somehow conveying both exasperation and patience. "Your power isn't just physical, it's strategic. You can temporarily negate someone's bloodline or potentially absorb it, but knowing when and why to do so is more important than simply being able to. Kakashi-sensei put you up to this, didn't he? A slight smile. He mentioned you were having trouble with the tactical applications. Said you were too focused on what your ability could do rather than when you should use it. Naruto grudgingly moved a piece, only to have Shikamaru capture it immediately. He groaned in frustration. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Shikamaru pointed out. You moved because you could, not because you should. Just like you might negate someone's bloodline simply because the opportunity presents itself, without considering the consequences. What consequences? Isn't stopping an enemy's special ability always good? Not necessarily. Shikamaru rearranged the pieces to a new configuration. Let's say this piece represents someone with a defensive bloodline ability that you've negated. Now they can't protect themselves, or perhaps others depending on their protection. He moved several pieces to surround the now vulnerable piece. You've removed their defense, but in doing so, you've potentially endangered bystanders who might have been protected by that ability. Strategy isn't just about neutralizing your opponent's strengths, it's about understanding the entire battlefield. Naruto stared at the board with new consideration. He hadn't thought about his ability that way before, as something that could cause collateral damage even when used against enemies. There's more, Shikamaru continued, setting up another scenario. What happens when you absorb a bloodline with a known weakness? You gain a new ability, but potentially a new vulnerability as well. I hadn't considered that, Naruto admitted. The Uzumaki scroll warned about trying to hold too many bloodlines at once, but not about inheriting their weaknesses. Every power has a cost. Shikamaru leaned back, watching clouds drift overhead through gaps in the canopy. The stronger the power, the higher the price. That's why the truly dangerous people aren't those with the most abilities, but those who know exactly when and how to use the abilities they have. They continued playing, with Shikamaru patiently explaining how each move related to potential applications of Naruto's unique power. By the time they finished their third game, all losses for Naruto, though the margins grew narrower, the sun was high overhead. There's something else I wanted to discuss, Shikamaru said as they packed up the board. Something troublesome. What is it? The upcoming Chunin exams. They're still scheduled to proceed in 3 weeks, despite everything that's happened with Danzo and the council. Naruto nodded. The Hokage mentioned maintaining normal operations to project stability. That's the official reason. Shikamaru's voice lowered. Unofficially, my father believes it's because postponing would show weakness to the other villages, especially with delegates from Suna, Kyumo, and even IWA attending. Politics, Naruto groaned. Exactly. But here's where it gets complicated for you specifically. Shikamaru fixed him with an unusually serious gaze. Everyone will be watching you. Not just as a Jinchuriki, but as the wielder of a previously unknown bloodline ability that could potentially counter any other Kekkei Genkai. The implications sank in. You think someone might try to test me during the exams? I think you'd be naive to believe otherwise. Shikamaru stood, brushing off his pants. The question is, how will you handle that attention? Will you display your full abilities, or keep some aspects hidden? Will you actively use your power against competitors, or save it for emergencies? These were precisely the strategic questions Kakashi had been pressing him to consider. Naruto now understood why his sensei had arranged this meeting with Shikamaru. What would you do? He asked. Probably fake an injury and withdraw before the troublesome parts, Shikamaru replied with a half-smile. But you're not me. You need to decide what serves your goals best. My goals? Protection, right? That's what you told the clan heads. Shikamaru gazed into the forest thoughtfully. The question is, what exactly are you protecting? Konoha as a whole? Specific people? The balance of power among bloodlines? Yourself? As they descended from the platform, Naruto pondered these questions. His initial instinct, to declare that he protected everyone, now seemed insufficient. The past weeks had taught him that protection sometimes required difficult choices. "Shikamaru," he said as they reached the edge of the Nara forest, "do you think your dad would mind if we did this again? The shogi training, I mean." A genuine smile crossed the Nara heir's face. "I think he'd be surprisingly okay with it. Though fair warning, he'll make me look like a beginner." "Great. More humiliating losses to look forward to." They parted ways, Naruto heading toward the village center with a mind full of strategic considerations that had never occurred to him before. The weight of his power, and the responsibility that came with it, felt heavier than ever. Evening found Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen, seeking comfort in the familiar atmosphere and his favorite food. The day's training sessions, physical with Kakashi, strategic with Shikamaru, and a brief medical assessment with Tsunade, who had returned to the village at the Hokage's request, had left him mentally and physically drained. "You look like you've been through the ringer, kid," Tsuchi observed as he placed a steaming bowl before Naruto. "Training that hard?" "Something like that," Naruto replied, breaking apart his chopsticks. "Everything's changed so fast. That's growing up for you." The ramen chef leaned on the counter. "One day you're worried about academy tests, the next you're dealing with village politics and secret powers." Naruto nearly choked on his noodles. "You know about that?" Tsuchi chuckled. "Kid, I've been serving ramen in this village for 30 years. Not much happens that I don't hear about eventually. Besides," he added more quietly, "I knew your mother. Kushina was one of my first customers when I opened this stand." "You knew my mom?" Naruto's eyes widened, his ramen momentarily forgotten. "Sure did. Red hair, big appetite, bigger personality." Tsuchi smiled at the memory. "She could put away more bowls than you, if you can believe it." "What was she like?" "Really like, I mean." Tsuchi glanced around to ensure no other customers were within earshot. "Fierce. Loyal. Wouldn't take nonsense from anyone. But also incredibly kind to those who needed it." He polished a bowl as he spoke. "There were rumors about her special chakra, though nothing specific like what they're saying about you. Mostly that she had unusual abilities even for an Uzumaki." "The Destroyer's gift," Naruto murmured. "Is that what they're calling it? Sounds ominous." Tsuchi shook his head. "But knowing Kushina, she would have used any power she had to protect those important to her." "Sounds like you're following in her footsteps." The simple acknowledgement from someone who had known his mother touched Naruto deeply. He had been given official information about his parents, but these personal recollections were precious in a different way. "Thanks, old man," he said sincerely. "Don't mention it. Now eat up before it gets cold." Naruto had just finished his second bowl when he sensed a familiar chakra signature approaching the stand. The curtain parted to reveal Sasuke, whose dark eyes immediately found Naruto. "Dope," he acknowledged with his customary terseness. "Training ground 3. Tomorrow at dawn. Is that an invitation or an order?" Naruto asked, surprised by his teammate's sudden appearance. "Neither. It's a challenge." Sasuke's expression remained impassive, but intensity radiated from him. "I want to see this new ability of yours firsthand." The request caught Naruto off guard. Since Danzo's fall, Sasuke had been conspicuously absent from team training sessions, reportedly engaged in specialized instruction with another jonin. Rumors suggested the last Uchiha had been deeply affected by the discovery of Danzo's collection of stolen Sharingan eyes. "I don't think that's a good idea," Naruto said carefully. "My ability specifically targets bloodlines like your Sharingan." "Exactly." Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. "I need to know if I have a counter for it." "It's not about winning or losing, isn't it?" Sasuke cut him off. "Danzo may be gone, but his ideology isn't. There will always be those who seek power through bloodlines, mine, yours, anyone's. I need to know what I'm up against." The underlying vulnerability in Sasuke's demand was so uncharacteristic that Naruto found himself nodding before he had fully considered the implications. Fine. But Kakashi-sensei has to be there to supervise. Already arranged. Sasuke turned to leave, then paused. And Naruto? Don't hold back. I won't. After he departed, Tsuchi let out a low whistle. That boy carries a heavy burden. We all do, Naruto replied, paying for his meal. Just different kinds. As he walked home through Konoha's evening streets, Naruto found himself increasingly aware of the looks directed his way, some curious, some wary, a few openly hostile. Word of his ability had spread through the village despite attempts to keep the details classified. People feared what they didn't understand, and a power that could potentially neutralize the prestigious bloodlines that defined Konoha's clan structure was naturally unsettling. He was so preoccupied with these thoughts that he almost missed the shadow detaching itself from an alley to fall into step beside him. Naruto Uzumaki, a soft voice addressed him. Apologies for the unusual approach. Naruto tensed, the circuit patterns beneath his skin flaring to life automatically as his senses detected an unfamiliar chakra signature, unusual, layered, and somehow artificial. Who are you? He demanded, dropping into a defensive stance. The figure stepped into the light of a street lamp, revealing a young man perhaps 5 years Naruto's senior. He had dark hair styled simply, pale skin, and eyes that held no emotion whatsoever. His clothing was nondescript, but the way he moved screamed shinobi to Naruto's trained senses. My name is Sai, the stranger replied with a smile that never reached his eyes. I have a message for you from someone who shares our concern about Danzo's legacy. If you have a message, you can deliver it through official channels. To the Hokage. This particular message would not survive official channels. Sai produced a small scroll from his sleeve, offering it with that same empty smile. It concerns a facility that wasn't listed in any of the root documents you recovered. Despite his suspicion, Naruto's curiosity was piqued. What kind of facility? One where special research continues, despite Danzo's arrest. Sai's voice remained perfectly neutral, as if discussing the weather rather than potentially treasonous activities. Research involving children with bloodline abilities. A cold feeling settled in Naruto's stomach. Why bring this to me instead of the Hokage? Because the facility's security includes several high-ranking officials who report directly to the Hokage. The information would be suppressed before reaching him. And why should I trust you? For all I know, you're still working for Danzo. Something flickered briefly across Sai's expressionless face, so quickly that Naruto almost missed it. Pain, perhaps. Or recognition. I have my reasons for opposing what happens there. Sai placed the scroll on a nearby bench. Investigate or don't. The choice is yours. But know that every day you delay, more children suffer. Before Naruto could respond, Sai made a single hand sign and dissolved into what appeared to be animated ink, leaving behind only the mysterious scroll. Naruto hesitated, eyeing the scroll warily. This could easily be a trap designed to lure him away from the village's protection. Yet if there was any truth to Sai's claims. He created a shadow clone. Go find Kakashi-sensei, he instructed it. Tell him what happened and where I'm heading. And where are we heading? The clone asked. Naruto carefully picked up the scroll. To get a second opinion. Someone who can verify if this information is legitimate. Shikamaru? No. Someone with better insight into Root's operations. The clone's eyes widened in understanding before it nodded and bounded away toward Kakashi's apartment. Naruto, meanwhile, changed direction toward the specialized containment facility at the edge of the Intelligence Division's headquarters. He had questions only one person could answer, the man who had started all this. Danzo Shimura. The high-security wing of Konoha's Intelligence Division was not a place genin typically had access to, regardless of their special status. Naruto knew this even as he approached the checkpoint, the mysterious scroll secured in his inner pocket. State your business, the ANBU guard demanded, his mask concealing any recognition. I need to speak with prisoner Shimura Danzo, Naruto stated directly. By authority of the special dispensation granted by the Hokage regarding my bloodline training. The ANBU exchanged glances with his partner. No visitors are authorized for that prisoner without explicit orders. Then contact Ibiki-san, Naruto persisted. Tell him it's regarding continued route operations. He could sense their hesitation, the name, route, still carried weight even weeks after Danzo's failed coup. Finally, one ANBU departed, presumably to consult with Marino Ibiki, the head of Konoha's torture and interrogation force. 10 minutes of uncomfortable silence later, the door behind the remaining guard opened to reveal Ibiki himself, his scarred face set in its perpetual stern expression. Uzumaki, he acknowledged. This is highly irregular. I wouldn't be here without good reason, Naruto replied, meeting the intimidating man's gaze steadily. Ibiki studied him for a moment. The Hokage has indeed granted you certain flexibility in your investigations. Though I doubt he anticipated you'd use it to visit our highest security prisoner. Something has come to my attention that only Danzo might be able to verify. Naruto produced the scroll, careful not to open it. Information about a facility not included in the seized route documents. The interrogation specialist's eyes narrowed. Where did you get this? Someone calling himself Sai. Former route, I'm guessing, based on his behavior and chakra signature. Interesting. Ibiki took the scroll, examining it with experienced eyes before returning it. No visible traps or seals. But Danzo's conditioning runs deep in his operatives. Even those who seem to have broken free often serve his purposes unknowingly. That's why I need to gauge his reaction to this information. To see if it's legitimate or if I'm being manipulated. A ghost of a smile crossed Ibiki's scarred face. Using an interrogator's tactics. Perhaps you have potential in my department, Uzumaki. He gestured toward the inner door. You have 15 minutes. 2 ANBU will remain in the room. Do not approach within 2 meters of the prisoner, and do not reveal any sensitive information about village security or your abilities. Understood. The cell they led him to was unlike anything Naruto had imagined. Instead of the dark, dank dungeon he expected, it was a well-lit, sparse but clean room. Danzo sat in a chair at its center, bound not by visible restraints but by an intricate sealing array inscribed on the floor around him. His modified arm had been removed entirely, the empty sleeve pinned up, and a specialized eye patch covered his stolen Sharingan. Despite his reduced circumstances, Danzo's posture remained proud, almost regal. His remaining eye fixed on Naruto the moment he entered. The Jinchuriki, he observed, his voice steady despite weeks of interrogation. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? Naruto took a moment to study the fallen elder. Though physically diminished, Danzo still emanated the dangerous intelligence that had made him such a formidable adversary. A question about your operations, Naruto replied, maintaining the distance Ibiki had specified. Specifically, about facilities not listed in the documents we recovered. Danzo's expression revealed nothing. My cooperation with interrogation has been complete. As painful as it is to see my life's work dismantled by those who lack vision. Then you won't mind confirming whether this location exists. Naruto unrolled the scroll partially, just enough to reveal a map with coordinates but not the accompanying text. A research facility specializing in bloodline extraction and experimentation. For just an instant, so brief Naruto would have missed it without his enhanced senses, Danzo's chakra fluctuated with surprise. I established many facilities during my service to Konoha, he replied smoothly. Without more specific information, I cannot confirm or deny this particular one. It's reportedly still active, Naruto pressed. Despite your arrest. This time, the reaction was unmistakable, a sharp spike in Danzo's chakra followed by a calculated stillness. Impossible, he stated flatly. All my operations were dependent on my direct authority. Unless you had a successor. Someone trained to continue your work if you were compromised. Danzo's eye narrowed slightly. An interesting theory. Tell me, who provided you with this information? One of my former subordinates, perhaps. Someone claiming to have had a change of heart. Does it matter? More than you know. Danzo leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping despite the watching Anbu. Consider this, Jinchuriki. If such a facility exists and operates without my control, who benefits from sending you to investigate it? What agenda might they be advancing? The question gave Naruto pause. He had been so focused on determining whether Sai's information was legitimate that he hadn't considered deeper motives. You're suggesting it's a trap, he concluded. I'm suggesting that in the world of shinobi, nothing is ever as straightforward as it appears. A ghost of his former authority entered Danzo's voice. Even righteousness can be weaponized by those with skill. One of the Anbu shifted slightly, a subtle indication that time was running short. If, hypothetically, such a facility existed, Naruto asked, what would its primary purpose be? Danzo was silent for a long moment, clearly weighing his response. Hypothetically, he finally answered, such a facility might serve as insurance. A place where the most promising research could continue even if the primary operation were compromised. Research on children. Research on the future. Danzo's gaze became distant. Bloodlines are Konoha's greatest strength and greatest vulnerability. Those who control their development control the village's destiny. And who would be in charge of this, insurance policy? A thin smile crossed Danzo's face. Someone beyond reproach. Someone whose loyalty to Konoha would never be questioned, even by the Hokage himself. He tilted his head slightly. But of course, this is all hypothetical. The Anbu moved forward, signaling the end of the interview. Naruto rolled the scroll closed, his mind racing with implications. Danzo hadn't explicitly confirmed the facility's existence, but his reactions told Naruto everything he needed to know. Thank you for your cooperation, he said formally. Danzo's smile widened fractionally. We are all servants of Konoha in our own way, Uzumaki Naruto. Remember that when you face the choices ahead. As Naruto was escorted from the cell, he couldn't shake the feeling that despite his imprisonment, Danzo had somehow maintained the upper hand in their exchange. The elder had planted seeds of doubt without providing concrete information, a masterful manipulation even from behind seals. Outside the intelligence division, Naruto found Kakashi waiting, hands casually in his pockets but visible eyes sharp with concern. Your clone found me, the Jonin said without preamble. Visiting Danzo was reckless. But informative, Naruto countered, producing the scroll. I think this information is legitimate. And I think whoever this Sai is, he has his own agenda that might not align completely with ours. Kakashi took the scroll, examining it thoroughly before opening it fully. His eye widened slightly as he read. These coordinates. They're within Konoha's borders, but in a restricted training area. He looked up at Naruto. And the description matches reports I've heard of children going missing from orphanages and outlying villages. So it's real? Possibly. Kakashi rolled the scroll closed. But Danzo was right about one thing, we need to consider why you specifically were given this information. Because of my ability, Naruto reasoned. I can detect and neutralize bloodline abilities. If they're experimenting on children with Kekii Genkai, you'd be uniquely qualified to confirm it. Kakashi nodded slowly. But also uniquely vulnerable if this is indeed a trap designed to capture someone with your specific power. Frustration welled within Naruto. So what do we do? Ignore it because it might be a trap. What if there really are kids being experimented on right now? We don't ignore it, Kakashi assured him. But we approach it intelligently. He glanced up at the evening sky. First, we bring this information to the Hokage. Then, we assemble a small team with the right skills for reconnaissance. If the facility exists and contains captive children, we'll need a carefully planned extraction, not a frontal assault. Naruto wanted to argue for immediate action but recognized the wisdom in Kakashi's approach. If children's lives were at stake, they couldn't afford mistakes born of haste. Who would be on this team, he asked instead. Someone with long-range visual capabilities, someone with strategic planning skills, someone with medical training in case the children are injured, and someone who can neutralize bloodline abilities if the facility's security includes Kekkai Genkai users. Hinata, Shikamaru, Sakura, and me, Naruto translated. Plus myself as team leader. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We'll move on this tomorrow, after consulting with the Hokage. Until then, get some rest and tell no one else about this information. As they walked back toward the village center, Naruto couldn't help but feel that events were accelerating toward some inevitable confrontation. Danzo might be contained, but his shadow still stretched across Konoha, and tomorrow, they would discover just how deep that shadow ran. Dawn found Team 7, minus Sasuke, who had been informed their sparring match was postponed, along with Hinata and Shikamaru, gathered in the Hokage's office. The third listened intently as Kakashi outlined the information from Sai's scroll and their proposed reconnaissance mission. This area is technically within Konoha's borders but falls under the jurisdiction of the Special Training Division, the Hokage confirmed, examining the map. Its activities are classified even from my regular reports, a compromise reached decades ago to allow certain specialized training to occur without political interference. A perfect cover for continuing Danzo's work, Shikamaru observed. The Hokage sighed heavily. Indeed. And the reported supervisor of this division is particularly troubling. He handed a dossier to Kakashi. Shimura Kagami. Danzo's grandson and protege. Naruto's eyes widened. Danzo had family? I thought he was just. I don't know, hatched fully formed as an evil counselor or something. Despite the gravity of the situation, a flicker of amusement crossed the Hokage's face. Even Danzo was human once, Naruto. His son died during the Third Shinobi War, leaving behind a young boy who Danzo raised personally from age 5. And trained as his successor, Kakashi concluded, scanning the dossier. Specialized in intelligence operations, genjutsu, and bloodline analysis. Officially listed as a Tokubetsu Jonin attached to the research division. I've never heard of him, Sakura remarked, frowning. Few have, the Hokage replied. He operates almost exclusively in the shadows, much like his grandfather. What makes him particularly dangerous is his inherited bloodline ability, enhanced by Danzo's experiments. Hinata, who had remained quiet until now, leaned forward. What kind of bloodline ability? The Shimura clan originally possessed a minor Kekkai Genkai that allowed limited chakra absorption through physical contact, the Hokage explained. Useful but not particularly powerful compared to the major bloodlines. However, according to intelligence reports, Kagami's ability has been artificially augmented to absorb not just chakra, but aspects of other bloodline abilities he comes in contact with. The implication wasn't lost on anyone in the room. Naruto met the Hokage's gaze directly. He's like a corrupted version of me, he said quietly. Instead of balancing bloodlines, he's stealing them for power. A crude but essentially accurate assessment, the Hokage agreed. Which makes this reconnaissance mission both essential and extremely dangerous. If Kagami has indeed continued Danzo's work, he may have absorbed multiple bloodline abilities by now. All the more reason to shut this facility down, Naruto insisted. Agreed. But with caution. The Hokage turned to Kakashi. This will be classified as an S-rank mission despite the genin participants. You have my authorization to observe only, gather evidence of ongoing operations, verify the presence of captives, and report back for a full extraction team if necessary. And if we encounter Kagami? Kakashi asked. Retreat immediately. He is beyond the capabilities of your team at this time. Naruto wanted to object but held his tongue when he saw Shikamaru's warning glance. This wasn't about proving himself, it was about saving innocent lives. The facility is approximately 4 hours from Konoha at standard travel speed, the Hokage continued. You'll depart within the hour under the guise of a training exercise. No communication about the true nature of your mission to anyone outside this room. As they filed out to prepare, the Hokage called Naruto back. A moment, if you would. When they were alone, the elderly leader fixed Naruto with a penetrating gaze. Your ability to neutralize bloodlines may be our greatest advantage if confrontation becomes unavoidable. But it also makes you Kagami's primary target. I understand the risk, Hokage-sama. I'm not certain you do. The Hokage's voice grew unusually solemn. Kagami has devoted his life to understanding and harvesting bloodline abilities. Meeting you, someone with a natural power that mirrors his artificially enhanced one, would be irresistible to him. You think he'll try to capture me rather than kill me? I think he will do whatever is necessary to understand and eventually replicate your ability. The Hokage placed a weathered hand on Naruto's shoulder. Promise me that you will prioritize the safety of your team and the captive children over confronting Kagami directly. The request was reasonable, but something in the Hokage's tone suggested deeper concerns that he wasn't voicing. Nevertheless, Naruto nodded. I promise to protect my team and the children first. But if Kagami threatens them, then you do what is necessary. The Hokage's eyes reflected a hardness that belied his grandfatherly appearance. But remember, sometimes the greatest victory comes from denying your enemy what they desire most. With that cryptic advice echoing in his mind, Naruto departed to prepare for the mission. The journey to the coordinates proceeded without incident, the team moving efficiently through Konoha's forests under Kakashi's leadership. They maintained a careful distance from main roads and patrol routes, operating under the assumption that the facility would have sentries monitoring approaches. As they neared the location, Kakashi signaled for a halt in a dense copse of trees. Hinata, can you scan the area ahead? The Hyuga heiress nodded, activating her Byakugan. Byakugan. The veins around her eyes bulged as her Kekii Genkai engaged. She scanned methodically, her expression growing increasingly troubled. There's a compound approximately 800 meters northeast, she reported. Underground primarily, with 3 visible structures on the surface designed to look like abandoned training facilities. I count 17 adult chakra signatures patrolling or stationed throughout, and... She faltered, distress evident in her voice. At least 12 smaller signatures below ground. Children, I think. Their chakra patterns appear disrupted. Disrupted how? Sakura asked, her medical training coming to the fore. Like they're being interfered with. Some have unusual concentrations around specific chakra points, others show signs of artificial suppressants. Hinata's pale eyes reflected her concern. One child's chakra system appears to be fighting against what looks like a transplanted element. Naruto felt anger building within him. They're continuing the experiments. Just like Danzo did. Focus, Kakashi cautioned quietly. Anger clouds judgment. Hinata, can you identify any specific security measures? She concentrated again. Sealing arrays at all entrances. Chakra-sensitive barriers approximately 500 meters out in all directions. And what appear to be specialized sensing units patrolling the perimeter, possibly sensor-type shinobi or enhanced animals. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. A standard approach would trigger multiple alerts before we got close. Then we don't use a standard approach, Naruto suggested. What if I send shadow clones transformed as local wildlife? They could trigger the sensors deliberately at different points, creating the impression of random animals setting off the system. Shikamaru nodded slowly. Security might start ignoring the alerts if they happen repeatedly with no actual threat detected. It could create a blind spot. That gets us past the perimeter sensors, but not the sealing arrays at the entrances, Sakura pointed out. I might be able to help with that, Naruto said, thinking of his Uzumaki heritage. The scroll mentioned that my bloodline has a natural affinity for understanding and disrupting other chakra systems. That should include seals. It's risky, Kakashi warned. You've had limited training with that aspect of your ability. But it's our best option, Shikamaru countered. Unless we're abandoning the mission to wait for specialists. A tense silence fell over the group. The Hokage's orders had been clear: observation only, gather evidence, then report back. But with confirmation of children being experimented on, every minute of delay felt like a betrayal. We proceed with modified objectives, Kakashi finally decided. Evidence gathering remains primary, but will also identify the most viable extraction routes for a rescue team. Naruto's clone distraction will proceed as suggested, but we maintain maximum distance from the facility itself. Hinata's Byakugan will be our eyes. It wasn't the immediate action Naruto wanted, but he understood the reasoning. Rushing in without proper intelligence would endanger the very children they hoped to save. Over the next hour, they implemented their plan. Naruto created dozens of shadow clones transformed into various forest animals, rabbits, foxes, even a few larger deer. The clones methodically triggered the perimeter sensors at irregular intervals, creating a pattern of false alarms that, as Shikamaru had predicted, eventually led to decreased response from the facility's guards. Meanwhile, Hinata maintained constant surveillance, mapping the facility's layout and security rotations. Sakura prepared medical supplies and reviewed the specific signs of chakra disruption they might encounter. Shikamaru analyzed the information, developing contingency plans for various scenarios. And Naruto focused on extending his sensory abilities, trying to get a feel for the chakra signatures within the compound, particularly any that might indicate bloodline abilities being used or suppressed. There's something strange about the chakra in the central underground chamber, he reported as twilight approached. It's resonating somehow. Multiple bloodlines in proximity, but not functioning normally. Harvested samples, perhaps, Kakashi suggested grimly. Or failed experimental subjects. I've completed the structural analysis, Hinata said, her Byakugan still active. There are 3 main levels. The children are held on the lowest level in individual cells. The middle level appears to be laboratories and research facilities. The upper level contains living quarters for the staff and security checkpoints. Security patterns suggest they rotate shifts every 6 hours, Shikamaru added. With reduced personnel between 2 and 4 a.m. If an extraction team were to move, that would be the optimal window. Kakashi nodded. We've gathered sufficient intelligence for, he stopped abruptly, head tilting as if listening. Naruto sensed it too, a subtle shift in the chakra patterns from the facility. Something was happening. Hinata? Kakashi prompted. There's movement in the central chamber, she reported, strain evident in her voice from maintaining her Byakugan for so long. They're bringing one of the children up to the middle level. A boy, approximately 8 years old. His chakra signature suggests Inuzuka heritage. Naruto's blood ran cold. What are they doing to him? Hinata's face paled. They're preparing some kind of procedure. Medical equipment, restraints. Several researchers gathering around a specialized table. And her breath caught. Someone else has just entered. A man with unusual chakra, layered, like you described from Danzo's arm, Naruto. Kagami, Kakashi confirmed grimly. It seems we've arrived in time to witness one of his procedures. We can't just watch, Naruto protested, the circuit patterns beneath his skin beginning to glow with his agitation. They're going to experiment on that kid right now. Our orders are clear, Kakashi reminded him, though his visible eye reflected his own conflict. Observation only. Screw the orders. Naruto hissed, keeping his voice low despite his anger. What's the point of gathering intelligence for a rescue that'll come too late for that boy? Naruto-kun, Hinata said softly, her Byakugan still focused on the facility, they're starting the procedure. The boy is screaming. Even from their position, with concentration, Naruto could now sense the fluctuations in the child's chakra, wild, panicked surges followed by artificial suppressions. The Inuzuka enhanced senses would make whatever they were doing even more painful. I can't just sit here, he decided, rising to his feet. I won't. Naruto, Kakashi began, his tone warning. You can stay and observe if that's what you think is right, Naruto continued, meeting his sensei's gaze. But I became a shinobi to protect people who can't protect themselves. That boy needs help now, not tomorrow or next week when a specialized team might arrive. Silence fell over the group, the weight of the decision hanging heavy in the twilight air. Finally, it was Shikamaru who spoke. Tactically, a small extraction of just that one child might actually be viable, he said, his analytical mind clearly racing through scenarios. It would alert them to outside awareness of the facility, but it would also force them to increase security around the remaining children, potentially delaying any further experiments until the extraction team arrives. It's still against orders, Kakashi pointed out, though his resolve seemed to be wavering. Sometimes the right action and the ordered action aren't the same, Sakura contributed unexpectedly. As a medical ninja, I can't ignore someone suffering when I have the ability to help. Hinata nodded her agreement, her normally gentle eyes hardened with resolve. I won't abandon that child. Kakashi looked at each of his team members in turn, then sighed heavily. I must be getting soft in my old age. He straightened, suddenly all business. All right. Modified mission parameters, extraction of the single identified Inuzuka child, minimal engagement with enemy forces, immediate withdrawal following rescue. Naruto felt a surge of gratitude toward his sensei and teammates. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Kakashi warned. This just went from observation to an S-rank infiltration with Genin team members. If we survive, the Hokage may demote me back to Genin myself. Worth it, Naruto declared, and was rewarded with small smiles from his companions despite the gravity of the situation. Quickly, they developed a plan. Naruto would create an advanced distraction on the opposite side of the compound using multiple shadow clones. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sakura would approach the middle level through a service tunnel Hinata had identified. Shikamaru would remain with Hinata at a secure observation point, coordinating movements through chakra-enhanced communications that Naruto had learned from his Uzumaki scrolls. Remember, Kakashi emphasized, the priority is the child's extraction. If Kagami or other high-level threats engage, we retreat immediately. No heroics, no extended battles. They all nodded in understanding, though Naruto felt a twinge of doubt. If confronted with the man responsible for continuing Danzo's legacy of suffering, could he really just walk away? As night fully descended, they moved into position. The darkness provided additional cover as Naruto's clones began their coordinated distraction, a series of explosions and transformed appearances designed to suggest an attack from multiple directions. Alarms blared across the compound as security forces mobilized toward the eastern perimeter. Through his connection with Hinata's observations, Naruto could sense the chaos his distraction had created, exactly as planned. Now, Kakashi signaled, and their infiltration team slipped toward the western service tunnel. Naruto's heart raced as they navigated the dark passage, guided by Hinata's precise directions transmitted through their chakra link. His senses were heightened to an almost painful degree, mapping the chakra signatures ahead with growing clarity. They reached the first sealing array that protected the inner facility. As anticipated, it was complex, designed to allow only authorized chakra signatures to pass. Your turn, Kakashi murmured. Naruto stepped forward, placing his palm against the glowing array. The circuit patterns beneath his skin illuminated in response, interfacing with the seal structure. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the patterns within the seal, seeking its purpose, its weaknesses. It's a Uzumaki-derived design, he realized, a flash of anger cutting through his concentration. They're using my clan's techniques for this. Focus, Naruto, Kakashi urged quietly. Taking a deep breath, Naruto redirected his emotion into purpose. The seal's pattern became clear in his mind, a recognition matrix coupled with a chakra suppression failsafe. Rather than trying to break it, he would need to convince it they were authorized. Drawing on his inherited knowledge, Naruto adjusted his chakra flow to match the seal's expectations. The array flickered, then glowed blue instead of red, and the barrier dissolved. "Impressive," Sakura whispered as they slipped through. They moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors of the middle level, most of the security having responded to the distraction outside. Following Hinata's guidance, they approached the central laboratory where the Inuzuka boy was being held. Two researchers remain with the subject, Hinata's voice echoed in their chakra link. Kagami has moved to the command center to coordinate the security response. Good, Kakashi replied through the same connection. Standard incapacitation, no lethal force unless absolutely necessary. They positioned themselves on either side of the laboratory door. Through the small window, Naruto could see the Inuzuka boy strapped to a table, medical equipment surrounding him. Two researchers in white coats monitored various readings, seemingly unconcerned by the alarms still sounding throughout the facility. Kakashi held up 3 fingers, counting down silently. When he reached 0, Sakura pushed the door open, and they moved in with practiced efficiency. Before the researchers could react, Kakashi had one in a sleeper hold while Sakura delivered a precise strike to the other's neck, rendering both unconscious without a sound. Naruto rushed to the boy, whose eyes widened in fear and confusion. Up close, the child's Inuzuka heritage was obvious, the distinctive red facial markings, slightly elongated canines, and a wild quality to his chakra that even Naruto's untrained senses could detect. "It's okay," Naruto assured him, carefully removing the restraints. "We're here to rescue you. Can you move?" The boy nodded weakly, though his body trembled from whatever procedures had already been performed. Naruto noted with horror the fresh incisions along the child's arms where something had apparently been injected or extracted. "I'll carry him," Sakura decided, quickly checking the boy's vital signs. "He's stable but in shock. We need to move quickly. Alert!" Hinata's voice came urgently through their link. "Security teams are returning from the perimeter. And Kagami, he's moving toward your position." "Time to go," Kakashi ordered, already moving toward the door. "Naruto, rear guard. Sakura, keep the boy secure." They retraced their steps rapidly, Naruto constantly scanning for approaching threats with his enhanced senses. They had almost reached the service tunnel entrance when he felt it, a distinctive, unnatural chakra signature approaching fast. "Kagami," he warned. Coming from the left corridor, 30 seconds out. Kakashi made a split-second decision. Change of plan. "Naruto, take Sakura and the boy through the service tunnel. I'll delay Kagami." "Sensei, no." Sakura protested. "He's too dangerous to face alone." "This isn't a debate," Kakashi replied firmly. "I'm the only one with the combat experience to stand against him long enough for you to escape. Go." Naruto wanted to argue but recognized the tactical necessity. "Be careful, Kakashi-sensei. We'll get the boy to safety and come back for you." "No. Complete the extraction." "That's an order." Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in what might have been a smile beneath his mask. "Besides, I'm notoriously hard to kill." With reluctance, Naruto and Sakura continued toward the exit, the Inuzuka boy clinging weakly to Sakura's back. They had just reached the service tunnel when a massive surge of chakra erupted from the corridor behind them, followed by the distinctive sound of Kakashi's lightning blade. The battle had begun. Naruto hesitated, torn between his duty to protect the rescued child and his loyalty to his sensei. Sakura seemed to read his conflict. "Go," she said firmly. "I can get the boy out safely. Help Kakashi-sensei." "The mission parameters changed the moment Kagami showed up," she finished. "Kakashi-sensei needs backup, and you're the only one who might be able to counter Kagami's stolen bloodlines." After a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded. Get to the rendezvous point. If we're not there in 20 minutes, proceed without us. Sakura nodded, determination in her green eyes. 20 minutes. Not a second more. As she disappeared into the service tunnel with their rescued charge, Naruto turned back toward the sounds of battle. The circuit patterns beneath his skin glowed brighter as he prepared to face the man who had continued Danzo's legacy of suffering. He found them in a larger chamber, clearly designed for training or combat exercises. Kakashi was already showing signs of strain, his Sharingan exposed and tracking Kagami's movements. The opponent, a lean man with features that vaguely resembled Danzo's, though younger and sharper, moved with unnatural fluidity, cycling through different fighting styles as if showcasing a collection. Ah, and here's the guest of honor, Kagami remarked upon noticing Naruto's arrival. His voice was surprisingly melodious, almost pleasant. The Uzumaki boy with the destroyer gift. How fascinating to meet you at last. Kakashi used the momentary distraction to fall back to Naruto's position. You should have escaped with the others, he muttered, his breath slightly labored. And missed the family reunion? Naruto replied, eyes fixed on Kagami. He's Danzo's legacy. I'm the Uzumaki legacy. Seems fitting we'd meet. How poetic, Kagami commented, apparently having overheard. Though technically, we're more alike than you might think. Both of us can interact with bloodlines in ways others can't. The difference is, I've had years to perfect my technique. To demonstrate, he raised his hand, and to Naruto's shock, bone spurs extended from his fingers, a clear application of the Kagaya clan's dead bone pulse ability. Impressive, isn't it? Kagami smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. Unlike my grandfather's crude implantations, I can actually integrate bloodline abilities I've harvested. Temporary, unfortunately, the foreign chakra eventually burns itself out, but quite effective while it lasts. You're experimenting on children to steal their abilities, Naruto growled, disgust evident in his voice. I'm advancing Konoha's military capabilities, Kagami corrected smoothly. The same goal my grandfather pursued, though with more refinement in my methods. Enough talk, Kakashi interrupted. Naruto, we're leaving. Now. But not empty-handed, I hope. Kagami's smile widened as the bone extensions retracted. You've taken one of my research subjects. A promising Inuzuka specimen with unusually adaptable chakra. He's a child, not a specimen, Naruto snapped, the circuit patterns on his skin flaring brighter with his anger. Fascinating reaction, Kagami observed, studying the patterns with obvious interest. Your bloodline manifests physically. Mine remains internal, but the principle is similar, the ability to interface with other bloodlines. Despite the danger, Naruto found himself curious. How many have you stolen? Stolen? No. Borrowed, perhaps. Studied, certainly. Kagami began slowly circling them, forcing Kakashi and Naruto to adjust their position constantly. Currently, I maintain access to 5 distinct Kekkei Genkai, the Kagaya bone manipulation you just witnessed, a diluted Hyuga chakra perception, Yamanaka mental techniques, Aburame insect communication, and a partial manifestation of the Uchiha's fire affinity. A regular collector, Kakashi commented dryly, though Naruto could sense his sensei gathering chakra for another lightning blade if needed. Indeed. And now, I'm most interested in adding the Uzumaki Destroyer ability to my collection. Kagami's eyes fixed on Naruto with predatory focus. Not permanently, of course. Just long enough to understand its mechanics. Not happening, Naruto declared, dropping into a defensive stance. Your cooperation isn't required, Kagami replied pleasantly. Merely your proximity. Without warning, he launched forward with blinding speed, clearly enhanced by one of his stolen abilities. Kakashi intercepted with a kunai, but Kagami flowed around the attack like water, one hand forming seals while the other produced more bone protrusions. Naruto, stay back. Kakashi ordered, his Sharingan tracking Kagami's movements. His ability requires physical contact. So does mine, Naruto replied, creating a circle of shadow clones around them for additional defense. Kagami laughed, the sound disconcertingly genuine. Shadow clones won't help you. I can sense which is the real you. To demonstrate, he surged directly toward Naruto, ignoring the clones entirely. Naruto barely evaded, the circuit patterns on his skin flaring defensively at Kagami's proximity. Interesting, the man murmured, studying the reaction. Your ability activates automatically in the presence of another bloodline user. A defense mechanism, perhaps. Why don't you come closer and find out? Naruto challenged, hoping to use Kagami's scientific curiosity against him. Tempting, but I prefer a more controlled experiment. Kagami formed a rapid sequence of hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Multiple fireballs streaked toward them. Kakashi countered with a water jutsu, creating a steam cloud that momentarily obscured vision. Using the cover, Naruto signaled his clones to attack from multiple angles, hoping to overwhelm Kagami with numbers. It quickly became apparent that their opponent was toying with them. Despite his slender build, Kagami moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent decades in combat. He dispatched the shadow clones with almost casual ease, alternating between the various bloodline abilities in his arsenal. We need to retreat, Kakashi urged, pulling Naruto back toward a corridor that might lead to an escape route. He's too versatile for a direct confrontation. Naruto knew his sensei was right, but frustration burned within him. They had rescued one child, but how many others remained in this facility? How many more would suffer under Kagami's research if they fled now? Just a little longer, he insisted. I want to try something. Before Kakashi could object, Naruto created another wave of shadow clones, this time with a difference. Each clone channeled the Bloodline Destroyer ability differently, some focusing on negation, others on sensing, others on the barrier aspect he had used against the seals. Diversifying your approach? Kagami observed, still maintaining that eerily pleasant tone despite the intensity of the battle. Clever, but ultimately futile. Your ability is still developing, while mine has been refined through years of dedicated research. To prove his point, he activated what appeared to be a partial Byakugan, veins bulging around one eye while the other remained normal. With this enhanced perception, he began systematically eliminating the shadow clones with greater precision. But Naruto had anticipated this. The clones were merely a distraction for his true strategy. Kakashi-sensei, he communicated through their chakra link, on my signal, hit him with your strongest lightning attack. Understanding dawned in the Jonin's visible eye. He nodded almost imperceptibly, gathering chakra while maintaining the appearance of defensive positioning. Naruto waited for the perfect moment. When Kagami was fully engaged with destroying the last wave of clones, his attention divided between multiple threats. Then, instead of retreating further, Naruto suddenly charged forward. Now, he shouted. Simultaneously, Kakashi unleashed his lightning blade, the crackling energy illuminating the chamber. Kagami, sensing the danger, began to leap away, directly into Naruto's path. Their hands connected for just an instant as Kagami attempted to use Naruto's momentum against him. It was enough. The circuit patterns on Naruto's skin flared blindingly bright as his Bloodline Destroyer ability activated at full strength. Kagami's eyes widened in shock as his stolen abilities suddenly failed him. The partial Byakugan deactivated, the bone extensions crumbled, and his enhanced speed abandoned him just as Kakashi's lightning blade approached from behind. Unable to dodge with his usual grace, Kagami took a glancing blow across his shoulder, the electric chakra searing through his clothing and into flesh. He staggered back, genuine surprise replacing his customary smile. Fascinating, he gasped, clutching his injured shoulder. Complete temporary negation. Even more effective than the report suggested. Naruto pressed the advantage, moving in to maintain proximity and keep Kagami's stolen abilities suppressed. It's over. Your research facility has been exposed. The Hokage knows everything. Something flickered across Kagami's face, not fear, but calculation. Perhaps this particular facility, yes. But you understand so little of what's truly at stake. Despite his injury and suppressed abilities, he maintained remarkable composure. Do you think Danzo's vision died with his arrest? That power simply disappears when you close your eyes to it. Save the philosophy lecture, Kakashi interjected, positioning himself to block potential escape routes. You're coming with us to answer for your crimes. Kagami's smile returned, though strained with pain. Another time, perhaps. This encounter has been informative. Before either of them could react, he bit down on something hidden in his mouth. A cloud of dense smoke immediately filled the chamber, accompanied by a distinctive hissing sound. Poison gas. Kakashi warned, grabbing Naruto and pulling him toward the exit. Don't breathe. They retreated rapidly, Naruto creating clones to search for Kagami despite the hazardous conditions. By the time they reached breathable air and the gas had dissipated enough for safe return, their quarry had vanished. He had an escape route prepared, Kakashi concluded grimly, examining the small tunnel they discovered hidden behind a false wall. Probably leads to the surface some distance away. Naruto slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. We had him. We could have ended this. We achieved the primary objective, Kakashi reminded him. The boy is safe, and we've confirmed the facility's existence and purpose. That's not failure, Naruto. The rebuke, gentle as it was, reminded Naruto of their mission parameters. They had indeed rescued a child who would otherwise have suffered under Kagami's experiments. And with the facility exposed, the remaining children would soon be liberated by the full extraction team the Hokage would undoubtedly dispatch. Yet Kagami's escape left a bitter taste. The man was Danzo's successor in more ways than one, not just continuing his research, but embodying his ability to survive and adapt. He'll establish another facility, Naruto predicted as they made their way toward the service tunnel and their escape route. Maybe he already has. Probably, Kakashi agreed. But now we know what to look for. And more importantly, he knows we're looking. They reached the rendezvous point just as dawn was breaking. Sakura had successfully evacuated the Inuzuka boy, who was now sleeping fitfully under a makeshift shelter, his wounds treated with the medical supplies she had brought. Kagami escaped, Naruto reported to the group, not bothering to hide his disappointment. But you confronted him directly and survived, Shikamaru observed. That's significant intelligence in itself. Hinata, who looked exhausted from maintaining her Byakugan for so long, nodded in agreement. And we've confirmed the facility's purpose. The Hokage can't ignore this evidence. What about the other children? Sakura asked, her medic's compassion evident. Security will have increased after our intrusion, Kakashi replied. But they're now aware they're being observed, which limits what they can do to the remaining subjects. The Hokage will organize a full extraction team, likely within days. As they prepared to return to Konoha with their rescued charge and gathered intelligence, Naruto found himself studying the sleeping Inuzuka boy. What had been done to him in that facility? What had Kagami been trying to extract or modify? And how many others had suffered similar fates in the name of Danzo's vision for Konoha? Hinata noticed his troubled expression and moved to sit beside him. We made a difference today, Naruto-kun. For him, at least. It doesn't feel like enough, he admitted quietly. It never does, she replied with unexpected wisdom. My father says that true strength isn't in winning every battle, but in continuing to fight even when victory seems impossible. Naruto glanced at her in surprise. Your father said that? He always seems so cold. Unyielding. Hinata smiled faintly. He has his own battles, his own burdens as clan leader. But he understands sacrifice. The conversation was interrupted as the Inuzuka boy stirred, whimpering in his sleep. Sakura moved to check on him, adjusting the blanket and administering a mild sedative to ease his discomfort. What will happen to him? Naruto asked. The Inuzuka clan will take him in, Kakashi answered, joining them. Some has already been informed through secure channels. The boy, Kiba's cousin, apparently, was reported missing during a border skirmish 3 months ago. They had assumed him dead. The knowledge that the child would be reunited with his clan offered some comfort. But questions lingered in Naruto's mind about what they had discovered, what it meant for Konoha's future, and his role in confronting the legacy Danzo had left behind. As they gathered their supplies and began the journey home, one thing became clear to Naruto: the reckoning with Konoha's darkest secrets had only just begun. 2 weeks after the raid on Kagami's facility, Naruto stood in the arena of Konoha's Chunin examination stadium, facing the preliminary round of the exams. Despite the successful extraction of the remaining children from the facility, conducted by ANBU under the Hokage's direct command, Kagami himself remained at large, a shadow hanging over what should have been an exciting milestone in Naruto's shinobi career. The stadium was filled with spectators, not just from Konoha, but representatives from multiple villages who had come to observe the promising candidates. Political tensions simmered beneath the surface of polite diplomatic exchanges, particularly with the Sunigakure contingent, whose Kazekage watched the proceedings with inscrutable intensity. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka, the proctor announced, bringing Naruto's attention back to the present. Across the arena, Kiba grinned confidently, his Ninken partner Akamaru at his side. "Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you helped rescue my cousin," he called. "I've been looking forward to this match." Naruto returned the smile, grateful for the normalcy of the moment after weeks of underground missions and political maneuvering. "Wouldn't want you to hold back," he replied. "Akamaru would never forgive you." The small white dog barked in apparent agreement, tail wagging despite the imminent battle. The proctor raised his hand. "Begin." Kiba immediately launched into his clan's signature fighting style, dropping to all fours as his features became more feral. For legs technique. Naruto created several shadow clones to assess Kiba's attack pattern. The Inuzuka was fast and aggressive, using his enhanced senses to track Naruto's position even when visual confirmation was difficult. As they exchanged a flurry of attacks, Naruto deliberately avoided accessing his Bloodline Destroyer ability. While the circuit patterns occasionally glowed faintly beneath his skin in response to his elevated emotions, he kept the power contained. This was a friendly match between Konoha shinobi, no need for such extreme measures. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Kiba taunted as he dispatched another shadow clone. "Afraid to use that fancy new bloodline everyone's talking about?" "Just warming up," Naruto replied, creating more clones to surround the Inuzuka. "Besides, your clan techniques aren't actually a bloodline ability, they're specialized training in soldier pills." Kiba looked momentarily surprised. "Been studying up, huh?" "Let's just say I've learned a lot about different abilities lately." Their battle continued, drawing appreciative murmurs from the crowd as they showcased their respective skills. Kiba and Akamaru performed their Fang over Fang technique, creating twin drilling attacks that tore through Naruto's defensive formation. In response, Naruto demonstrated improved taijutsu and tactical awareness, using the arena's features to redirect his opponent's momentum. Eventually, after a particularly intense exchange that left both combatants breathing heavily, Naruto managed to separate Kiba from Akamaru long enough to pin the Inuzuka with a well-timed shadow clone ambush. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki," the proctor declared as Kiba grudgingly acknowledged his defeat. As they left the arena floor, Kiba fell into step beside Naruto. "Good match. You've improved." "Thanks. So have you. My mom wanted me to thank you properly," Kiba added, his voice lowering. "For Haru, my cousin. The medics say he'll recover fully, given time." Naruto nodded, uncomfortable with gratitude for what he considered simply doing the right thing. "How's he adjusting to being back with your clan?" "It's hard. Whatever they did to him in that place." Kiba's normally brash demeanor darkened. "He has nightmares. Flinches at sudden movements. But he's Inuzuka, we heal quickly, inside and out. As they rejoined the other competitors in the observation area, Naruto found himself scanning the crowd more carefully. Somewhere among the visiting dignitaries and village representatives, Kagami might be watching. The man's fascination with bloodline abilities, particularly Naruto's, made the Chunin exams an irresistible venue for observation. Looking for someone specific, came a quiet voice beside him. Naruto turned to find Hinata, who had won her own preliminary match against a Tsunegekyo Kunoichi with impressive confidence. Just being cautious, he replied. Kagami is still out there. I've been using my Byakugan periodically to scan the audience, she admitted. No sign of his chakra signature as you described it. Thanks, Hinata. He smiled genuinely, appreciating her initiative. And congratulations on your match. That palm strike sequence was amazing. A blush colored her cheeks. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I've been practicing a variation that incorporates some of the chakra control techniques you showed me during our training sessions. Their conversation was interrupted as the electronic board displayed the next match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Sasuke, who had maintained a careful distance from Naruto throughout the preliminaries, moved toward the arena floor with his characteristic stoic expression. Their planned sparring match to test Naruto's ability against the Sharingan had never occurred, postponed indefinitely after the raid on Kagami's facility. He's still angry you didn't include him in the rescue mission, Hinata observed perceptively. Kakashi-sensei made that call, Naruto replied, though he knew the explanation wouldn't satisfy Sasuke's pride. And afterward, well, things got complicated. Complicated was an understatement. The Uchiha had taken the discovery of Danzo's collection of stolen Sharingan eyes personally, as expected. But his reaction to learning about Kagami's ability to temporarily absorb and use bloodlines had been intense, a mixture of disgust and, more troublingly, fascination. The parallels to Sasuke's own obsession with gaining power to avenge his clan were uncomfortable for everyone on Team 7. As they watched Sasuke's match begin, Naruto sensed another presence joining them at the railing. Shikamaru leaned against the barrier with his customary languid posture, though his eyes missed nothing of the battle below. Politics in the spectator stands are getting troublesome, he informed them quietly. The Kazekage's guards keep repositioning themselves, and there's unusual chakra activity around the Hokage's viewing box. You think something's going to happen? Naruto asked, instantly alert. Hard to say. Could be normal security adjustments. Could be preparation for something else. Shikamaru's gaze shifted momentarily to the red-haired Tsunegekyo genin standing apart from the others, Gaara, whose cold eyes and oppressive chakra had unnerved even the most experienced competitors. That one's a Jinchuriki like you, by the way. One tail, according to my father's intelligence. Naruto had suspected as much from the moment he'd sensed Gaara's distinctive chakra, similar to his own in some ways, yet twisted with a malevolence that made the nine tails seem almost benign by comparison. The Biju isn't properly sealed, he noted. I can feel it leaking constantly. Hinata and Shikamaru both looked at him in surprise. You can sense that? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded. Another aspect of the destroyer ability, I think. I can sense how chakra systems interact, including the interaction between a Jinchuriki and their Biju. He focused more intently on Gaara. His seal is unstable. Deliberately designed to allow the Biju's influence to affect his mind. Who would create such a seal? Hinata wondered, horrified. Someone who wanted a weapon more than a shinobi, Shikamaru answered grimly. Before they could discuss it further, a commotion erupted in the arena. Sasuke had won his match, but something was wrong. He clutched at his neck, his expression contorted in pain. Kakashi appeared instantly at his side, exchanging urgent words with the proctor before escorting Sasuke from the arena. What just happened? Naruto asked, concern for his teammate overriding the tension between them. I'm not sure, Shikamaru replied. But during the match, I noticed a strange chakra pattern on Sasuke's neck, some kind of seal or mark that flared when he used certain techniques. Another piece of the puzzle clicked into place for Naruto. The rescue mission. That's why Kakashi-sensei didn't want Sasuke involved. He was already dealing with something else, whatever that mark is. The preliminaries continued, but Naruto's attention was now divided between the matches and the growing sense that multiple forces were converging around the Chunin exams. Kagami's disappearance, Sasuke's mysterious condition, the unstable Tsunade Jinchuriki, the unusual security movements, all pointed to something larger than a simple promotion examination. When the preliminary rounds concluded, the advancing candidates, including Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and several foreign ninja, were given a month to prepare for the final tournament. As they filed out of the stadium, Naruto was surprised to find Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, waiting near the exit. "Kid," the white-haired shinobi greeted him with a casual wave. "Got a minute?" "Ero-sennin." Naruto blinked in surprise. He had met the Sannin briefly during the aftermath of Danzo's coup, but they hadn't spoken since. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you, obviously." Jiraiya's carefree demeanor belied the sharpness of his gaze as it swept over the departing competitors. "The old man asked me to help with your special training before the finals." Understanding dawned. "You mean the Bloodline Destroyer ability?" "That, and your other special tenant." Jiraiya winked conspiratorially. "I was your father's teacher, after all. Who better to help his son master the family talents?" The offer was tempting. Despite weeks of practice, Naruto still struggled with the finer aspects of his awakened bloodline. And training with one of the Sannin, his father's teacher, no less, was an opportunity few would refuse. Yet something held him back. What about Kagami? He's still out there, probably planning his next move. "All the more reason to master your abilities before you face him again," Jiraiya countered. "Besides, Anbu is handling the hunt for Shimura's grandson. Your job is to prepare for whatever comes next." "And what exactly is coming next?" Naruto asked, sensing the Sannin knew more than he was saying. Jiraiya's expression sobered slightly. "That's the other reason I'm here. The old man has intelligence suggesting the Chunin exam finals may be targeted for some kind of operation, possibly involving Orochimaru." "Your former teammate? The missing Nin?" "The same. He's developed an unhealthy interest in bloodline abilities, particularly the Sharingan." Jiraiya's gaze drifted toward where Kakashi had escorted Sasuke earlier. "That mark on your teammate's neck? Orochimaru's handiwork. A cursed seal that grants power at the cost of free will." Cold realization washed over Naruto. "You think Orochimaru and Kagami might be working together?" "It's a possibility we can't ignore. Both are obsessed with bloodlines, both operate through experimental procedures on unwilling subjects, both have connections to Konoha's past." Jiraiya placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Which is why you need specialized training. If either, or both, make their move during the finals, you may be our best counter." Put that way, Naruto couldn't refuse. "When do we start?" "Tomorrow. Dawn. Training Ground 44. Jiraiya turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and kid? Bring those Uzumaki scrolls you've been studying. Time you learn some of the more advanced applications of your heritage." As the Sannin disappeared in a swirl of leaves, Naruto found himself standing alone outside the stadium, the weight of mounting responsibilities settling on his shoulders. In just a few short months, he had gone from an ostracized orphan to the inheritor of a rare and powerful bloodline, a key player in Konoha's internal politics, and now potentially central to its defense against external threats. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with dangers he was only beginning to comprehend. But for the first time, Naruto felt he wasn't walking it alone. He had Kakashi's guidance, Hinata's support, Shikamaru's strategic mind, and now Jiraiya's expertise, along with the legacy of both his parents to light the way. Whatever came next, Be it Kagami's revenge, Orochimaru's schemes, or challenges yet unrevealed, Naruto would face it not just as the Bloodline Destroyer, but as a shinobi of Konoha determined to protect what mattered most. The month of training passed in a blur of intense sessions with Jiraiya, strategic planning with Shikamaru, and careful coordination with Hinata, whose Byakugan proved invaluable for monitoring potential threats around the village. Through it all, Naruto's control over his unique ability grew exponentially, guided by the Sanin's expertise and the ancient Uzumaki techniques contained in the scrolls. The key to the Destroyer ability isn't just negation, Jiraiya explained during one particularly grueling session. It's understanding. You don't simply turn off another bloodline, you comprehend its fundamental nature and temporarily redirect its function. Under the Sanin's tutelage, Naruto learned to extend the range of his ability, to target specific aspects of a bloodline while leaving others functional, and to maintain negation effects for increasingly longer periods. More importantly, he began to grasp the deeper implications of his power, not as a weapon against other bloodlines, but as a potential balancing force in a world where Kekkei Genkai often determine the fate of entire nations. The day of the Chunin exam finals arrived with an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Security around the stadium had been doubled, with ANBU stationed at strategic points throughout the village. The Hokage had taken Jiraiya's warning seriously, implementing countermeasures against potential attacks while maintaining the appearance of a normal tournament. As Naruto prepared in the competitors' waiting area, adjusting his new outfit, standard shinobi blacks with orange accents and the Uzumaki spiral prominently displayed, he sensed a familiar chakra signature approaching. Sasuke, he acknowledged as his teammate joined him. Feeling better? The Uchiha had been largely absent during the month of preparation, reportedly training in isolation with Kakashi to control the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed on him. His appearance now, minutes before the tournament began, was unexpected. Kakashi told me about your training with Jiraiya, Sasuke replied, ignoring the question about his condition. And about the threat assessments for today. Yeah, it could get complicated. Naruto studied his teammate carefully, noting the carefully controlled chakra around the seal on his neck. You ready for that? Sasuke's dark eyes met his directly. Are you? If Orochimaru and this Kagami person are targeting bloodlines, you'll be as much a priority as me. The acknowledgement of their shared vulnerability was as close to concern as Sasuke typically expressed. Naruto recognized it for the olive branch it was. I've been working on some new techniques, he offered. If things go sideways, I've got your back. A ghost of a smile crossed Sasuke's face. Likewise. Their reconciliation, tentative as it was, lifted a weight Naruto hadn't fully acknowledged. Whatever tensions remained between them, they were still teammates, still part of the same unit that had faced countless challenges together. The conversation was interrupted as the tournament officials called the competitors to assemble. The finals were structured as a series of one-on-one matches, with Naruto scheduled to face Neji Hyuga in the opening bout. As they lined up for the ceremonial introduction, Naruto found himself standing beside Hinata, whose match against a Takigakure ninja would come later in the day. Be careful with my cousin, she whispered, concern evident in her pale eyes. He's not himself lately. The elders have been pressuring him about your ability, and he's determined to prove the Hyuga don't need protection from outside forces. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto promised. But I won't hold back if he doesn't. The competitors were presented to the packed stadium, where dignitaries from multiple villages occupied the special viewing boxes. The Hokage and Kazekage sat together in the central platform, surrounded by their respective guards. Jiraiya, Naruto noted, had positioned himself seemingly casually among the Jonin section, though his attention was keenly focused on the Kage box. Something about the Kazekage's chakra felt off to Naruto's enhanced senses, muted, as if deliberately masked. He made a mental note to mention it to Jiraiya at the first opportunity. First match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga, the proctor announced. Remaining competitors please clear the arena. As the others departed, leaving Naruto facing Neji in the center of the stadium, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. This matchup had generated particular interest, the wielder of the mysterious Bloodline Destroyer ability against the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, whose Byakugan represented one of Konoha's most prestigious bloodlines. Destiny has arranged an appropriate test, Niji remarked as they squared off. The upstart with a newly awakened power against the established order of the noble clans. If you're trying to turn this into some kind of philosophical battle, you're overthinking it, Naruto replied. This is just a match between two Konoha shinobi. Niji's Byakugan activated, the veins around his eyes bulging prominently. Is it? Or is it the beginning of a larger conflict? Your power threatens the very foundation of the village's social structure. The balance between clans that has maintained stability for generations. My power is meant to protect, not threaten, Naruto countered, the circuit patterns beneath his skin beginning to glow faintly in response to Niji's activated bloodline. So you claim. But power itself changes those who wield it. Niji dropped into the distinctive gentle fist stance. Let us see if your ideals survive contact with reality. The proctor raised his hand. Begin. Niji moved with the precision and grace that had earned him recognition as the Hyuga's greatest prodigy, his strikes targeting Naruto's chakra points with unerring accuracy. Naruto dodged and parried, creating shadow clones to divide Niji's attention while he assessed the Hyuga's fighting pattern. Your clones won't save you, Niji stated calmly, dispatching several with precise strikes. My eyes see everything, including which is the real you. Then you should see this coming, Naruto replied, suddenly changing tactics. Instead of maintaining distance, he surged directly into Niji's defensive perimeter, accepting a painful strike to his shoulder in exchange for proximity. The circuit patterns on his skin flared brightly as he made contact with Niji's arm, activating the destroyer ability. For an instant, Niji's Byakugan flickered, the chakra flow to his eyes temporarily disrupted. The Hyuga leapt back, genuine shock replacing his usual composure. He began, but Naruto didn't let him finish. I didn't completely negate it, Naruto explained, maintaining his fighting stance. Just reduced its range and precision temporarily. It'll return to normal in about 30 seconds. The stadium had gone silent, the audience witnessing the first public demonstration of the Bloodline Destroyer ability. Even the dignitaries in the viewing boxes leaned forward with increased interest. Niji's eyes narrowed as he reassessed his opponent. So it's true. You can interfere with established bloodlines. I can. But that's not how I want to win this match. Naruto deliberately relaxed his stance, allowing the circuit patterns to fade. Your Byakugan will be back to normal any second now. Let's continue without either of us resorting to negating the other's abilities. The proposal seemed to confuse Niji momentarily. You would voluntarily relinquish your advantage? This is a test of our skills as shinobi, not just our inherited abilities. Naruto grinned. Besides, I've got plenty of other techniques to try. Something shifted in Niji's expression, a reluctant respect, perhaps. Very well. Let us see what you can do without your destroyer power. What followed was a showcase of pure skill on both sides. Naruto's shadow clones and unpredictable fighting style against Niji's gentle fist precision and defensive techniques. They traded blows and jutsu, pushing each other to increasingly creative strategies as the match progressed. Eventually, after a particularly intense exchange that left both combatants breathing heavily, Naruto managed to land a decisive strike that broke through Niji's ultimate defense, the Hyuga's rotation technique. As Niji lay on his back, momentarily stunned, Naruto approached and offered a hand. Good match. After a moment's hesitation, Niji accepted the help, rising to his feet with dignity despite his defeat. You could have used your ability throughout, he observed. Why didn't you? Because that's not what it's for, Naruto replied simply. The Bloodline Destroyer isn't meant to suppress other abilities for personal gain. It's meant to protect people when bloodlines are misused. Niji studied him for a long moment, then offered a slight bow. Perhaps destiny is not as fixed as I believed. As the proctor declared Naruto the winner, the audience erupted in applause. The match had exceeded expectations, showcasing high-level techniques from both competitors. But Naruto's attention was drawn to the Kage viewing box, where the Kazekage was leaning forward with unusual intensity, his eyes fixed on Naruto with what appeared to be hunger. Something was wrong. The disguised chakra Naruto had sensed earlier now fluctuated with poorly concealed excitement. He needed to warn Jiraiya. As he exited the arena, he found the Sannin waiting in the competitor's tunnel, apparently having anticipated the same concern. "You sensed it too," Jiraiya stated rather than asked. "That's not the Kazekage," Naruto confirmed. "The chakra signature is masked, but it leaked during my match. Especially when I used the destroyer ability." Orochimaru, Jiraiya's expression darkened. "We suspected he might have infiltrated, but taking the Kazekage's place, the real one is likely dead." Before they could discuss further implications, a commotion erupted from the arena as the next match began, Sasuke vs. Gaara. But something was clearly wrong. The Suna Jinchuriki's chakra was fluctuating wildly, the Biju's influence growing stronger by the second. The trigger, Jiraiya realized. Whatever they're planning, Gaara is part of it. No sooner had he spoken than explosions erupted around the stadium perimeter. Feathers began to fall from the sky, a wide-area genjutsu designed to put civilians to sleep. Release. Naruto and Jiraiya dispelled the technique simultaneously, remaining alert as chaos erupted throughout the stadium. "It's an invasion," Jiraiya confirmed grimly. "Suna and possibly Odo forces. Naruto, find your teammates and help evacuate civilians. I'm going to assist the Hokage. Orochimaru will target him directly." "What about Gaara? His seal is already unstable, and this will push him over the edge." Jiraiya hesitated, clearly torn between protecting the Hokage and containing a rampaging Jinchuriki. "If you encounter him, do not engage directly. Your destroyer ability might affect his seal unpredictably." Before Naruto could respond, a new presence materialized beside them, a figure in a nondescript cloak, face hidden by a mask bearing the Konoha symbol with a distinctive crack through it. "Uzumaki Naruto," the figure spoke, voice deliberately distorted. "Your presence is requested elsewhere." Jiraiya immediately moved into a defensive position. "Identify yourself." Instead of answering, the masked figure formed a single-hand seal. Instantly, the air around them shimmered with a localized space-time jutsu, not a full teleportation, but a dimensional pocket that isolated them from the chaos of the invasion. "My identity is irrelevant," the figure continued. "What matters is that Kagami Shimura has returned to Konoha under cover of this invasion. He is currently accessing the sealed archives beneath the Hokage Tower, extracting research data on bloodline manipulation. Why should we believe you?" Naruto demanded, the circuit patterns beneath his skin glowing defensively. The figure tilted their head slightly. "Because I was once part of his research team, before I discovered the true extent of his experiments. Because I understand what he intends to do with that data. And because you, Uzumaki Naruto, are the only one who can stop him. This could be a trap to separate you from the village's defenses," Jiraiya warned, though his stance had relaxed slightly. "It could," the figure acknowledged. "But consider this, why would Orochimaru and Suna coordinate an invasion now, when Konoha is at its most alert following Danzo's exposure? Unless the invasion itself is merely a distraction for something else." The logic was troubling. Naruto exchanged glances with Jiraiya, whose frown suggested he was considering the same possibility. "What exactly is Kagami after in the archives?" Naruto asked. "The complete research notes on your bloodline, data collected by Danzo over decades of monitoring the Uzumaki. With that information, combined with what he learned during your previous encounter, he believes he can artificially replicate your ability." The implications were staggering. If Kagami succeeded in replicating the Bloodline Destroyer power without the ethical constraints Naruto imposed on himself. "I'll check it out," Naruto decided. "But not alone. The archives are heavily shielded," the masked figure countered. Only someone with your specific chakra signature, Uzumaki blood combined with the destroyer ability, can navigate the security seals without triggering catastrophic countermeasures. Convenient, Jiraiya remarked dryly. And where do you fit into all this? I have my own reasons for opposing Kagami. Let us say I owe a debt to someone he harmed. The figure made another hand sign, causing the dimensional pocket to waver. Time is short. The invasion provides only a narrow window of opportunity. Choose now, Uzumaki Naruto. The stadium beyond their isolated space was in chaos, shinobi battling, civilians fleeing, smoke rising from multiple locations throughout the village. In that confusion, who would notice one more missing genin? Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said firmly, I have to check this out. If there's any chance Kagami is going after information about my bloodline. The Sannin looked deeply conflicted. The Hokage needs backup against Orochimaru. And he has other jonin for that, Naruto countered. But I'm the only one who can counter Kagami directly. After a moment's consideration, Jiraiya nodded reluctantly. Go. But send shadow clones to find Kakashi and the others first. Let them know where you're headed. Already done, Naruto confirmed, a clone having slipped away during their conversation. The masked figure extended a hand. We must hurry. Kagami will not linger once he has what he seeks. As Naruto tentatively accepted the offered hand, the dimensional pocket collapsed around them, transporting them instantly to a location he recognized, the secret underground passage that connected the Hokage Tower to various secure facilities throughout Konoha. How did you? Naruto began, but the masked figure was already moving ahead. The archives are this way. Kagami disabled the standard security but wouldn't have accounted for Uzumaki's sealing techniques. They navigated the dimly lit passages swiftly, the sounds of battle from above growing more distant. Naruto remained alert for any sign of treachery from his mysterious guide, but the circuit patterns beneath his skin, now highly sensitive to malicious intent directed at him, remained steady. Eventually they reached a section of wall that appeared identical to the others, save for a nearly invisible spiral pattern etched into the stone. Uzumaki blood will reveal the entrance, the masked figure explained, standing back. Naruto approached cautiously, examining the spiral. It did indeed bear the distinctive characteristics of Uzumaki's sealing work, similar to what he had encountered in the masked temple. He bit his thumb, drawing blood, and traced the spiral pattern. The seal responded immediately, glowing with soft blue light before the wall shimmered and became transparent, revealing a chamber beyond filled with scroll shelves and preservation cases. And standing amid the ancient texts, carefully selecting specific scrolls and placing them in a specialized containment case, was Kagami Shimura. The man looked up at their entrance, his pleasant smile appearing as if he were greeting expected guests rather than being caught in the act of theft. Naruto Uzumaki, he acknowledged. How kind of you to save me the trouble of finding you after I completed my work here. His gaze shifted to the masked figure. And you brought a friend. How interesting that you would trust someone whose face you can't even see. Step away from those scrolls, Naruto demanded, the circuit patterns beneath his skin now fully visible, glowing with steady purpose. Those contain information about my clan and my bloodline. Indeed they do. Kagami closed the containment case with deliberate care. Fascinating research compiled by my grandfather over many years. Did you know the Uzumaki were experimenting with their own bloodline long before Konoha was founded? Trying to understand its limitations, its potential applications. He gestured to the shelves around them. The ability to neutralize and potentially command other bloodlines, imagine the power that represents. The balance it could bring to a world torn apart by clan conflicts and Kekkai Genkai wars. Balance through control isn't balance at all, Naruto countered. It's just another form of dominance. Philosophical debates already? Kagami chuckled. You've matured since our last encounter. His expression sobered slightly. But I'm afraid I can't leave these materials behind. They're too valuable, too essential to my work. The masked figure stepped forward. Your work is an abomination, Kagami. Experimenting on children, harvesting bloodlines from unwilling subjects, you've become worse than Danzo ever was. For the first time, Kagami's pleasant demeanor slipped, revealing something harder beneath. You know nothing of my grandfather's vision. He sought to strengthen Konoha, to prepare it for threats beyond imagination. By sacrificing its children? Naruto challenged. By torturing innocent people for their abilities? Sacrifices for the greater good, Kagami replied, regaining his composure. A concept you're too young to understand. I understand enough. Naruto formed the shadow clone hand sign. You're not leaving with those scrolls. Multiple clones appeared throughout the chamber, surrounding Kagami. The scientist merely sighed, as if disappointed by a predictable response. I had hoped we might discuss this more civilly, he said. After all, our abilities are complementary in many ways. Your natural gift, my developed technique, together we could revolutionize the understanding of bloodlines. Not interested in your sales pitch, Naruto replied. Put down the case and surrender. Instead of complying, Kagami made a subtle gesture with his free hand. Instantly, the masked figure lunged at Naruto, a concealed blade flashing toward his throat. Naruto barely evaded, the circuit patterns flaring defensively as he leapt back. You're working for him. Not willingly, the masked figure grated out, voice strained as if fighting against an invisible force. Seal, on my brain, conditioning. One of my grandfather's more useful techniques, Kagami explained conversationally. Sleeper agents who don't even realize their true purpose until activated. This one escaped some time ago, but the conditioning remains embedded in their chakra pathways. He made another gesture, and the masked figure attacked again, movements now mechanical and precise. Naruto deflected the strikes, trying not to harm someone who appeared to be as much a victim as an enemy. You can't fight both of us effectively, Kagami continued, backing toward another exit with the case of scrolls. And by the time reinforcements arrive, I'll be long gone, along with the key to replicating your bloodline artificially. Naruto needed to make a choice, pursue Kagami or subdue the masked attacker first. The former meant potentially allowing a brainwashed victim to escape or harm others, the latter meant letting Kagami escape with vital information. The decision crystallized instantly. Shadow clones appeared between Kagami and the exit while Naruto focused on the masked figure, channeling his destroyer ability in a new way, not to negate a bloodline, but to disrupt the foreign chakra of the control seal. I don't know if this will work, he warned as he closed with the masked attacker, but it's worth trying. His palm connected with the figure's chest, circuit patterns flaring intensely as he sent carefully modulated pulses of his ability through the person's chakra network, seeking the artificial construct of the control seal. The masked figure convulsed as Naruto's chakra interfaced with the seal, fighting against Danzo's insidious technique. For a terrible moment, it seemed the effort might kill them both, Naruto's ability straining against a masterfully crafted control mechanism, the masked figure's body caught between opposing forces. Then, with a sound like glass shattering, the seal broke. The masked figure collapsed to their knees, control of their own body restored. Thank you, they gasped, voice still distorted but now free of the mechanical quality. Now stop him. Naruto turned to find his shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with Kagami, who was demonstrating a disturbing array of borrowed abilities, bone protrusions from his fingertips, partial Hyuga-like chakra vision, and accelerated healing that closed wounds almost instantly. Your clones can't stop me, Kagami called, dispatching another with casual efficiency. I've analyzed your fighting style extensively. Every technique, every strategy, all predictable. Then let's try something unpredictable, Naruto replied, forming an unfamiliar sequence of hand seals. Chains of golden-red chakra erupted from his body, reminiscent of those his mother had once wielded as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But these were different, infused with the unique properties of his destroyer ability, the links pulsing with the same circuit-like patterns visible on his skin. Uzumaki bloodline sealing chains, he named the technique Jiraiya had helped him develop during their month of training. specifically designed to counter abilities like yours. Kagami's eyes widened in genuine surprise as the chains lashed toward him, seemingly alive with purpose. He dodged the first strikes with impressive agility, but the chains adjusted their trajectory, homing in on the stolen bloodline chakra signatures within him. Remarkable, he acknowledged, genuine admiration in his voice despite the danger. You've weaponized the destroyer ability in ways I hadn't anticipated. The chase continued through the archive chamber, Kagami using every borrowed ability in his arsenal to evade capture while maintaining his grip on the precious case of scrolls. Naruto pressed the attack relentlessly, his chains growing in number and precision as he refined his control over the technique. Finally, one chain managed to wrap around Kagami's ankle, the contact immediately suppressing the stolen bone manipulation ability he had been using. Another caught his wrist, negating the enhanced reflexes he had borrowed from an unknown source. It's over, Naruto declared as more chains encircled his opponent, systematically neutralizing each stolen ability. Drop the case. For a moment, it seemed Kagami might comply, his options clearly limited. Then his pleasant smile returned. Not quite yet, he replied, and bit down hard on something hidden in his cheek. Naruto recognized the tactic from their previous encounter and immediately reinforced his chains, preparing for another smoke or poison attack. But instead, Kagami's body began to change, his skin hardening into a shell-like carapace, his eyes darkening to solid black, his free hand transforming into a grotesque claw. Contingency transformation, the masked figure warned, having recovered enough to rejoin the fight. He's activating multiple harvested bloodlines simultaneously, a last resort technique. The transformation was clearly unstable, Kagami's body struggling to integrate the competing chakra natures. Blood seeped from his eyes and mouth as the various bloodlines fought for dominance within his system. Yet despite the physical cost, the metamorphosis granted him enough power to break free from several of Naruto's chains. You see, he gasped, voice distorted by the transformation. This is why my research is necessary. The human body wasn't designed to harness multiple bloodlines without modification. But with these scrolls, I can solve that problem, create vessels capable of safely containing many abilities. Look at yourself. Naruto countered, reinforcing his chains. There's nothing safe about what you're doing. Short-term sacrifices for long-term progress, Kagami replied, the words slurred as his jaw partially transformed again. My body won't survive this demonstration, but my research will continue through others. With unexpected speed, he lunged toward the exit, dragging Naruto's chains with him. The sudden movement caught Naruto off guard, pulling him off balance. Kagami seized the advantage, bringing his transformed claw down toward Naruto's unprotected head. The masked figure intercepted the strike, taking the full force of the blow. The impact shattered their mask, revealing the face beneath, a young woman with distinctive Uzumaki red hair, though paler than the vibrant shade seen in historical records. Enough, Kagami, she declared, blood trailing from a deep gash across her cheek. You've taken enough lives for your research. Naruto stared in shock. You're an Uzumaki. Amaya Uzumaki, she confirmed without taking her eyes off Kagami. One of the last survivors besides yourself. And one of Danzo's former research subjects. Kagami's transformed features twisted into something resembling recognition. Specimen 7A. I remember you. Unusually resistant to chakra manipulation, even after extensive conditioning. I have a name, she replied coldly. And I've spent years undoing what you did to me. Taking advantage of the distraction, Naruto reinforced his chakra chains, focusing specifically on suppressing the unstable transformation. The circuit patterns glowed intensely as he poured more power into the technique, targeting not just the individual bloodlines but the artificial connections between them. Kagami screamed as the transformation began to reverse, his body unable to maintain the combined abilities under Naruto's sustained negation. The containment case fell from his grasp as he clutched at his chest, where the competing chakra natures were causing visible damage to his internal systems. You don't understand what you're interfering with, he gasped, falling to one knee. The research, the future of bloodlines. Konoha's survival. Konoha will survive without turning children into experiments, Naruto replied firmly, maintaining the pressure of his chains. With a final, desperate effort, Kagami formed a single-hand seal. The floor beneath him glowed with a prepared transportation jutsu, a last-resort escape method. This isn't over, he promised, blood flowing freely from his mouth. The work continues, with or without me. Before either Naruto or Amaya could stop him, the jutsu activated, and Kagami vanished in a flash of light, but critically, without the case of Uzumaki scrolls he had come to steal. The sudden silence in the archive chamber was broken only by their labored breathing and the distant sounds of battle still raging throughout the village. He escaped again, Naruto muttered in frustration, the chakra chains dissipating as he released the technique. But without what he came for, Amaya pointed out, retrieving the containment case. These scrolls contain the accumulated knowledge of generations of Uzumaki research into bloodlines, including the destroyer ability. In Kagami's hands, they would have enabled unimaginable abuses of power. Naruto studied her carefully. You're really an Uzumaki. I thought there weren't any left besides me. Few survived the destruction of Uzushigakure, she confirmed, touching her distinctive red hair. Those who did scattered across the nations, hiding their heritage to avoid persecution. I was captured by Danzo's agents as a child and subjected to experiments designed to unlock dormant Uzumaki abilities. Like the destroyer gift. Among others. Her expression darkened with painful memories. The Uzumaki possessed several rare abilities beyond our renowned sealing techniques and life force. Danzo was particularly interested in those related to bloodline manipulation. A tremor ran through the building, reminding them of the invasion still in progress. We need to get back to the surface, Naruto decided, securing the case of scrolls. My friends are fighting up there. Amaya nodded. The invasion is more than it appears. Orochimaru and Suna are the visible threats, but there are other forces moving beneath the surface. Like Kagami. And others. She hesitated, then added, there's something else you should know. The reason I sought you out specifically. Your bloodline awakening has triggered interest among certain groups who monitor such developments. What groups? Some who fear what you represent, others who would seek to use your ability for their own purposes. She glanced at the case of scrolls. The Uzumaki were feared and eventually destroyed because of abilities like yours. History has a way of repeating itself if we're not careful. The warning settled heavily in Naruto's mind as they made their way back through the underground passages toward the surface. The invasion, Kagami's attempted theft, Amaya's appearance, all pointed to escalating complications surrounding his awakened bloodline. As they emerged into the chaos of Konoha under attack, one thing became clear to Naruto: the reckoning had only just begun, not just with external enemies, but with the very nature of bloodline abilities and the power structures built upon them. The path ahead would require not just strength and skill, but wisdom to navigate the complex ethical landscape his ability had thrust him into. And for the first time, he wasn't facing that challenge alone, another Uzumaki stood beside him, a living link to the heritage he was still discovering. Together, they moved to join the defense of their village, even as the foundations of the shinobi world trembled with the implications of what had been set in motion. Chapter 3. The rebirth. Smoke rose from a dozen locations across Konoha as Naruto and Amaya emerged from the underground passage into the chaos of a village under siege. The sounds of battle echoed through streets that, just hours earlier, had been filled with spectators eager to watch the Chunin exams. Now those same streets were battlegrounds where Leaf Shinobi fought against invading forces from sand and sound. We need to get these scrolls somewhere secure, Amaya said, adjusting the containment case under her arm. If they fall into enemy hands during the invasion, the Hokage Tower is likely compromised, Naruto replied, scanning the village with his enhanced senses. And my apartment isn't exactly a fortress. Above them, a massive three-headed snake smashed through Konoha's outer wall, its enormous body carving a path of destruction through the civilian district. ANBU teams converged on the summon, but their attacks seemed to barely register against the creature's armored scales. Naruto's instinct was to rush toward the threat, but the weight of the scroll's importance held him back. If Kagami had been willing to risk exposure during an invasion to obtain them, their contents must be truly significant. I know a place, he decided suddenly. The Uzumaki Mask Temple. It's designed to respond to our bloodline, should keep the scrolls safe until this is over. Amaya nodded in agreement. Good thinking. Lead the way. They moved swiftly through the village, avoiding the main conflict zones while eliminating any enemy shinobi who crossed their path. Naruto created shadow clones to assist civilians they encountered, directing them toward emergency shelters established throughout Konoha. Your control has improved, Amaya observed after watching Naruto precisely neutralize a sound ninja's technique without completely incapacitating the man himself. I've been training, he replied as they continued moving. Still working on the finer applications, though. A familiar chakra signature suddenly registered in Naruto's awareness, cold, oppressive, and increasingly unstable. Gaara, he murmured, changing direction slightly to pinpoint the source. The Suna Jinchuriki, his seal is breaking down. Through his enhanced senses, Naruto could feel the One-Tail's chakra surging wildly from somewhere near the village outskirts. The sensation was accompanied by spikes of other familiar signatures, Sasuke's distinctive lightning-natured chakra, Sakura's precise medical energy, and the sluggish but powerful presence of Shikamaru. My team is engaging him, he realized with growing concern. They'll need help. Amaya read the conflict in his expression. The scrolls or your friends, you're torn. I can do both, Naruto decided, creating a shadow clone with unusual density of chakra. This clone will take you to the temple. I'll join my team. A shadow clone won't be enough if we encounter serious resistance, Amaya warned. This one will. Naruto infused the clone with nearly a third of his chakra, far more than his standard clones. It can maintain itself independently for hours and even use a limited version of my bloodline ability. The enhanced clone nodded in understanding, taking the containment case from Amaya. I'll get her and the scrolls to the temple safely. Then I'll disperse to return the chakra and memories. Amaya studied Naruto for a moment, then nodded in acceptance. Be careful with the Suna Jinchuriki. His seal configuration is deliberately unstable, designed to allow the tailed beast more influence than is typical. I know, Naruto replied, already turning toward where he sensed his teammates. That's why I need to hurry. As they separated, Naruto bounded across rooftops, avoiding battles where possible and creating occasional shadow clones to assist Konoha forces when necessary. His mind raced with possibilities. What had drawn his team to confront Gaara directly? Had the Suna Jinchuriki been part of a specific mission during the invasion? The answer became clear as he approached the village boundary. A massive sand structure was forming in the forest just beyond Konoha's walls, the partial manifestation of Shikaku, the One-Tail. Within this growing monstrosity, Naruto could sense Gaara's increasingly diminished human chakra being overwhelmed by the Biju's influence. He spotted Sasuke first, standing protectively in front of an injured Sakura. The Uchiha's hands flashed through seals, culminating in a Chidori that illuminated the clearing with brilliant blue light. Nearby, Shikamaru knelt behind cover, his shadow stretched to its limit as he attempted to restrain what appeared to be Gaara's siblings, who seemed caught between loyalty to their brother and fear of what he was becoming. Naruto! Sakura called out as she spotted him, relief evident despite her obvious pain. A nasty gash ran along her leg where sand had apparently cut through flesh. Gaara's transforming, we can't stop him. Sasuke acknowledged Naruto's arrival with a terse nod, never taking his eyes off the growing threat. The invasion was timed with his planned transformation. He was meant to be their secret weapon. Gaara, or what remained of him, was now partially embedded in a towering form of living sand, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and ecstasy as the Biju's influence consumed him. Yes. Mother wants your blood, he shrieked, his voice overlapping with deeper, inhuman tones. She wants to taste your existence. His mind is fractured, Naruto observed, the circuit patterns beneath his skin already beginning to glow in response to the massive chakra disturbance. The seal was designed to deliberately blur the boundaries between Jinchuriki and Biju. Can you stop him? Sasuke demanded, another Chidori forming around his hand. Naruto assessed the situation quickly. Gaara's transformation was still incomplete, the human element hadn't been fully subsumed yet. If he could reach him, make direct contact with the seal. I need to get close, he decided. My ability might be able to stabilize the interaction between his chakra and the One-Tails. That's suicide, Shikamaru called from his position. That sand will crush you before you get within 10 meters. Not if we coordinate, Naruto countered, quickly outlining a plan that utilized each team member's strengths. Despite their exhaustion, his teammates rallied. Shikamaru released his shadow bind on Gaara's siblings, who seemed to have lost any desire to continue fighting as they witnessed their brother's horrifying transformation, and redirected it toward the sand construct itself. Though he couldn't completely immobilize something so massive, he managed to create momentary disruptions in its defensive reactions. Sasuke, understanding his role without detailed explanation, launched a series of fire jutsu to vitrify sections of the sand, temporarily hardening them into glass that couldn't respond to Gaara's control. Sakura, despite her injury, prepared soldier pills and medical supplies, ready to provide emergency treatment if needed. Now! Sasuke shouted as his most powerful fire technique connected with the main body of sand, creating a momentary opening. Naruto surged forward, shadow clones appearing around him in a defensive formation. The sand reacted violently, crushing most of the clones instantly, but the distraction allowed Naruto to penetrate deeper toward Gaara's actual body. As he closed the distance, the circuit patterns beneath his skin flared brilliantly, responding to the chaotic interaction of human and Biju chakra before him. This was exactly the kind of situation his bloodline had evolved to address, unstable, dangerous manipulations of natural energy that threatened the balance of power. Stay away! Gaara screamed, a massive arm of sand swinging toward Naruto with crushing force. Naruto didn't dodge. Instead, he channeled his ability outward, creating a barrier of negation that momentarily disrupted the chakra binding the sand together. His hand shot forward, fingers splayed, as he drove directly toward the visible seal on Gaara's forehead. Their contact lasted only seconds, but the effect was immediate and dramatic. The circuit patterns on Naruto's skin connected with the malformed seal, creating a bridge between their chakra systems. Through this connection, Naruto could feel everything: Gaara's pain and isolation, Shikaku's rage and bloodlust, and the deliberately weakened barrier between them designed by whoever had created the seal. What are you doing to me? Gaara howled, struggling to maintain the transformation as Naruto's ability interfered with the chakra flow. Helping you, Naruto replied through gritted teeth, focusing his ability with greater precision than he had ever attempted before. He wasn't trying to negate the seal entirely, that would be catastrophic for both Gaara and everyone nearby. Instead, he sought to modify it, to strengthen the boundaries while maintaining the connection. The sand construct began to crumble around them as Naruto's ability forced a reconfiguration of the chakra pathways. Gaara's eyes, which had taken on the distinctive star pattern of Shikaku, flickered between that and his natural human appearance. I don't understand, Gaara gasped, his voice becoming more human. Mother is quieter. Why is she quieter? That's not your mother, Naruto told him, maintaining the connection despite the strain. It's Shikaku, the One-Tail. You've been lied to, Gaara. Used as a weapon rather than treated as a person. Something in these words seemed to reach through Gaara's fractured psyche. His struggles weakened as the last of the sand construct collapsed around them, leaving them kneeling on the forest floor surrounded by ordinary, inert sand. How do you know? Gaara demanded, though his voice now carried confusion rather than rage. How can you understand? Because I'm like you, Naruto replied, carefully withdrawing his hand as the modified seal stabilized. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Gaara stared at him in disbelief, then at the still glowing circuit patterns visible on Naruto's skin. But you're different. Controlled. Not consumed. Because my seal was designed to protect me, not exploit me, Naruto explained. Whoever created your seal wanted you unstable, wanted you to suffer so you'd be more useful as a weapon. The revelation seemed to both devastate and liberate Gaara. His shoulders sagged as he processed this new understanding of his existence. All this time, the voice I thought was Mother. Was the Biju, manipulating you through a flawed seal, Naruto confirmed gently. I've temporarily reinforced the boundaries, but you'll need proper sealing masters to create a permanent solution. Sasuke and Shikamaru approached cautiously, still ready to attack if necessary. Gaara's siblings also edged closer, their expressions a mixture of hope and wariness. Gaara, the girl, Temari, Naruto called hesitantly. Are you, yourself? I don't know who that is anymore, Gaara replied, a note of uncertainty replacing his usual murderous tone. But, the voice is quieter now. The urge to kill has diminished. Naruto rose to his feet, offering Gaara a hand. After a moment's hesitation, the Sand Jinchuriki accepted the assistance, standing somewhat unsteadily. The invasion? He asked, looking toward the smoke rising from Konoha. Still ongoing, Shikamaru reported, his analytical mind already recalculating the situation. Though without your transformation as their trump card, Suna's forces are likely at a disadvantage. And Orochimaru is engaged with the Hokage, Sasuke added, his hand unconsciously moving to the cursed seal on his neck. That battle will determine much. As if summoned by their discussion, a massive surge of chakra erupted from the center of the village. Even at this distance, Naruto could sense the conflicting energies, the Hokage's earth-nature chakra, Orochimaru's twisted life force, and something else, something ancient and hungry. We need to get back, Naruto decided, the weight of responsibility settling on him anew. The Hokage might need assistance against Orochimaru. What about them? Sakura asked, gesturing toward Gaara and his siblings. Temari stepped forward, her fan lowered non-threateningly. The invasion was orchestrated without full disclosure to our forces. If what you say is true, that Orochimaru has been manipulating both our villages, then Suna has been betrayed as much as Konoha. She's right, the puppet user, Kankuro, added. We were told our father ordered this attack, but if Orochimaru was impersonating the Kazekage, then your actual leader may already be dead, Shikamaru concluded grimly. Assassinated and replaced to facilitate this invasion. The realization seemed to shock the Sand siblings. Temari's composed facade cracked slightly, revealing the uncertainty beneath. We'll stand down our forces, she decided, her authority as the eldest sibling evident. Kankuro, find Baki-sensei and inform him of the situation. I'll stay with Gaara. Naruto nodded in approval. My team will return to the village. Gaara should rest and avoid using chakra while the seal stabilizes. As they prepared to separate, Gaara's quiet voice stopped Naruto. Uzumaki, what did you do to me exactly? To my seal. I used my bloodline ability to rebalance the chakra flow between you and Shikaku, Naruto explained. The original seal was designed to gradually erode your mental barriers, allowing the Biju more influence over time. I've reinforced those barriers temporarily. And this ability of yours, it can control all bloodlines. There was no hostility in Gaara's question, only genuine curiosity. Not control, Naruto corrected firmly. Balance. It was never meant to dominate other abilities, only to ensure they don't disrupt the natural order. Gaara considered this, then asked, and what is the natural order, according to this power? The question caught Naruto off guard. He hadn't considered his ability in such philosophical terms before. I'm still figuring that out, he admitted. But I believe it means that no bloodline should give anyone the right to dominate others. Power should protect, not oppress. A faint, genuine smile, perhaps the first in years, touched Gaara's lips. I would like to continue this conversation, when circumstances are less violent. I'd like that too, Naruto replied, surprised by the sincerity of his own response. With a final nod to the Sand siblings, Naruto and his team turned back toward Konoha, racing to rejoin a battle that would determine not just the village's fate, but perhaps the future of the shinobi world itself. The scene that greeted them upon returning to the village center was one of organized chaos. The initial surprise of the invasion had given way to Konoha's well-trained response protocols. Civilian evacuation was nearly complete, with genin teams guiding the last groups to shelter while Chunin and Jonin engaged the remaining enemy forces. But the heart of the conflict, and the most dangerous by far, was unfolding atop the Hokage Tower, where a massive purple barrier enclosed a battlefield visible only as shadowy figures and eruptions of devastating jutsu. The Hokage and Orochimaru, Sasuke confirmed, his Sharingan active as he studied the barrier. For sound ninja are maintaining the containment field, extremely powerful Fuinjutsu. Can we break through? Naruto asked, the circuit patterns beneath his skin responding to the powerful chakra emanating from the barrier. Not easily, Shikamaru assessed. That barrier is designed specifically to isolate the battle. Breaking it would require more power than we can safely generate without risking the entire tower's structural integrity. Naruto felt the frustration of helplessness, being so close yet unable to assist the Hokage in what was clearly a life-or-death struggle. His enhanced senses could detect fluctuations in the third's chakra that suggested injury or exhaustion, while Orochimaru's twisted energy remained strong. There must be something, Naruto began, but was interrupted by the arrival of Jiraiya, who landed beside them with uncharacteristic seriousness. Good, you're all alive, the Sannin remarked, quickly assessing their conditions. Naruto, did you intercept Kagami? Yes and no. He escaped, but we secured the scrolls he was after. Naruto quickly summarized the encounter in the archives and his subsequent battle with Gaara. My enhanced clone is escorting Amaya Uzumaki to the temple with the documents. Amaya Uzumaki? Jiraiya's eyebrows rose in surprise. Interesting timing for another Uzumaki to appear. She helped me against Kagami, Naruto defended. Without her, I might not have recovered the scrolls. I'm not questioning her intentions, yet, Jiraiya clarified. Just noting that circumstances have become increasingly complex. He gestured toward the barrier. Sensei is holding his own for now, but Orochimaru has employed forbidden techniques, the reanimation jutsu. He's brought back the first and second Hokages to fight against their successor. The implications were staggering. Naruto had read about the first and second Hokages in the academy, their legendary abilities, their foundational contributions to Konoha's power structure. To face such opponents, even in undead form. The third doesn't stand a chance alone, Sasuke voiced what they were all thinking. He's not fighting to win, Jiraiya replied grimly. He's fighting for time, to allow the village defenses to solidify, to ensure the next generation survives. That's always been his way. There has to be something we can do, Naruto insisted, unwilling to accept their leader's sacrifice as inevitable. Jiraiya studied him thoughtfully. Your bloodline ability, how much control have you developed over the second phase? The absorption aspect. Some, Naruto admitted. I can temporarily absorb the fundamental nature of a bloodline during direct contact, but I haven't tried to actually use any absorbed abilities yet. The scrolls warned about attempting too much too quickly. For good reason, Jiraiya agreed. But there might be a way to use that aspect of your power to disrupt the reanimation jutsu itself. It's not technically a bloodline ability, but it operates on similar principles, the manipulation of life energy and spiritual essence. You think I could absorb the knowledge of how the technique works and then disrupt it? Naruto asked, understanding the Sannin's suggestion. It's theoretical and extremely risky, Jiraiya cautioned. But if we could create even a momentary opening in the barrier, you might be able to interface with the technique long enough to understand its mechanics. Then, potentially, you could disrupt the chakra binding the reanimated Hokages to Orochimaru's control. It was a desperate plan, but as they watched another violent explosion rock the barrier, desperation seemed increasingly appropriate. "I'll do it," Naruto decided. "But we still need to breach the barrier first." "Leave that to me," Jiraiya replied, already forming hand seals. "I didn't spend 30 years as a seal master for nothing." While Jiraiya began preparing what appeared to be an extraordinarily complex counter-seal designed to create a temporary opening in the barrier, Naruto turned to his teammates. "You should help with the village defenses," he told them. "This is going to be dangerous, and there's no reason for all of us to take the risk." "Idiot," Sasuke replied with characteristic bluntness. "You really think we'd let you face Orochimaru alone?" "Besides," Sakura added, adjusting her medical pouch, "someone needs to keep you from doing something stupidly heroic." Shikamaru sighed heavily. "Troublesome as it is, they're right. Tactically, we're stronger together, each of our specialties compensates for the other's weaknesses." Naruto felt a surge of gratitude toward his friends. Despite everything that had happened, the revelations about his bloodline, the political upheaval, the growing complications of his position in the village, they remained steadfastly loyal. "All right," he conceded. "But stay behind me when we enter. My ability should provide some protection against the reanimation jutsu." As they finalized their preparations, Naruto felt his enhanced clone disperse, returning a significant portion of his chakra along with the memories of successfully delivering the scrolls to the temple. Amaya had remained there, studying the ancient texts while maintaining a defensive position. At least that part of their mission was secure. "Ready," Jiraiya announced, completing the complex seal array he had inscribed around his position. "This will create an opening for approximately 15 seconds, not long, so move fast and stay together." The Sannin slammed his palms into the center of the array, channeling a massive surge of chakra that illuminated the seals with blinding intensity. The barrier above them rippled as Jiraiya's counter-seal identified and exploited a structural weakness in its formation. "Now," he shouted as a small aperture opened in the purple field. Naruto leaped through first, his teammates close behind. They landed on the roof of the Hokage Tower to find a scene of devastating battle. The surface was cratered and scorched, evidence of multiple high-level jutsu exchanges. And at the center stood three figures locked in mortal combat. The third Hokage, looking every year of his advanced age yet fighting with the determination of a man half his years, wielded his adamantine staff against two opponents who could only be the reanimated forms of the first and second Hokages. Their skin had an unnatural gray pallor, and their eyes showed the distinctive black scara of the reanimation jutsu. Watching from a position of apparent safety was Orochimaru, his unnatural features twisted in a smile of sadistic pleasure as he observed his former teacher's desperate struggle. "Reinforcements, Sarutobi-sensei," the snake Sannin called mockingly as he noticed their arrival. "How touching that you inspire such loyalty, even in your failure." The third Hokage turned briefly, his eyes widening in a mixture of surprise and alarm. "Naruto! All of you, get back. This isn't your fight." "With respect, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied, the circuit patterns beneath his skin already glowing in response to the powerful chakra saturating the battlefield. "It became our fight when Orochimaru targeted our village." Orochimaru's attention fixed on Naruto with sudden, intense interest. "The Jinchuriki, and something more, it seems. Those markings, some new manifestation of the Ninetales' power?" "Something far more troublesome for you," Jiraiya interjected, having managed to follow them through the closing aperture. "The boy has awakened the Uzumaki Bloodline Destroyer ability. Your reanimated puppets might not be as firmly under your control as you think." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Orochimaru's features. "The Destroyer gift? I thought that bloodline was extinct." "Apparently not," the third Hokage remarked with the ghost of a smile despite his evident exhaustion. "History has a way of surprising us, doesn't it, my former student?" Orochimaru recovered quickly, his eyes narrowing with calculation rather than fear. "Fascinating. All the more reason to study the boy thoroughly, after I've finished with you, old man." He made a single hand sign, and the reanimated Hokages moved with renewed purpose, their vacant expressions unchanging as they launched a coordinated attack against the third and his reinforcements. Separate them. Jiraiya ordered, engaging the second Hokage with a complex water counter to the legendary ninja's own water techniques. Naruto needs direct contact to affect the jutsu. The battle split into multiple fronts. Sasuke, Sakura and Shikamaru worked together to distract and contain the first Hokage's would-release techniques, while Jiraiya and the third engaged the second. Naruto, following the plan, moved directly toward Orochimaru, the source of the reanimation jutsu. Such a prize you've become, Orochimaru observed as Naruto approached, seemingly unconcerned by the direct confrontation. Jinchuriki, son of the fourth Hokage, and now bearer of a legendary bloodline. Perhaps I should reconsider my interest in the Sharingan. You won't be reconsidering anything when this is finished, Naruto replied, creating shadow clones to surround the Sannin. Orochimaru dispatched the clones with contemptuous ease, his movements too fast for even Naruto's enhanced senses to fully track. Your parlor tricks won't work against me, boy. I've been studying jutsu since before your parents were born. Despite the Sannin's arrogance, Naruto noticed something telling. Orochimaru was carefully maintaining distance, avoiding direct contact. He knew about the destroyer ability and feared it. Then you should know better than to underestimate an Uzumaki, Naruto countered, feinting with more clones while subtly maneuvering to reduce Orochimaru's escape options. Across the battlefield, his teammates were struggling against the first Hokage's overwhelming power. Even Sasuke's Sharingan and fire techniques were barely slowing the legendary would-release techniques that had helped found Konoha. Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu held briefly, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer chakra output of the reanimated figure. I need to reach the first Hokage. Naruto called to Jiraiya. His would-release is overwhelming them. Go. Jiraiya confirmed, launching a massive fire technique to create cover. I'll keep Orochimaru occupied. Naruto broke away, racing toward where his friends fought a losing battle against techniques that had shaped the very landscape of the fire country. The first Hokage, even in this reanimated state, demonstrated power that seemed almost godlike, wood sprouting and growing at his command, massive roots erupting from the rooftop to ensnare his opponents. Naruto. Sakura called in warning as a wooden spike shot toward him with lethal intent. He dodged narrowly, the circuit patterns on his skin flaring brighter as he closed with the legendary figure. The first Hokage's vacant eyes tracked his movement, but the reanimated ninja showed no emotion as he adjusted his attack to counter Naruto's approach. I just need one touch, Naruto muttered to himself, channeling chakra to enhance his speed. In a burst of movement that surprised even himself, Naruto slipped past a barrage of wooden projectiles and lunged directly at the first Hokage. His palm connected with the reanimated ninja's chest, directly over where a living heart would beat. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The circuit patterns on Naruto's skin seemed to flow outward, creating a web-like connection between himself and the first Hokage. Through this connection, Naruto could feel the unnatural chakra binding the dead Hokage to Orochimaru's will, and more importantly, he could sense the underlying structure of the reanimation jutsu itself. It was like nothing he had encountered before, not a true bloodline ability, but something adjacent to it. The technique used the DNA of the deceased as an anchor, combined with a living sacrifice to create a vessel, all bound together by the caster's will and chakra. Complex, monstrous, yet undeniably brilliant in its conception. I see it, Naruto whispered, his ability absorbing understanding of the jutsu's mechanics. I can disrupt the binding. Focusing his ability with newfound precision, Naruto targeted not the first Hokage's legendary would release, but the chakra tethers connecting the reanimated body to Orochimaru's control. The circuit patterns glowed with increasing intensity as he unraveled the complex binding, temporarily absorbing knowledge of its structure in order to counter it. Across the battlefield, Orochimaru staggered suddenly, clutching his chest in unexpected pain. What are you doing? He hissed, genuine alarm replacing his usual confidence. The first Hokage froze in mid-attack, the wooden constructs around him ceasing their growth. For a moment, the vacant expression remained, then awareness seemed to flicker in the reanimated eyes. Who? A voice emerged from the first Hokage's mouth, rough from disuse but undeniably his own rather than Orochimaru's. What has happened? Why am I? You were reanimated using a forbidden jutsu, Naruto explained quickly, maintaining the connection. Forced to fight against your own village and successor. Understanding dawned in the legendary ninja's eyes, followed by deep sorrow. Konoha, attacked. And I was made a weapon against my own creation. Yes, but I've temporarily disrupted the control. You have your will back, but I don't know for how long. The first Hokage's gaze sharpened with sudden resolution. Then we must act quickly. My brother, is he also? Yes, the second Hokage was reanimated too. I need to reach him next. I will help you, the first decided. This desecration cannot stand. With the first Hokage now fighting alongside them rather than against them, the battle's dynamic shifted dramatically. Orochimaru snarled in fury as his prized weapon turned against him, the wood-release techniques now targeting the snake Sannin and the still-controlled second Hokage. Impossible! Orochimaru raged. No one can break the reanimation's control once established. Apparently someone can, Jiraiya replied with evident satisfaction. The Uzumaki were always full of surprises. Taking advantage of the chaos, Naruto maneuvered toward the second Hokage, who continued to battle the third with devastating water techniques that seemed to materialize from the very air. With the first Hokage now providing cover, Naruto was able to approach more directly. Granduncle, the first called to the second, using their familial relationship to distract him momentarily. Forgive what I must do. The momentary confusion was enough. Massive wooden roots erupted beneath the second Hokage, ensnaring him just long enough for Naruto to make contact. Once again, the circuit patterns flowed outward, creating the same web-like connection as Naruto's ability interfaced with the reanimation jutsu's binding. Hurry, the first urged, maintaining the restraints despite the second's struggles. Orochimaru is attempting to reassert control. Indeed, Naruto could feel the snake Sannin's chakra pushing against his disruption, trying to re-establish dominance over both reanimated Hokages. The strain of maintaining his ability against such powerful opposition was immense, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he concentrated on unraveling the second Hokage's bindings. Almost. He gritted through clenched teeth. With a final surge of his ability, Naruto broke through, disrupting the chakra tethers just as he had with the first. The second Hokage ceased struggling, awareness returning to his stern features. Hashirama, he questioned, recognizing his brother. What madness is this? Reanimation, brother, the first explained succinctly. Our bodies have been desecrated and turned against Konoha. The second's expression hardened with characteristic intensity. Unforgivable. Who dares? Orochimaru of the Sannin, the third Hokage answered, joining them with evident relief at this turn of events. My former student. Then he must be stopped, the second declared. Permanently. Across the rooftop, Orochimaru's fury had given way to cold calculation. Seeing his prized techniques turned against him, the snake Sannin was already planning retreat. This isn't over, he hissed. I'll return when you least expect it. Not this time, the third Hokage stated firmly, forming a sequence of hand seals that Naruto didn't recognize. You've threatened this village for the last time, my student. The dead demon-consuming seal, Jiraiya identified with alarm. Sensei, no. The cost is too high. The third continued the technique, his aged face set with grim determination. It is a price I am willing to pay to protect the future of Konoha. Behind the elderly Hokage, a spectral figure began to materialize, a ghostly entity with demonic features and a ceremonial tanto clenched between its teeth. The sight sent chills down Naruto's spine, his enhanced senses detecting the unnatural, otherworldly chakra of the death god summoned by the forbidden technique. What's happening? Sakura asked, fear evident in her voice as she rejoined them with Sasuke and Shikamaru. The Reaper Death Seal, Sasuke answered, his Sharingan fixed on the spectral figure. A forbidden technique that summons the death god to seal away an enemy's soul, at the cost of the user's life. Understanding the third's intention, Orochimaru began a desperate series of defensive maneuvers, his body contorting unnaturally as he attempted to escape the technique's range. We can't let him complete this, Naruto realized. There has to be another way. The first and second Hokages exchanged meaningful glances. There might be, the first said. But it would require coordination between all of us. What do you propose, brother? The second asked. A combined sealing technique. My would release to contain, your water binding to suppress chakra, the third's expertise in traditional seals, and he turned to Naruto, your unique ability to disrupt bloodlines and techniques. A 4-point seal, the third breathed, understanding immediately. It could work, and without the sacrifice the Reaper Death Seal demands. Quickly then, the second urged. The snake attempts to flee. Working with a coordination born of decades of experience, the three Hokages moved into position around Orochimaru, who found his escape increasingly constrained by their combined efforts. The first's would release created a physical prison, the second's water-binding technique suppressed the Sannin's chakra, and the third began inscribing sealing formulas that glowed with potent energy. Naruto, the third called, we need your ability to complete the seal. Your destroyer gift can disrupt Orochimaru's techniques, including his body modification jutsu that allows him to escape conventional restraints. Understanding his role, Naruto approached the increasingly desperate Orochimaru. The snake Sannin's yellow eyes fixed on him with pure hatred. You think this temporary alliance will save you? Orochimaru hissed. When I return, and I will return, I'll ensure you suffer for decades before I grant you death. You won't be returning, Naruto replied with certainty. Not from where you're going. He placed his palm against Orochimaru's chest, the circuit patterns flaring blindingly bright as his ability interfaced with the Sannin's complex, modified chakra system. Unlike his previous applications, Naruto wasn't trying to temporarily negate or absorb understanding, he was permanently disrupting the unnatural modifications Orochimaru had made to his own body. The effect was agonizing for the snake Sannin. His body convulsed as the carefully constructed modifications that had granted him his unnatural abilities began to unravel. His elongated, serpentine features retracted, his skin tightening back to more human proportions. What have you done? Orochimaru screamed, genuine fear replacing his usual arrogance. Returned you to what you tried so hard to escape, Naruto answered. Humanity. With Orochimaru's body modification techniques disrupted, the three Hokages completed their sealing array. Glowing characters encircled the snake Sannin, spiraling inward to bind not just his physical form but his very essence. This seal will contain you indefinitely, the third explained to his former student, sorrow evident despite his resolve. Not death, but a state between existence and non-existence, a fitting punishment for one who sought to pervert the natural order of life and death. As the seal completed, Orochimaru's form seemed to fold inward upon itself, compressed into an increasingly smaller space until, with a final flash of light, he vanished entirely, leaving behind only a small scroll marked with complex sealing formulas. The battlefield fell silent, the only sound the distant echoes of combat as the invasion forces, leaderless without Orochimaru's direction, began to falter against Konoha's defenders. It is done, the first Hokage declared solemnly. Though I fear this victory comes with its own complications. He gestured to himself and the second, their reanimated bodies still present despite Orochimaru's defeat. We remain trapped in this unnatural state. The reanimation jutsu doesn't end with the caster's defeat, the third confirmed grimly. It requires either a specific release technique or the complete destruction of the vessels. Then you must destroy us, the second stated matter-of-factly. Our presence in this world is an abomination. Wait, Naruto interjected, an idea forming. My ability disrupted Orochimaru's control over you. Maybe I can disrupt the entire technique, send your souls back to rest while preserving the knowledge of what happened here. The first studied him with evident interest. You believe your bloodline ability can interface with a technique as complex as the reanimation jutsu at such a fundamental level? It's worth trying, Naruto insisted. Better than destroying you without at least attempting another solution. After brief deliberation, the reanimated Hokages agreed. Naruto approached them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, the circuit patterns beneath his skin pulsing as he channeled his ability with unprecedented focus. This was different from simply disrupting Orochimaru's control. He was attempting to interface with the foundational structure of the technique itself, to unwind the unnatural binding between souls, sacrifices, and physical vessels without destroying the knowledge contained within. The strain was enormous. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead as he delved deeper into the jutsu structure than ever before, his ability stretched to its absolute limit. The circuit pattern spread from his skin to encompass both reanimated Hokages, creating a glowing network of interconnected lines that mapped the chakra pathways of the technique. I see it, Naruto murmured, his eyes unfocused as he navigated the complex architecture of the forbidden jutsu. The anchor points, the tethers, the soul bindings. With surgical precision guided by intuition rather than formal knowledge, Naruto began severing specific connections while preserving others. The first and second Hokage's forms flickered as the technique holding them in the material world gradually unraveled, not violently, but with a controlled, deliberate dissolution. You have a remarkable gift, the first observed as his form began to fade. Use it wisely, young Uzumaki. Power without compassion leads only to destruction. Remember, the second added, his stern features softening slightly, a village is not its buildings or its techniques, but its people. Protect them, not abstract ideals. As the reanimation technique fully dissolved, the first and second Hokages faded from view, not crumbling to dust as would happen with a forced disruption, but simply fading like morning mist under the sun, returning to their rightful rest with dignity intact. In their place remained two scrolls similar to the one containing Orochimaru, but marked with different seals. Within these, Naruto sensed, resided the knowledge and experiences of the reanimated Hokages during their brief return, preserved for future generations rather than lost. You've done something remarkable today, the third Hokage told Naruto, placing a weathered hand on his shoulder. Not just in helping defeat Orochimaru, but in finding a solution that honored our predecessors even in these unusual circumstances. Exhaustion caught up with Naruto suddenly, his knees buckling as the strain of maintaining such precise control over his ability took its toll. Sasuke and Sakura moved quickly to support him, keeping him from collapsing entirely. The barriers down, Jiraiya observed, looking around the rooftop. And from the sounds below, the invasion is being repelled. Victory, it seems, though not without cost. Indeed, smoke still rose from multiple locations throughout the village, and the distant sounds of combat, while diminishing, indicated that pockets of resistance remained. Konoha had survived, but would bear the scars of this day for years to come. As medics arrived to tend to the injured, and Anbu secured the scrolls containing Orochimaru and the preserved knowledge of the reanimated Hokages, Naruto found himself contemplating the first Hokage's parting words about power and compassion. His bloodline ability had proven more versatile and powerful than he had imagined, capable of interfacing with and disrupting even techniques as complex as the reanimation jutsu. But with that expanding potential came greater responsibility, and greater danger. What would happen when word of today's event spread beyond Konoha's walls? How would other villages, other powers react to the knowledge that a single shinobi could potentially neutralize their prized bloodlines or disrupt their most powerful techniques? As if sensing his concerns, Hinata appeared among the newly arrived reinforcements, making her way directly to his side. Naruto-kun, she said softly, relief evident in her pale eyes. You're alive. Thanks to everyone working together, he replied, managing a tired smile. How are things in the rest of the village? The invasion is failing. Without Orochimaru's leadership and with the sand forces standing down after learning of their Kazekage's assassination, the sound ninja are retreating. Her hand found his, a small gesture of comfort that nonetheless conveyed volumes. Your clone told me about the Uzumaki scrolls and Amaya-san. I've stationed Hyuga guards at the temple to ensure its security. The thoughtfulness of her action touched him deeply. Thank you, Hinata. For understanding without me having to explain. A slight blush colored her cheeks, but her gaze remained steady. That's what friends do, isn't it? Understand each other. Friends. The words seemed simultaneously accurate and insufficient to describe what was developing between them, a connection built on mutual respect, shared struggles, and growing affection that transcended simple friendship. Before Naruto could respond, the third Hokage rejoined them, having completed consultations with the newly arrived ANBU captains. Despite his age and the strain of the recent battle, the elderly leader carried himself with dignity, his gaze clear and purposeful. The immediate crisis has passed, he announced to the gathered shinobi. But much work remains to secure our village and address the political fallout of this invasion. He turned specifically to Naruto. Young Uzumaki, your actions today have saved countless lives, including, quite possibly, my own. Yet they also raise questions that must be addressed. Your bloodline ability has manifested capabilities beyond what we initially understood. I'm still learning its limits myself, Naruto admitted. Each application reveals new possibilities. And new responsibilities, the Hokage added solemnly. The scrolls Kagami attempted to steal, they contain the accumulated knowledge of generations of Uzumaki research into bloodlines, correct? Naruto nodded. Yes. Amaya Uzumaki is studying them now at the temple. She believes they contain information critical to understanding the full potential of the destroyer ability. Amaya Uzumaki, the Hokage repeated thoughtfully. Another survivor of the clan's destruction. Her appearance now, amid these other developments, cannot be coincidence. You suspect her motives? Jiraiya questioned. I suspect that events are moving according to currents we do not fully perceive, the Hokage replied. The reawakening of the Bloodline Destroyer, Danzo's exposure, Orochimaru's invasion, Kagami's continued pursuit of bloodline research, and now the appearance of another Uzumaki, all interconnected in ways that suggest larger forces at work. He fixed Naruto with a penetrating gaze. Which is why, my boy, you must proceed with both caution and purpose. The knowledge contained in those scrolls, combined with your natural ability, represents power that many would kill to possess. I understand, Hokage-sama, Naruto replied seriously. I won't let that power be misused. The elderly leader smiled slightly. I believe you won't. But the burden shouldn't rest entirely on your young shoulders. He turned to address the gathered shinobi more broadly. Today marks a turning point for Konoha. The invasion has exposed vulnerabilities in our systems and leadership, vulnerabilities that must be addressed if we are to move forward stronger than before. What do you propose, sensei? Jiraiya asked. A reconstitution of Konoha's governing structure, the Hokage answered firmly. The exposure of Danzo's corruption, followed by this invasion, has demonstrated the flaws in our current approach. Too much power concentrated in too few hands, too many secrets kept even from those who should be informed. This declaration sent murmurs through the assembled ninja. The third was proposing nothing less than a fundamental reshaping of Konoha's political structure, something unprecedented in the village's history. And who would lead this reconstituted government? Jiraiya pressed, though his expression suggested he already anticipated the answer. The Hokage's gaze swept across those gathered, settling finally on his former student. I have carried the mantle of Hokage longer than intended, through war, peace, and now invasion. It is time for the will of fire to pass to a new generation. Jiraiya visibly paled. Sensei, if you're suggesting what I think you are, not you, my wandering student, the Hokage corrected with a slight smile. Though you would serve admirably if you could be convinced to remain in one place for more than a month at a time. Relief washed over Jiraiya's features. Then who? Tsunade, the Hokage stated simply. It is time she returned to Konoha and assumed the responsibilities her grandfather and granduncle established. Her strength, medical expertise, and yes, even her skepticism about shinobi politics make her the ideal candidate to lead us through the changes to come. Assuming she can be persuaded, Jiraiya noted dryly. She's been adamant about never returning. Circumstances change. People change. The Hokage's gaze drifted momentarily toward Naruto. Sometimes, the right catalyst is all that's needed to remind us of who we truly are and what we stand for. Understanding dawned on Jiraiya's face. You want me to find her, and you want the kid to come along. You think she'll respond to him, to his bloodline and his heritage. I think she will recognize in Naruto what I have seen, the future of the shinobi world, for better or worse. The Hokage turned back to address Naruto directly. That is, if you are willing to undertake such a mission. The request, thinly veiled as it was, carried implications beyond a simple retrieval assignment. The third was positioning Naruto not just as a shinobi with a rare ability, but as a symbolic bridge between Konoha's founding legacy and its future potential. The political statement of sending the Jinchuriki with the Bloodline Destroyer ability to help recruit the next Hokage would not be lost on anyone inside or outside the village. I'll go, Naruto agreed, recognizing both the honor and the responsibility being placed on him. But first, I need to secure the Uzumaki scrolls and understand what Amaya has discovered. If Kagami is still out there, he won't stop trying to obtain that knowledge. Agreed, the Hokage nodded. Take 2 days to recover, secure the scrolls, and prepare. Then you and Jiraiya will depart to find Tsunade. As the meeting concluded and the various shinobi dispersed to their assigned tasks in the invasion's aftermath, Naruto found himself standing with Hinata at the edge of the rooftop, looking out over the village they had helped defend. So much has changed, Hinata observed quietly. In just a few months, everything seems different. Including us, Naruto replied, finding the courage to take her hand more deliberately than before. You've become important to me, Hinata. In ways I'm still figuring out. Her fingers tightened around his, the gesture more eloquent than words. You've always been important to me, Naruto-kun. I just didn't have the courage to show it before. We've both found courage we didn't know we had, he reflected. Maybe that's what growing up is really about, discovering the strength that was always there, just waiting for the right moment. As they stood together watching the sun begin to set over Konoha, Naruto felt the weight of recent events balanced by the promise of possibilities to come. His bloodline ability had awakened, changing his path forever. But it had also connected him to his heritage, to new allies, and to a deeper understanding of his place in the world. Whatever challenges awaited, Kagami's continued threat, the political restructuring of Konoha, the mission to retrieve Tsunade, or the mysteries still hidden in the Uzumaki scrolls, Naruto would face them not as the isolated child he had once been, but as a shinobi with purpose, principles, and people he was determined to protect. The Bloodline Destroyer had awakened. And with it, a new chapter in the history of the shinobi world had begun. The Uzumaki Mask Temple stood silent in the gathering dusk, its ancient stones seemingly untouched by the chaos that had engulfed Konoha earlier that day. As Naruto approached, he sensed the subtle protective barriers responding to his bloodline, recognizing him as kin to those who had constructed this sacred place generations ago. Hyuga guards stationed discreetly around the perimeter acknowledged him with respectful nods, Hinata's doing, he recognized gratefully. Their Byakugan would ensure no unauthorized visitors approached while he conducted his business within. The temple door opened at his touch, responding to his Uzumaki chakra. Inside, amidst the remaining masks that had not crumbled when he first awakened his ability, he found Amaya seated cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by open scrolls from the containment case they had recovered from Kagami. You survived the invasion, she observed without looking up. And defeated Orochimaru, from what I've heard. News travels fast, Naruto replied, taking a seat across from her. The village is still assessing the damage, but we've repelled the attack. And your confrontation with the reanimated Hokages? The reports are interesting. Naruto studied her carefully. Despite claiming kinship and demonstrating knowledge that supported her Uzumaki heritage, Amaya remained something of an enigma. Her timely appearance, her connection to Danzo's past activities, and her convenient knowledge of Kagami's plans all warranted caution. I used the Destroyer ability to disrupt the reanimation jutsu, he confirmed, watching for her reaction. First breaking Orochimaru's control over them, then helping them return to rest properly. Amaya finally looked up, her expression revealing genuine interest. You interfaced with a technique as complex as the reanimation jutsu. That's unprecedented. Even in the clan's records, there's no account of the Destroyer gift being applied to non-bloodline techniques at that level. It felt natural, Naruto admitted. Like the ability was designed specifically to counter unnatural manipulations of life and death chakra. Perhaps it was, Amaya mused, indicating one of the open scrolls beside her. According to these records, the Destroyer gift first manifested generations ago, during a period when certain clans were experimenting with forbidden techniques to enhance and combine bloodlines. The first bearer of the ability emerged specifically to counter those abominations. The parallel to current circumstances, with Orochimaru and Kagami both pursuing similar research, was not lost on Naruto. You're suggesting my bloodline awaken now because history is repeating itself? I'm suggesting that the Destroyer gift doesn't appear randomly. It manifests when the balance between bloodlines is threatened, when someone attempts to artificially control or combine Kekkei Genkai beyond natural limitations. She gestured to the circuit patterns still visible beneath his skin. Your body is literally a counter-system to bloodline manipulation. The implications were both fascinating and troubling. If Amaya was correct, then Naruto's ability wasn't just a random genetic trait but a deliberate evolutionary response to specific threats, a natural failsafe against the very research Danzo, Orochimaru, and Kagami had been pursuing. What else have you found in the scrolls? He asked, genuinely curious now. Information about the 3 stages of the ability, Amaya replied, selecting a particularly ancient-looking document. The negation phase you've already mastered, the ability to temporarily suppress another's bloodline through direct contact. The absorption phase you've begun to explore, taking the essence of a bloodline into yourself, gaining understanding of its nature. And the third? The command phase? That's where it gets complicated, Amaya admitted. According to these records, no Uzumaki has fully mastered the command phase in centuries. The ability to actually use bloodlines you've absorbed, it carries significant risks to the user's chakra network and overall stability. She indicated a series of diagrams showing what appeared to be a human chakra system progressively destabilizing under strain. Each absorbed bloodline creates a distinct chakra signature within your network. Attempting to actually use these abilities forces your body to channel chakra in patterns it wasn't naturally designed to accommodate. So if I tried to use too many different absorbed bloodlines, your chakra pathways would basically tear themselves apart, Amaya confirmed grimly. The last recorded Uzumaki who attempted to master multiple command-level abilities died when his network collapsed, apparently in excruciating pain. The warning echoed what Naruto had read in the scroll left with the crystalline mask: choose wisely which gifts you take, and remember that your purpose is balance, not dominion. These limitations make sense, he acknowledged. Otherwise, the Destroyer ability would be too powerful, essentially allowing one person to command every bloodline they encountered. Exactly, Amaya agreed. The ability is designed for balance, not domination. It allows you to temporarily counter misused bloodlines or absorb understanding of how they function, but not to collect them like trophies. The distinction resonated with Naruto's own developing philosophy about his power. From the beginning, he had instinctively understood that the Bloodline Destroyer wasn't meant to elevate him above others, but to serve as a counterweight when bloodline abilities threatened to disrupt the natural order. There's more, Amaya continued, her expression growing more serious. Information about why the Uzumaki were targeted for destruction, and why those with the Destroyer gift were hunted even among our own clan. Hunted? By who? By those who believed bloodlines should evolve without restriction, that Kekii Genkai represent the next stage of shinobi evolution and should be encouraged to develop, combine, and strengthen without limitation. Like Orochimaru, Naruto realized. Or Kagami. And others throughout history, Amaya confirmed. There has always been tension between those who view bloodlines as natural developments that should evolve organically and those who see them as tools to be manipulated, combined, and weaponized for power. She indicated another scroll, this one bearing a symbol Naruto didn't recognize, a red cloud outlined in white. And that tension continues today, with organizations that have taken interest in your awakening. What organization uses a red cloud symbol? Naruto asked, suddenly wary. They call themselves Akatsuki, Amaya replied, her voice dropping despite their privacy. Originally formed as a peace movement in Amigakure, they've evolved into something else entirely, a collection of S-rank missing nin with an interest in Biju and unique bloodlines. The name triggered a vague memory of intelligence briefings Naruto had received following Danzo's fall. They're the ones targeting Jinchuriki. Yes, though their motivations run deeper than most intelligence agencies realize. According to information I've gathered, their leader possesses a legendary dojutsu believed extinct, the Rinnegan. Naruto felt a chill at the mention of the legendary eyes said to have belonged to the Sage of Six Paths himself. And they're interested in the Destroyer gift. Your ability represents a fundamental threat to their plans, Amaya explained. If you can potentially neutralize even powerful dojutsu like the Rinnegan, you become either a priority target for elimination or a prime candidate for recruitment. The implications were sobering. Naruto had been coming to terms with the attention his ability would attract within the shinobi villages, but the idea of S-rank criminal organizations specifically targeting him added a new dimension of danger. How do you know all this? He asked finally, the question that had been hovering since their first meeting. You appear out of nowhere during an invasion, with detailed knowledge about secret organizations, forbidden research, and ancient Uzumaki abilities. Who are you really, Amaya? She met his gaze steadily, seemingly unsurprised by the question. I am exactly who I claim to be, an Uzumaki survivor. But I'm also someone who has spent years tracking those who experimented on our clan, including Danzo, Orochimaru, and their various collaborators around the shinobi world. That doesn't explain your specific knowledge about the Akatsuki or Kagami's operations. No, it doesn't, she agreed. After a moment's hesitation, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing a familiar sight, circuit-like patterns beneath her skin, similar to Naruto's own but fainter, as if dormant rather than active. Because I carry a partial manifestation of the same bloodline you fully awakened. Naruto stared in shock. You have the destroyer ability too? A shadow of it, she corrected. Enough to sense other bloodlines, to understand their basic nature, but not enough to negate or absorb them as you can. Danzo's experiments were attempts to activate the dormant ability fully, attempts that failed but left me with enhanced sensitivity to chakra manipulation. She rolled her sleeve back down. That sensitivity has allowed me to track others conducting similar research. I've infiltrated labs, intercepted communications, and gathered intelligence on anyone seeking to artificially manipulate bloodlines, including the Akatsuki, whose ultimate goal involves a massive-scale chakra manipulation that would affect the entire world. The revelation that Amaya carried even a partial version of his bloodline changed everything. Her knowledge, her timing, her interest in the scrolls, all made more sense if she was pursuing those who had experimented on her, driven by both personal vengeance and a larger mission to protect the legacy of their clan. Why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? Naruto asked, though without accusation. Would you have trusted me if I had? A stranger claiming to share your rare bloodline, appearing during a crisis, making claims about global conspiracies? She shook her head slightly. I needed to earn a measure of trust first, to demonstrate my value as an ally. And now? Now, I'm offering a formal alliance, Amaya stated directly. You have fully awakened what I carry only in potential. I have knowledge and connections you lack. Together, we can more effectively counter those who would misuse bloodlines for domination or destruction. The offer was tempting. Despite his growing circle of allies in Konoha, Naruto had felt a certain isolation as the sole bearer of the Destroyer gift. Even those who supported him couldn't truly understand the unique perspective his ability granted, the way he now perceived chakra systems and bloodlines as interconnected parts of a larger whole. "I need time to consider," he replied finally. "And to discuss this with the Hokage. My position in Konoha comes with responsibilities I can't simply set aside." "Understood," Amaya acknowledged. "But consider this as well, the threats we face extend far beyond Konoha's borders. Kagami remains at large, the Akatsuki are moving, and other players we haven't even identified yet are taking interest in your awakened ability. Sooner or later, you'll need allies who operate outside traditional village structures." She began carefully rolling the scrolls, returning them to the containment case. "Take whatever time you need. I'll continue studying these texts, with your permission. There's still much to learn about the full potential of the Destroyer gift." "Agreed," Naruto said, rising to his feet. "And I appreciate your honesty, delayed as it was. It can't have been easy, carrying even a partial version of this bloodline alone all these years." A genuine smile softened Amaya's features. "It's strange, isn't it? To be both blessed and burdened by something in your very blood. To be defined by an ability you never asked for, yet cannot imagine living without." The sentiment struck a chord with Naruto's experience not just as the bearer of the Destroyer gift, but as a Jinchuriki as well. "I know something about that," he replied simply. As he prepared to leave, to return to the village and the responsibilities awaiting him there, Amaya offered one final piece of insight. "The scrolls suggest that the third phase, the command ability, isn't actually about using other bloodlines as your own," she said thoughtfully. "It's subtler than that. It's about understanding the fundamental nature of bloodlines so deeply that you can guide their development and interaction. Less about wielding power yourself and more about ensuring balance among all powers." "That sounds more like governance than combat," Naruto observed. "Perhaps that's the point," Amaya suggested. "Perhaps the ultimate expression of the Destroyer gift isn't destruction at all, but creation, helping bloodlines coexist and evolve naturally, without corruption or exploitation." The concept followed Naruto as he departed the temple, making his way back toward the village center where reconstruction efforts were already underway. Creation rather than destruction. Balance rather than dominance. A guide rather than a controller. It aligned with his deepest instincts about his ability's purpose, yet challenged him to think beyond the immediate applications of negating or absorbing individual bloodlines. If Amaya was right, the true potential of his gift might be far more profound, and far more politically significant, than anyone had yet realized. And that realization, more than anything, underscored the importance of his upcoming mission with Jiraiya to find Tsunade. Konoha needed leadership that understood the delicate balance of power among bloodlines, clans, and individuals, leadership that could navigate the changing landscape his ability had helped create. The sun had fully set by the time Naruto reached the village proper, but Konoha glowed with the light of lanterns and campfires as citizens worked together to clear debris and make emergency repairs. Despite the day's violence, there was something heartening in the sight of civilians and shinobi laboring side by side, the artificial boundaries between them temporarily dissolved in the face of shared necessity. Perhaps, Naruto thought, that was a microcosm of what his ability truly sought to achieve, not the elimination of differences, but the harmony of diverse strengths working in concert rather than opposition. With that thought providing unexpected comfort, he joined the reconstruction efforts, creating shadow clones to assist where needed most. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and decisions, but tonight was for healing, for community, and for the simple act of rebuilding what had been damaged but not destroyed. 2 days later, as dawn broke over a Konoha still bearing the scars of invasion but steadily recovering, Naruto stood at the village gates with Jiraiya. The mission to find Tsunade and convince her to return as the 5th Hokage was officially beginning, though both knew it represented far more than a simple retrieval assignment. "Ready for this, kid?" Jiraiya asked, adjusting the large scroll strapped to his back. "Convincing Tsunade to return won't be easy. She has strong opinions about Konoha and its leadership. So I've heard, Naruto replied. But circumstances have changed. The village needs her. Need isn't always enough to heal deep wounds, the Sannin observed cryptically. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. First, we have to find her, and my intelligence suggests she's been moving between gambling towns in the eastern provinces. Before they could depart, a small group approached, Naruto's friends coming to see him off. Sasuke, still bandaged from the invasion but standing straight with characteristic pride, Sakura, carrying what appeared to be a carefully prepared medical kit, Shikamaru, yawning but present despite the early hour, and Hinata, a quiet determination in her pale eyes. We thought you might try to leave without saying goodbye, Sakura accused lightly, offering the medical kit. Basic supplies and soldier pills. Don't use the red ones unless absolutely necessary, they're concentrated. Thanks, Sakura, Naruto accepted the gift gratefully. And I wasn't trying to avoid goodbyes. Just didn't want to make a big deal of it. Troublesome as always, Shikamaru commented. Just remember what we discussed about strategic applications. Your ability isn't just for combat. Naruto nodded, recalling their shogi lessons and deeper discussions about the political implications of the destroyer gift. I'll keep it in mind. Sasuke stepped forward next, his expression unreadable as usual. Don't fall behind while you're out there, he said simply. I'm not waiting for you to catch up when you return. The Uchiha's version of encouragement made Naruto smile. Wouldn't dream of it. Keep working on that Chidori, you almost have the targeting precision right. Finally, Hinata approached, her usual shyness tempered by newfound confidence. Naruto-kun, she began, offering a small, carefully wrapped package. For your journey. It's a specialized ointment I prepared, for your chakra pathways. Naruto accepted it, their fingers brushing intentionally. Thank you, Hinata. I'll use it carefully. And she continued, a faint blush coloring her cheeks despite her determined expression, when you return, I hoped we might, that is. I would like to. Finding words failing her, Hinata did something that surprised everyone present, she leaned forward and kissed Naruto briefly on the cheek. Be safe, she whispered before stepping back, her blush deepening but her gaze remaining steady. Touched and slightly flustered himself, Naruto managed a genuine smile. I will. And when I return, we'll definitely continue that conversation. Jiraiya cleared his throat dramatically. If the young romance portion of our departure is concluded, we should get moving. We have a lot of ground to cover. With final farewells exchanged, Naruto and Jiraiya passed through Konoha's massive gates, beginning their journey eastward. For several minutes, they walked in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the mission ahead. So, Jiraiya finally said with a suggestive grin, you and the Hyuga heiress, huh? Moving up in the world, kid. It's not like that, Naruto protested automatically, then reconsidered. Or maybe it is. I'm still figuring it out. Relationships are complicated enough without adding clan politics and rare bloodlines to the mix, Jiraiya observed more seriously. The Hyuga are traditionally protective of their bloodline. Your ability might make some of them nervous about future generations. The implication, that any children Naruto might have could inherit the destroyer gift, wasn't something he had considered before. You think they'd oppose a relationship because of my bloodline? Some might, Jiraiya acknowledged. Others might see the strategic advantage of combining bloodlines. Politics and romance have always been uncomfortably intertwined among the major clans. That's not how I want to think about relationships, Naruto decided after a moment's reflection. People aren't breeding stock for better jutsu. Jiraiya laughed unexpectedly. And that right there is why you're exactly what Konoha needs right now. Too many have forgotten that bloodlines and abilities are secondary to the people who possess them. They continued walking, the conversation shifting to more practical matters regarding their mission, likely locations to search, Tsunade's known habits and preferences, and strategies for approaching her once found. But Jiraiya's words about bloodlines and relationships lingered in Naruto's mind, adding yet another dimension to the already complex implications of his awakened ability. By midday, they had covered significant distance, the forests surrounding Konoha giving way to more open countryside. As they paused for a brief rest near a small stream, Naruto sensed something unusual, a disturbance in the ambient chakra, too subtle for most to detect but clearly perceptible to his enhanced senses. "We're being followed," he informed Jiraiya quietly. The Sannin nodded almost imperceptibly. "I know. Have been for the last hour. 2 of them, moving in parallel to our path. Skilled at concealment, Jonin level at minimum. Not Konoha Anbu," Naruto added, the circuit patterns beneath his skin responding subtly to the foreign chakra signatures. "Their energy feels different. Focused but unstable, like it's been artificially modified." "Good observation," Jiraiya approved. "Let's see who's taken such an interest in our journey, shall we?" Without any obvious signal, he casually adjusted their course toward a more densely wooded area where confrontation could occur away from potential civilian witnesses. They continued for another 10 minutes, maintaining the pretense of normal travel while gradually luring their shadows into the position Jiraiya had selected. When they reached a small clearing surrounded by ancient trees, the Sannin stopped abruptly. "Might as well show yourselves," he called out to the apparently empty forest. "This game of follow the leader is getting boring." After a moment's silence, 2 figures emerged from the tree-line, both wearing black cloaks decorated with red clouds, their faces partially obscured by wide straw hats. One carried what appeared to be a massive wrapped sword on his back, while the other moved with unnatural smoothness, his features concealed behind his hat's decorative paper strips. "Jiraiya of the Sannin," the shorter figure observed, his voice eerily calm. "This complicates matters." "Itachi Uchiha," Jiraiya replied, confirming the identity of at least one of their stalkers. "And Kisame Hoshigaki, former swordsman of the mist. To what do we owe the pleasure of Akatsuki's attention?" The taller figure, Kisame, grinned, revealing sharpened, shark-like teeth. "No pleasure involved. We're here for the Jinchuriki." Naruto felt a chill at being so directly identified. The circuit patterns beneath his skin began to glow more prominently, responding to the threat and to something else, a familiar sensation he was beginning to recognize as the presence of powerful bloodline abilities. "The Sharingan," he murmured, sensing the distinctive chakra pattern of Sasuke's clan in the shorter figure. "And something else, something related to water and physical transformation." Kisame's grin widened. "The brat has good senses." "Yes, I carry what you might call a bloodline, though it's not quite the same as your dojutsu or elemental Kekkei Genkai." Itachi finally raised his head slightly, revealing distinctive red eyes with a complex pattern unlike the standard Sharingan Naruto had observed in Sasuke or Kakashi. "Interesting. The reports were accurate, he has awakened the Destroyer gift." The casual identification of his bloodline ability confirmed Amaya's warning. The Akatsuki were well informed about his awakening and specifically interested in its implications. "Which changes nothing," Kisame declared, reaching for the massive sword on his back. "Orders are orders. The Ninetales comes with us." Jiraiya stepped protectively in front of Naruto. "I think not. Whatever your organization is planning for the Biju, it stops here." Itachi's expression remained impassive. "We are not here to fight a Sannin. Our mission is extraction only." "Too bad," Jiraiya replied, already forming hand seals. "Because a fight is exactly what you're getting." Chakra surged as the Sannin slammed his palms into the ground. Summoning, Toad Mouth Bind. The clearing transformed around them, the ground and surrounding trees converting into what appeared to be the fleshy interior of some massive organism. Pink, muscular walls pulsated as the technique spread, rapidly enclosing the entire area. "Welcome to the esophagus of the mountain toad," Jiraiya announced grimly. "No one has ever escaped this technique." Kisame cursed, attempting to free his feet as the fleshy floor began to envelop them. "Itachi! We need to move." But the Uchiha's attention had fixed on Naruto, specifically on the glowing circuit patterns now fully visible beneath his skin. "The destroyer gift," he murmured, seemingly more interested in observation than escape. "I wonder, does it function against the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Before anyone could react, Itachi's eyes changed, the pattern shifting into something even more complex. "Tsukuyomi," he intoned quietly. The world around Naruto wavered as the genjutsu attempted to take hold, but something unexpected happened. The circuit patterns flared brilliantly, creating a protective network across his consciousness as his bloodline ability automatically responded to the foreign technique attempting to infiltrate his chakra system. "Impossible," Itachi breathed, genuine surprise flickering across his normally emotionless features. "You neutralized the Tsukuyomi through passive defense alone." "Not me," Naruto replied, equally surprised by the automatic protection. The bloodline itself responded. This development seemed to genuinely interest Itachi, his analytical mind visibly reassessing the situation. "Fascinating. The destroyer gift has evolved beyond what our intelligence suggested." "Enough academic interest, Itachi." Kisame growled, his sword now unwrapped to reveal a strange, scale-covered surface that appeared almost alive. "We take him now or retreat." Jiraiya's technique continued to constrict around them, the fleshy walls closing in with increasing speed. "Your only option is retreat," the Sannin informed them confidently. "And even that window is closing rapidly." For a tense moment, it seemed the Akatsuki members might attempt to fight despite their deteriorating position. Then Itachi made a subtle gesture to his partner. "We withdraw," he decided. "This confrontation has provided sufficient data for now." "Running away?" Kisame asked incredulously, though he had ceased struggling against the encroaching technique. "Tactical reassessment," Itachi corrected, his Sharingan still fixed on Naruto's glowing patterns. "The Jinchuriki's abilities have implications for our organization's plans. Leadership will want a full analysis before we proceed further." With movements too fast for normal eyes to track, Itachi formed a series of hand seals. Black flames erupted around both Akatsuki members, burning through Jiraiya's technique with impossible intensity. "Amaterasu," Jiraiya identified with alarm. "Stand back, Naruto. Those flames will burn through anything." Using the black fire as cover, Itachi and Kisame retreated, the flames creating a barrier that even Jiraiya's technique couldn't penetrate. Within seconds, their chakra signatures had vanished from Naruto's sensory range, indicating a high-speed departure. As the immediate threat receded, Jiraiya released his summoning technique, the fleshy environment reverting to normal forest. "Well," he remarked with forced casualness that didn't quite mask his concern, "that was informative." "They knew exactly who I was and what I carry," Naruto observed, the circuit patterns gradually fading as the danger passed. "Both the Nine Tails and the Destroyer gift." "And they retreated rather than engage fully," Jiraiya added thoughtfully. "Itachi Uchiha isn't known for backing down from confrontation without good reason. He seemed interested in my ability. Especially after it countered his genjutsu. Which is concerning in itself," Jiraiya noted. "The Tsukuyomi is one of the most powerful genjutsu in existence. That your bloodline automatically defended against it suggests capabilities beyond what even the Hokage anticipated." Naruto absorbed this, recalling Amaya's warnings about various groups taking interest in his awakened ability. "She was right," he murmured. "The Akatsuki are specifically tracking the destroyer gift, not just the Biju." "She?" Jiraiya questioned sharply. "Amaya Uzumaki," Naruto explained. "She warned me that Akatsuki would take special interest in my bloodline because it represents a fundamental threat to their plans, especially if their leader truly possesses the Rinnegan as she claimed." The Sannin's expression grew serious. "If that intelligence is accurate, it explains their caution today. A fully realized destroyer gift could potentially neutralize even the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The implication hung between them. Naruto's awakened ability might represent not just a rare bloodline or useful combat technique, but a direct counter to whatever the Akatsuki were planning with the collected Biju and legendary dojutsu. We need to accelerate our timeline, Jiraiya decided. Find Tsunade more quickly and return to Konoha with her. The village needs stable leadership now more than ever, especially with Akatsuki moving openly. Naruto nodded in agreement, though his mind was racing with the implications of the brief encounter. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's brother and the man responsible for the Uchiha massacre, had seemed less interested in capturing him than in studying his bloodline's reaction to the Mangekyo Sharingan. That suggested motivations potentially more complex than simple Biju collection. There's another thing, he said as they resumed their journey, now moving at a faster pace. When I sensed Itachi's chakra, it felt strained, somehow. Like there was damage to his optical pathways, specifically around the Sharingan. Jiraiya glanced at him sharply. You could sense that level of detail? It's becoming clearer with practice, Naruto confirmed. Especially with dojutsu users. Their chakra networks have distinctive patterns around their visual systems. Interesting, the Sannin mused. There have always been rumors that the Mangekyo Sharingan exacts a physical toll on its users. If you're correct, Itachi may be experiencing degradation from overuse. Which might explain his interest in my ability, Naruto realized. If the Destroyer gift can interface with bloodlines at a fundamental level, he might see it as relevant to his own condition. Or as a threat to whatever the Akatsuki are planning, Jiraiya added. Either way, your value to multiple factions just increased significantly, as both an asset to be acquired and a threat to be eliminated. The assessment was sobering but accurate. With each new application of his ability, with each confrontation that revealed more of its potential, Naruto found himself becoming an increasingly significant piece on the complex geopolitical chessboard of the shinobi world. We'll find Tsunade, he stated with renewed determination. And then we'll prepare Konoha for whatever comes next, whether it's Kagami's continued experiments, the Akatsuki's plans, or threats we haven't even identified yet. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. That's the spirit, kid. One step at a time, starting with convincing the most stubborn medical ninja in history to take a job she spent decades avoiding. Despite the seriousness of their situation, Naruto found himself smiling at the Sannin's characterization. Compared to everything else they were facing, how hard could it be to persuade one legendary ninja to return home? As they continued eastward, the rising sun at their backs and the open road before them, Naruto felt a strange sense of both purpose and possibility. The Bloodline Destroyer had awakened, bringing complications and dangers he had never imagined. But it had also connected him to his heritage, expanded his understanding of the shinobi world, and potentially positioned him to help shape a future where bloodlines served their bearers rather than the reverse. And that, he decided, was worth whatever challenges lay ahead. 3 weeks later, Naruto stood atop the Hokage monument, watching as Tsunade officially accepted the mantle of 5th Hokage in the plaza below. The ceremony was deliberately public, a statement of Konoha's resilience following the invasion and a visible transition of power designed to reassure both citizens and potential enemies that the village hidden in the leaves remained strong despite recent challenges. Finding Tsunade had proven as difficult as Jiraiya predicted, their search taking them through multiple towns before finally locating the legendary medical ninja in a remote gambling resort. Convincing her to return had been even harder, requiring not just diplomatic skill but a dramatic confrontation with Orochimaru's right-hand man, Kabuto, who had been pursuing the Sannin for his own purposes. During that battle, Naruto had been forced to utilize his bloodline ability in ways he hadn't anticipated, directly confronting Kabuto's quasi-medical ninjutsu that blurred the line between technique and Kekkei Genkai. The experience had expanded his understanding of the Destroyer gift's applications while simultaneously demonstrating its limitations against opponents whose abilities weren't strictly bloodline-based. More significantly, the journey had given him extended time with Tsunade, allowing the legendary ninja to examine his ability from a medical perspective while he helped her reconnect with the will of fire she had thought extinguished years ago. Their relationship had evolved from mutual suspicion to grudging respect and finally to genuine alliance, culminating in her decision to accept the position of Hokage and his promise to support her administration however needed. Now, watching her address the village with characteristic bluntness tempered by unexpected warmth, Naruto felt cautiously optimistic about Konoha's future. Tsunade represented exactly the kind of leadership the village needed, someone who understood both the village's foundational ideals and the medical, ethical, and political complexities of bloodline abilities. Impressive turnout, observed Amaya, who had joined him on the monument shortly after his return to Konoha. The village seems to be embracing her leadership. They need stability, Naruto replied. After Danzo's conspiracy and Orochimaru's invasion, people want to believe someone competent is in charge. And is she? Competent, I mean. More than that, Naruto said with conviction. She understands what needs to change and what needs to be preserved. She's already initiated reforms to the council structure, established new protocols for bloodline-related research, and prioritized rebuilding the medical corps. Amaya nodded thoughtfully. Good priorities. Though her greatest challenges still lie ahead. The observation was undeniably accurate. Despite the appearance of normalcy being carefully cultivated, Konoha faced multiple ongoing threats. Kagami remained at large, continuing his grandfather's research with unknown resources. The Akatsuki had demonstrated active interest in both Jinchuriki and the Destroyer gift, and tensions with other villages remained high following the failed invasion, with Tsunagakure in particular navigating a delicate political transition after the assassination of their Kazekage. Have you decided? Amaya asked after a moment of companionable silence. About my proposal for an alliance beyond Konoha's formal structures. During Naruto's absence, Amaya had continued studying the Uzumaki scrolls, developing a comprehensive understanding of the Destroyer gift's historical applications and limitations. She had also, with the third Hokage's cautious approval, begun establishing a network of contacts specializing in tracking bloodline-related activities across the shinobi world, creating what amounted to an independent intelligence apparatus focused specifically on countering illegal experimentation and exploitation. I've spoken with Tsunade about it, Naruto confirmed. She sees the value in having resources dedicated to these issues that operate outside traditional village hierarchies. Especially given how deeply Danzo had compromised some of Konoha's intelligence structures. And your personal decision? Naruto turned to face her directly. I want to help. To be involved in tracking these threats and protecting those at risk. But my primary loyalty remains with Konoha. I won't become a wandering agent detached from the village. Amaya seemed neither surprised nor disappointed by his answer. I expected as much. And it's not incompatible with what I'm proposing. Konoha can serve as our primary base, with you operating officially as a village shinobi while maintaining connections to our independent network. A foot in both worlds, Naruto summarized. Exactly. Which mirrors the nature of the Destroyer gift itself, balancing between established powers rather than operating entirely within or outside them. The parallel felt appropriate. Since awakening his bloodline ability, Naruto had increasingly found himself in precisely that position, connected to Konoha's formal structures while simultaneously operating beyond them, loyal to the village while questioning aspects of its historical approach to bloodlines and power. There's something else we need to discuss, he said, shifting topics slightly. The third phase of the ability, the command aspect. I've been experimenting with it during controlled sessions with Tsunade's supervision. Amaya's expression sharpened with interest. And? It's not what we thought, Naruto explained. Not exactly, anyway. When I focus on a bloodline I've previously absorbed understanding of, I can temporarily manifest something similar, but it's not actually using their Kekkei Genkai. It's more like, creating my own version, informed by what I've learned but channeled through my own chakra nature. That's unprecedented, Amaya murmured. The scrolls suggest previous Destroyer gift users could temporarily use abilities they had absorbed directly, just at reduced strength. Tsunade thinks it might be related to my status as a Jinchuriki, Naruto theorized. The Nine-Tails chakra creates a unique interaction with the bloodline, allowing for creation rather than just mimicry. Which aligns with what I suggested about the true nature of the command phase, guidance rather than direct control. Amaya studied him thoughtfully. Have you tried this with multiple bloodlines? Only two so far, a partial manifestation of the Hyuga's chakra vision and a limited application of the Aburame's insect communication. Even that was exhausting, exactly as the scrolls warned. Attempting more simultaneously would be dangerous. But theoretically possible, Amaya noted. With sufficient training in chakra control. Naruto nodded, though with evident caution. Theoretically. But I'm not interested in collecting abilities like trophies. The point isn't to have the most techniques, it's to understand bloodlines deeply enough to help maintain balance among them. A wise approach, came a new voice from behind them. They turned to find Hinata approaching, her formal attire indicating she had attended the ceremony in her capacity as Hyuga heiress before seeking Naruto out. Hinata, Naruto greeted her warmly. How was the ceremony from ground level? Inspiring, she replied with a small smile. Tsunade-sama spoke about a new vision for Konoha, one that honors our traditions while acknowledging past mistakes and committing to a more inclusive future. Exactly what the village needs to hear right now, Amaya observed, tactfully stepping back slightly to give the pair some space. I should check on our research at the temple. Naruto, we can continue our discussion later. With a respectful nod to Hinata, Amaya departed, leaving them alone atop the monument with the celebration continuing below. She seems intense, Hinata commented once Amaya was out of earshot. She is, Naruto agreed. But trustworthy, I think. And committed to the same things I am, preventing the misuse of bloodlines and protecting those at risk. Hinata moved to stand beside him at the edge of the monument, their shoulders nearly touching as they gazed out over the village. The elders of my clan have been discussing your bloodline ability, she said after a comfortable silence. There are differing opinions about its implications. I'm not surprised, Naruto replied, having anticipated this development. The Hyuga have always been particularly protective of their bloodline. Some see your ability as a threat to our clan's position, Hinata confirmed. Others recognize its potential value in maintaining balance among all bloodlines, including our own. And what do you think? He asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. Her pale eyes met his directly, the timidity that had once characterized her interactions with him now replaced by quiet confidence. I think bloodlines exist to serve their bearers, not the reverse. The Byakugan is a gift and a responsibility, but it doesn't define who I am as a person. The sentiment aligned so perfectly with Naruto's own developing philosophy that he found himself momentarily speechless. Hinata continued, her voice growing softer but no less certain. When I look at you with my Byakugan, I see something remarkable, not just the Destroyer gift or the Nine-Tails chakra, but the way your entire system has adapted to harmonize these different powers. It's beautiful, in a way I can't quite explain. The personal observation touched Naruto deeply. While others had examined his ability from scientific, strategic, or political perspectives, Hinata was the first to describe it as something beautiful, something to be appreciated rather than just utilized or feared. Thank you, he said simply, taking her hand in his. For seeing me that way. Her fingers intertwined with his, the gesture feeling both natural and significant. I've always seen you, Naruto-kun. Even when others didn't. The truth of her statement resonated between them. Long before his bloodline awakened, before his heritage was revealed, when he was just the troublemaking Jinchuriki shunned by much of the village, Hinata had seen something worthwhile in him that others missed. I meant what I said before I left with Jiraiya, Naruto told her, turning to face her fully. About continuing our conversation. A blush colored her cheeks, but her gaze remained steady. I hoped you would. I care about you, Hinata. More than I realized before everything started changing. And I'd like to see where this connection between us might lead, if you want that too. Instead of answering with words, Hinata leaned forward and kissed him, not on the cheek this time, but properly, if somewhat hesitantly, on the lips. The contact was brief but unmistakably intentional, her quiet courage once again surprising and delighting him. "I want that very much," she confirmed as she pulled back, her blush deeper but her smile radiant. Before Naruto could respond, or, preferably, return the kiss more thoroughly, a discreet cough interrupted the moment. They turned to find an ANBU operative kneeling respectfully several paces away. "Uzumaki Naruto," the masked ninja addressed him formally. "The Hokage requests your presence for a security briefing immediately following the ceremony. Hyuga-sama is also invited to attend, given her clan's involvement in recent developments." "Tell her we'll be there," Naruto confirmed, suppressing a sigh at the timing of the interruption. As the ANBU departed, Hinata laughed softly. "It seems our conversation will have to continue later." "Definitely later," Naruto agreed, reluctantly releasing her hand. "Duty calls." Together, they made their way down from the monument toward the Hokage Tower, where Tsunade would be holding her first official security briefing as the fifth Hokage. The issues awaiting them were undoubtedly serious: updates on Kagami's activities, intelligence about Akatsuki movements, ongoing investigations into Danzo's remaining networks, and coordination with other villages in the aftermath of the failed invasion. Yet despite the challenges ahead, Naruto felt a sense of purpose and belonging that had once seemed impossible. His bloodline ability, rather than isolating him further, had connected him to his heritage, brought new allies into his life, and deepened his existing relationships in unexpected ways. The Bloodline Destroyer had awakened, and with it a new chapter in the history of the shinobi world had begun, one in which Naruto Uzumaki would play a central role not as a weapon or a tool, but as a conscious agent of balance in a world too often defined by domination and control. As they entered the Hokage Tower, greeted by the respectful nods of shinobi who had once ignored or disdained him, Naruto reflected on how far he had come from that fateful C-rank mission when his ability first manifested. The journey had been dangerous, complicated, and at times painful, but it had led him here, to this moment of possibility, with allies who shared his vision and a path forward that honored both his unique gifts and his deepest values. The future remained uncertain, filled with threats both known and undiscovered. But whatever challenges awaited, Naruto would face them not as the isolated child he had once been, but as a shinobi of Konoha with the power to protect what mattered most, not just the village itself, but the delicate balance of powers that allowed all bloodlines to coexist in harmony rather than conflict. The Bloodline Destroyer had awakened. And the world would never be quite the same again. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.